cars, whether the Senate was the upper house or the lower house, whether the Senate could pass certain legislation, and so on. We had attempts to claw back at devolution, but development partners came in to support. Of course, we also had a bit of skepticism among some of them who initially thought they should continue supporting the national government even with funds that were supposed to go to the counties. But in the second term, I think as a nation, we agreed or admitted that there is no rolling back devolved governance, and I think we started moving in the right direction. But in the process, the Senate as an institution suffered and continued to suffer from being optimizing on its potential from different levels, whether it was at the county levels, whether it was by national government or the partner house, the National Assembly, and so on. As we move on, 10 years later, it's acknowledged that devolution must be implemented fully, and we expect that the role of Senate will be played fully. And in this role, we hope that our partnerships with development partners will be strengthened as we move forward. We have a very good panel today of 6 non-state actors who have supported devolution, and I will introduce each of them, and as I introduce you, please find your way up and pick a seat. I'll begin with Mr. David Gosney. Mr. Gosney joined the USAID in 2003 and is a career senior foreign service officer, class of minister counselor. He began his assignment as the mission director of Kenya and East Africa in August 2022. Prior to joining the Kenya and East Africa mission, he served as the mission director for USAID in El Salvador and Central America regional programming. He also served as USAID deputy mission director in South Sudan from 2016 and 2017. And earlier in his career, he also served as USAID office director positions in Thailand, South Sudan, Georgia, and Iraq, overseeing USAID assistance in areas such as business, climate reform, SME departments, government financial reform, biodiversity conservation, agricultural development, rural and road constructions, off-grid electricity production, and U.S. government engagement with the regional institutions. He's a native of San Diego, California, and holds a Bachelor of Science from Humboldt State University, a Master's of International Affairs, specializing in international economic policy from Columbia University, and a Master of National Security Strategy from the National War College, which he got in 2016. Prior to joining USAID, he served as an economist at the Institute of International Finance in Washington, D.C., and was a member of the first group of Peace Corps volunteers in Zimbabwe, where he taught in secondary school. He taught math and science. Karibu sana, Mr. David Gosney. An applause for him, please. Next is Mr. Julius Court. His bio has been is brief. I don't know whether this is British or something. Julius Court is Deputy High Commissioner and Development Director for the British High Commission to Kenya. He has held other roles, senior roles, that have included time as head of DFID's strategy unit, head of the UK Government Prosperity Fund, and head of DFID Ethiopia. He also has been posted to South Sudan before, Nigeria, and Japan. Prior to joining the civil service, he worked for the United Nations and Overseas Development Institute. He is married with 2 children. But the most important thing is that he was born in Kenya in Aga Khan Hospital. Karibu sana, Mr. Julius Scott. Next is Mr. Anthony Ngororano. Mr. Ngororano is a national of Rwanda and was appointed as the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, in Kenya from 11th July 2022. Prior to this appointment, he held various positions. He's actually an international civil servant from his CV. He has served as the UNDP Res Rep in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Chief Executive Board branch in the Office of the Executive Director of the UN Population Fund in New York. He's been the country representative UN Women in Haiti and Malawi, and Chief Africa Section in the UN Women in New York, Senior Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister of Rwanda at the rank of PS, Country Program Advisor with UNDP in the Regional Bureau of Africa, and he also led teams and held range of policy program roles in UNDP, Nigeria, Zambia, and Rwanda, and he began his career as an economist with the Uganda Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and later as the Regional Management Associate with Citigroup of Kenya and Tanzania. So he's truly East African and international. He holds a master's degree in development economics and international relations from the University of East Anglia and the University of Sussex, respectively. He also has an MA degree in economics from the University of Edinburgh. Karibu sana. Next is Ms. Maureen Oduori. Maureen is a seasoned professional with over 17 years experience in international development, both as a technical facilitator and practitioner in reputable non-profit organizations. She currently serves as the country program representative for the Kenya Westminster Foundation for Democracy. WFD is the UK public body dedicated to strengthening democracy around the world. At WFD, she is tasked with overall responsibility for delivering and managing a broad range of programs in Kenya, focusing on parliamentary strengthening, political inclusion, and citizen engagement. She has participated in various global forums as a key resource, including the Swedish Institute for Sustainability Forum, Let's Talk, a highly creative 48-hour global think tank serving the dual purpose of developing real-life applicable solutions that help nations and effectively with some of the key sustainable challenges. She is certified in program management for development professionals and is a fellow of the Stanford University Center for Democracy, Development, and the Rule of Law. Karibu sana, Maureen Oduori. Next is Carol Kariuki. Carol Kariuki is Kenya Private Sector, is the CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics and Sociology from the University of Nairobi and a master's degree in public administration from Bowling Green State University, Ohio. She has also pursued several professional courses on stakeholder management, leadership, and private sector development, among others. Before joining KEPSA, she briefly worked with Barclays Bank of Kenya, Nairobi Chapel, and Sagamo Institute for Public Policy Research, where she acted as a liaison between Kenya private sector and the Institute before formally joining KEPSA. Ms. Kariuki is accredited for transforming KEPSA from a little-known business organization to one of the most influential organizations in Kenya, and globally, KEPSA is the apex body of the private sector in Kenya. Karibu sana, Ms. Carol Kariuki. Next is Ms. Caroline Gaita. Caroline Gaita is a governance communication advocacy specialist with demonstrated success in leading and building sustainable programs and strategic leadership in governance, tourism, humanitarian, and development sectors. She is an ardent advocate for the constitutional promises of the public participation, integrity, equality, devolution, access to justice, and accountability. Her entry for the National Integrity Alliance won the Best Public Affairs Campaign at the 2017 Public Relations Society of Kenya. She is past facilitator for the Young Political Advisors and a member of the National Multi-Agency Working Group Task Force on School Titling. She has previously worked at the Shule Yangu Alliance, hosted by Transparency International, the Commission for Implementation of the Constitution. She was actually one of my officers at the CIC, and she holds an MA in Development Studies and a BA in Political Science and Sociology, and a Diploma in Public Relations, among other professional qualifications. Karibu sana, Caroline Gaita. Now that took quite a while, but it is important to acknowledge who the facilitators are. I'd like now to welcome our clerk, Mr. Jeremiah Nyegenye, who is the session moderator and who will take over from now. Mr. Nyegenye, as agreed, we will hopefully keep to the time and keep it lively so that we can give a chance to the senators to also ask questions.
Thank you very much, Session Chair, Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Senators, development partners, members of the civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the long-standing partnerships between Parliament and the development partners who are present here today. And I would like in particular to acknowledge the 15 years of the Parliamentary Support Program by the State University of New York, SUNY, with support from USAID and also from the British High Commission. In addition, we appreciate that since the inception of the Senate 10 years ago, the re-inception of the Senate 10 years ago, development partners have provided us with technical assistance towards strengthening the mandate of the Senate. In this regard, we will all remember the agile and harmonized assistance to development institutions, the AHADI program of the US government, and the ongoing Kenya Devolution Support Program of the British government, which have assisted the Senate to strengthen its technical capacity and to deliver on its mandate to protect counties and their governments. Despite this support, there remains significant technical gaps and institutional challenges, such as limitations in oversight, unavailability of resources, lack of know-how in respect of specialized matters of devolved government, and lack of access to information, which all conspire to hamper the Senate and senators from effectively executing their mandate. As a result, the Senate appreciates that collaboration with development partners remains key to bridging the existing resource gaps and ensuring that senators are adequately capacitated and resourced to deliver on their mandates. Additionally, we appreciate that the competition for resources and in particular the increasing global competition for development funds requires a collaborative approach that delivers broad impact. The Senate is therefore keen to engage with partners on initiatives that support mutual institutional interests while strengthening intergovernmental relations for broad impact. I would like also to acknowledge the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, who have been a reliable partner for the Senate in executing its mandate to protect devolution since the Second Senate. In addition to all these interventions, development partners have played another pivotal role in supporting county governments to realize the objects of devolution through the provision of loans, grants, technical and capacity support frameworks, by allocations made annually through the county government additional allocations. For example, in the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill 2022, no less than 39 billion had been put aside to be utilized in the financial year 2022-2023. So the conversation we want to have this morning will aim to explore what has been achieved by development partners, civil society, and non-state actors for the last 10 years for the Senate and for the broader devolution sector. We also want to consider how the Senate can engage development partners more effectively in executing its mandate to strengthen and deepen devolution. Therefore, I want us to begin by briefly exploring the successes of the development partners, civil society organizations, and non-state actors in the last 10 years, and looking at the ongoing challenges. So how we want to do this is we will call each of the panelists, and they will have 7 minutes, we have agreed. We want to hear, they will apportion that time themselves. The 7 minutes that you have, distinguished panelists, you will speak briefly to what you do and what you have done with us and what you perceive to be the successes and the challenges and going forward. But I also have one question for each of you, and I will start in the order in which you are listed. So Mr. David Gosney, Mission Director, United States Agency for International Development, USAID, will come up first. And the question I have for you as you speak to the work of your organization is the following question. With the increased competition for limited financial resources from development partners, what, in your opinion, are the most compelling areas for collaboration between the Senate and development partners to support the Senate in executing its mandate while concurrently supporting the deepening of devolution? Any answer is correct.
Well, thank you so much, and Speaker Kengi, honorable senators and distinguished colleagues. It's truly an honor for me to be here today with you all, particularly given such a momentous week. There's, I think, so much for Kenya to celebrate today, and I'm proud to be here with you to celebrate that. Obviously, all democracies face challenges around the world, and there's much to do, and I know that's why you're all here to do that. But first, I want to congratulate you and thank you for your dedication and desire to be a public servant for the people of Kenya. It's a special calling, and I know that you've all have risen to that calling, and I congratulate you. and look forward to working with you and the rest in the Senate, the counties, and the government to develop the vision of a Kenya that's more prosperous and equitable and serves all the people this time and the times ahead. As mentioned, I'm new here too. This is I'm celebrating my 1 month and 1 day anniversary today. I just arrived a little over a month ago. And so I'm very appreciative of the opportunities to get out and engage with leaders such as yourself. But USAID obviously is not new here in Kenya. We've been a long-standing partner with the people of Kenya, the counties and governments, including at the launch of the new Constitution of Kenya back in 2010, which was really serving as a model for democracies around the world. And then the momentous move for devolution in 2013 that this nation took in order to really help empower counties and empower communities to identify, move forward on their own priorities in ways that make sense and are individualized at the county level. Because of that, we prioritized our assistance early on to support the government, national and counties and communities in order to achieve that vision. As already mentioned, this is not an easy piece of work. It requires a lot of dedication, working through many, many issues and problems, and that's why we originally developed a program to work directly with the Senate and with the government to achieve this vision, but also to work with counties and individuals in order to plan their development priorities and achieve those development priorities. You may have come across the Ahadi project, which was launched in 2013 and ran all the way through 2020, that reached over 45,000 civil servants, both at the national level and community level, working to achieve the vision of devolution, but also over 500,000 community members to understand and participate in that process. Because ultimately, the community itself have to understand and feel that the devolution process is serving their interests and they're being heard as they go forward. And that's a critical part of our support, and a theme I want to maybe briefly come back to as well. But I think everybody has learned it takes more than just legislation to accomplish the goals of devolution. You have to develop the structures, the institutions, the infrastructure, and the capacity in order to achieve that vision. And that included within USAID. So most recently, we have began transforming the way we organize ourselves, developing what we call community liaison teams. These are individuals within USAID who are dedicated for our interactions at the county level, so that we have dedicated personnel who can understand, form those relationships, and help participate in the county development programming and linkages back to the Senate and national government to facilitate and enable devolution objectives to be achieved. We're also launching new programs to enable that to occur, to develop partnerships with local organizations, county level, ward level, and also to support our engagement with the Senate and others as we go forward. But coming out of that is also a recognition that we have to adapt our entire portfolio to move forward and support devolution objectives as we continue to partner at the national level as well. That's why across the board, whether it's our humanitarian assistance, our economic development assistance, our environment assistance, our health assistance, we're looking at how we can support the counties as well as the national government to achieve both the county level strategies and the national level strategies as we go forward. But as I said, that's not easy. And to get to your question, that I think we really have to think through the key components of devolution. And basically that is how to plan, implement, account for, and then ensure that communities have the ability to advocate and have ownership of the devolution process. So again, the challenges I think going forward are planning, because that's important for all development partners. It works best, development works best when we can align our assistance to strategic plans. And Kenya has probably the most thought out, comprehensive framework for that. But obviously it's a challenge to move forward and make sure that those development plans are complete and reflect the needs of the citizens that they serve. And then implementation, which includes budgeting. I work for an agency that is dependent upon budgets every year from Congress. I know firsthand how difficult it is when you can't plan with any certainty what your next year's budget is going to be. And I know that's an important role that the national government and county governments are working through right now, and how important it is to understand what your budget level will be and the parameters for that, and then do proper planning around that. And then how important it is to account for those funds. We all live in a world where people are sometimes skeptical about government financing, and the need for transparency and accountability for those resources, those precious resources that are there to serve the people. Same thing in the United States, same thing in every country I've worked in, and I think that's going to be a critical challenge for us here as well, because we want to partner more directly with the people, with the government, with the counties. But it's critically important for us, and I think any development organization, to ensure that fiscal transparency and accountability is in place for all expenditures in which we're partnering directly. And then lastly, because I see I'm coming up right on my 7 minutes, I want to highlight how important it is to connect directly to the communities, to the wards, to make sure that they feel that their voices are being heard, that their priorities are being taken into account at the county and national level. And we're here to help partner with you all, with the Council of Governors, and with the national government to help facilitate that process, that communication, that ownership, and that critical component of democracy. So I'm 5 seconds short of 7 minutes, so I'll stop there and hand it over to the rest of the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you have done very well with your time. So next up is Mr. Julius Scott, the Deputy High Commissioner to Kenya and Development Director of the British High Commission. And as you speak, your question is going to be, which challenges have emerged in development partners' engagements with counties, and how in your view can the Senate assist to limit those gaps through legislative interventions? The floor is yours, 7 minutes, starting now.
Senator Kingi, Speaker Kingi, Deputy Speaker Murungi, our Chair Senator Muma, all senators, friends, good morning. Kwanza nataka kusema asante, nataka kusema hongera. I want to say thank you because it's a real honor to be here. And I want to say congratulations because you've all come into the Senate, you've all been elected, nominated, and I think as David mentioned, that's a special thing, and I really want to mark that. So really heartfelt congratulations. In my few minutes, I want to make a few points, and most of them start with the letter D by coincidence. So let me try and go through those. I think the first one is about democracy. And as friends of Kenya, I think we've just all been deeply impressed by the way that Kenya's democracy has evolved over recent years, but particularly in the last democratic and electoral moment. I think it's shown a deep maturity, and the progress has been so fast for some of us who've seen Kenya over the years. That progress that often takes hundreds of years has taken, really tens of years, and that's a deeply impressive thing. The second D I wanted to mention is, of course, devolution. And when you look at this is probably the single most important sort of structural political process that's happening in Kenya. And it's deeply impressive to see the progress that's been made. And Senator Muma highlighted some of those issues. But I think it goes way beyond that. When you look at the institutions, you look at the rules, you look at how finance is now flowing to parts of the country that it didn't flow as much to. When you look at that connection that's coming between people and leadership, between people and government, again, that's something that should be really saluted. And the Senate has played just an absolutely fundamental and important role in that. and it's been so constructive. Sometimes it's been fighting the battles to make that process have teeth, to really drive it forward. And your role has just been absolutely central, I think, to the success of Devolution. Now, we've been very proud as the UK to have walked with you on that journey. We've supported the rules, we've supported the institutions, we've supported the Devolution conference that has happened. We've provided support to the Senate, events like this, technical advice, and we think that's absolutely fundamental, because devolution is so important and will continue to be important as we go ahead. Not just, I think, on the rules and the processes and the sort of institutional issues, but actually increasingly on actually delivering on whether it's service, whether it's increasing the economic roles. You know, the key role for counties on health, the key roles on climate, the key roles on agriculture, etc. So there's a particular set of things there that in addition to the more systems and structures, it's about real delivery, it's about real impact. And again, we're very proud of our role. I think it was 31 billion Kenyan shillings has been provided by development partners, or is planned, this year alone, over the decade or so. As the UK, we've provided literally tens of millions of pounds into that process, and we're very proud of it. I think the clerk asked me a really tough question, and I think there's sets of issues around fair governance looking ahead that frankly I don't feel best placed to answer. Actually, I think that's a collective set of things that you'll be looking at, that counties will be looking at, that as partners will be looking at. The sense I get, I don't know if it's a challenge or an opportunity. I probably prefer to think of it as an opportunity. But when I look ahead, what I see, the area that we really want to work with you on is how do we realize these opportunities of getting service delivery happening even more. I think in the past area, the issue of health, which is a devolved responsibility, how do we really get the money into that? How do we really get the impact in that? You see really great examples around the country, but how do we do that on the service delivery side? And then, and I suspect Carol will say many more wise things than I can, but I think the second area, and this fits with where the country is, there's some economic challenges there, it fits with the new president's agenda. I think we've done some brilliant work we feel proud of in parts of the country, and we're very proud to partner with then Governor Kingi, now Speaker Kingi, in Kilifi, amongst many places, on the economic side, on investment in agriculture, getting those value chains going, getting them into exports, looking at what's the particular comparative advantage of a particular county or area, and really branding that, adding value to it, getting it into global markets. I think there's a whole economic agenda there that we would want to work with you on, in addition to strengthening the systems and the structures. And it's something we would want to do with you. This is as the UK, we have particular links to Kenya. Half the tea drunk in the UK comes from this country. At the Queen's funeral recently, I think there was 150,000 extra tons of flowers that were shipped to the UK, in addition to all the hundreds of thousands that go normally. Whether it's coffee, tea, veg, we want to increase and upscale that, and that's something that is. That feels like the kind of the particular issue that's really engaging the current regime, and that we should work together to support. That that's what Kenyans want. That's what they tell us they want, and I feel that's where we should work together on. So, colleagues, those are some thoughts. I hope I've answered a little bit the exam question. It was a really tough one I feel I had there, but I do feel these two areas of service delivery and looking at economic strengthening. These feel like two of the ones, in addition to the more structural types of things that we'll continue to work on. And in our joint endeavor, which is the overall priority, which is just to keep strengthening devolution and to make devolution work for the people of Kenya. So on behalf of myself, on behalf of the UK government, we'll absolutely continue to work with you on this. We're absolutely committed to that. We really look forward to that partnership. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Next up the stage is going to be Mr. Anthony Ngororano, the resident representative of the UNDP, national of Rwanda. Now, you all agree that Rwanda is a very good friend of Kenya and an important member of the EAC. So I have taken the liberty on your behalf to give him some leakage about his question. So as you speak to the UNDP's activities in Kenya, Mr. Ngororano, please, if you could also respond to this, how can the Senate collaborate with UNDP to address the ongoing challenges of information asymmetry between governors and senators so as to ensure stronger oversight and informed lawmaking? There are things governors know, we don't know, and we need to know. There are things which the senators know and governors don't know. So how can UNDP assist to address these challenges to ensure strong oversight and informed lawmaking? Meanwhile, the audience, honorable senators, I hope you are preparing your questions for the panel at the end during the plenary. Mr. Anthony Ngororano.
Good morning. I'd like to recognize the new speaker. I'd like to also recognize all senators present, including our chair. It gives me great pleasure to be here. I've been now 7 weeks in Kenya, and I've had the opportunity to witness the momentous events up close of the last few weeks. And I think there are a number of messages that come through. First and foremost, the incredible progress that Kenya has made in terms of its journey towards not just devolution, but also deepening democracy. And I think we've seen in terms of the journey and the institutions, what is possible within literally a generation. I was last in Kenya in 2002, which was another turning point that I think all will agree was, if you will, the only other set of events comparable to what we've seen in the last few weeks. And I can say that Kenya stands head and shoulders within the region and beyond as a beacon, not just of hope, but I think, if you will, a country that's demonstrated what resolve, focus, and commitment that I think all of you exemplify can produce. And so really congratulations. In terms of UNDP's role, as you may be aware, UNDP from really the inception of this conversation on devolution has stood by and accompanied Kenya alongside its international partners, beginning with the committee of experts who worked on designing the new constitution, through to the task force on devolution, the transition authority, the inaugural county governments, and the council of governors formed, I think, in 2013. And looking back, I think one really important lesson is that this is not only an iterative approach, but that over time it's become clear that this is a marathon rather than a sprint. And I think that, taking stock of where the Senate is today, it's really important, as we're doing today, to reflect on lessons learned. In terms of the Senate, I think this is a really good opportunity for us as UNDP to envisage what support may look like. And I see this because to date, while as UNDP has played, has invested a great deal of time and energy and resources, in terms of the Senate, this is a new chapter that we look forward to opening together. But to give you a sense, So UNDP works in 46 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and I wanted maybe to give you a flavor of some of the things that we do with both regional and national parliaments. So from designing and working on model laws through to working on integration in budgeting of key areas such as sexual and reproductive health, gender, and so on and so forth. But then moving forward, looking at really institutionalization of the SDGs, right? So integrating instruments, approaches, and if you will, programs, ensuring that the laws take into account Kenya's obligations with regards to SDGs have provided us with, I'd say, a very interesting toolkit in terms of what we could possibly work towards achieving in Kenya. In the context of Kenya, there are some areas that we're actively working on. So we're working, amongst other things, on the domestication of Kenya's obligations with regards to the African Union Commission and are ratifying and domesticating a number of treaties in a range of areas, including good governance, gender equality, and human rights. And this is something I think that will be useful in charting, if you will, the Senate's own priorities. In terms of the questions, the difficult questions asked, I wanted maybe to focus on two things in terms of information asymmetries. One is evidence-based policy. I think there is definitely scope to target institutional capacities that would enable what goes on in the Senate to be informed by data and evidence. The second, which is linked, I would suggest looked at e-governance. The previous speakers talked of the power of, if you will, technology in making our job easy. And I think e-governance in the region is something that I think we can bring to bear in your work. I thank you very much for the opportunity for being here and look forward to taking our conversations forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is going to be Ms. Maureen Odwori, country representative for the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, WFD. And as you speak to the work that WFD does and has done with the Senate, if you could kindly also comment on which emerging or continuing threats to devolution has WFD identified in its work with the Senate and the county assemblies, and how do you think that the Senate can facilitate the elimination of those threats? Ms. Odwori, please.
Thank you very much. The Right Honourable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Senators, our session moderator, our session chair and our session moderator, and fellow distinguished guests, good morning. First and foremost, I want to bring congratulatory messages from the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. We're indeed excited to partner with the Fourth Senate, and we look forward to working with the Fourth Senate in deepening and strengthening devolution. So a bit about WFD. As mentioned earlier on, we are the UK public body that's dedicated to supporting democracy across the globe. We have a presence in around 30 countries, 5 of which are in Africa, and in Kenya we've had a presence since 2011. Initially, our focus had been on the Center for Parliamentary Studies and the National Assembly, but with the onset of devolution, we restructured our support to focus on the institution that's mandated to protect devolution, that's the Senate, and the county assemblies. So within our devolution support, we have worked with the Senate in the areas of research, financial oversight, lawmaking, legislative openness, and citizens' engagement. Specifically, our partnership has been multi-year, running from the year 2012 to date, of which our partnership has been informed by the needs of the Senate in terms of institutional capacity and also just technical skills, not only for the members, but also for the staff. And what we have done, rather our approach has been one on information sharing, whereby we generate various products that have been shared with the Senate to support it in its mandate on legislation, oversight, and representation. And some of the things that we will be looking forward to working together on in the Fourth Senate is on the element of post-legislative scrutiny, because we appreciate since the onset of devolution, the Senate has really passed a lot of legislation. But the question is, has the legislation been effective in addressing its intended objective? And if not, then as a House that is mandated to protect devolution through legislation, what can we do about that legislation? We also promote learning and exchange because we appreciate that parliamentary practice cuts across different jurisdictions, and there's a lot that can be borrowed to inspire good practice. So within that, we've created linkages to other bicameral parliaments, including the UK Parliament, that's the House of Commons and the House of Lords, the French Senate and the National Assembly, and also decentralized legislatures. For instance, the Northern Ireland Assembly, the Scottish Parliament, and the National Assembly for Wales. We've also offered direct thematic expertise on parliamentary research, whereby we've had parliamentary research officers undergoing a series of training and knowledge exchange with counterparts from other jurisdictions. We've supported legislative drafting, working closely with the Senate Directorate of Legal Services, whereby we supported the development of the legislative drafting manual, which I believe is a good tool in ensuring that the kind of legislation that the Senate passes is constitutional and reflective of Kenya's legislative drafting style. We've also supported outreach and engagement, public finance management. In the Third Senate, we worked with the Senate Public Accounts and Investment Committee, rolling out tools to ensure that the committee is able to hold county governments more accountable and be more effective in its discharging of its mandate. And in addition to that, on events like this, the Legislative Summit, we've also provided technical expertise in running various sessions. I would like to say that within this particular induction retreat, we supported the sessions on intergovernmental relations. So this partnership has not only been about WFD giving, but also provided an opportunity for WFD to understand and contribute to contribute skills to legislative effectiveness that's in support of devolution. But in addition to this, we've worked together with the Senate to strengthen county assemblies because we appreciate that the Senate is mandated to actually hold the hand of county assemblies with a view of ensuring that they're able to also deliver on their mandate. So in partnership with the Senate, riding on the County Legislative Attachment Program, we have also basically reached out to staff from the county assemblies and imparted them with skills that are useful to them, especially around public, or rather supporting their committees in public expenditure management. And looking at the past 6 years, whereby we've had a very active and cordial working relationship with the Senate, we can say that the impact of our work or our partnership has led to strengthened capacity within the Senate, and by that I mean the members, the committees, and the staff in lawmaking and financial oversight. And we've also seen that the Senate is now more open and engaged in civil society organizations, which in a sense speaks to the essence of legislative openness. So looking at the Fourth Senate, what are our expectations? One, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to continued goodwill so that we can collaborate further in strengthening and deepening devolution. But we appreciate that some of the work that we did in the Third Senate is yet to be actualized and will be actualized. Rather, the results of our work will be actualized by the Fourth Senate. So we're looking forward to uptake of products of engagement from the Third Senate, and specifically we supported, or rather we offered technical support in development of our county legislative tracker. So we are hoping that within the Fourth Senate we'll be able to see that so that the Senate can actually assess and review the legislation that is produced by county assemblies. And then also we supported the review of the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. So as we get into the Fourth Senate, we're looking forward to some of those recommendations actually being embraced and that committee being restructured and strengthened towards ensuring that the Senate enjoys good relationships with other intergovernmental institutions. And also around strategic issues, one, post-legislative scrutiny is one area that we really hope that we can work together on. And then also the whole element of open parliament. Within the Third Senate, we started discussions on an open parliament action plan, towards our contribution as the Senate, as an arm of parliament, to the Open Government Partnership Commitment. So we are hoping that with the Fourth Senate, we'll be able to realize that action plan. And we also hope that within the Fourth Senate, we'll see a strengthened relationship between the National Assembly and the Senate, because we believe that that is good for devolution and that is good for governance. And additionally, we are hoping that our continued collaboration with the Senate in strengthening county assemblies on public expenditure management will be realized. With this in mind, it is my belief that at the end of the Fourth Senate, when we sit back and look up, we'll have a more open, responsive, and democratic institution that's delivering effectively on its mandate and that is also citizens-oriented. So to the clerk's question, having engaged with county assemblies and the Senate, I think what we could say is one emerging threat is actually the weak capacity of the county assemblies, and specifically around their financial oversight mandate. I believe that that's one area that we can partner on towards ensuring that county assemblies' role in financial oversight is activated, and even at that devolved unit level, they are able to hold county governments accountable, and that would, in a sense, contribute towards strengthening devolution. So I think I'll stop there and look forward to other questions and more engagement and interaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Odwori. Next up will be Ms. Carol Kariuki, CEO of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Ms. Carol Kariuki is a household name in the Senate, particularly in the last Senate. She is synonymous with the Speaker's Roundtable. During her term as CEO, we have had very robust engagement with KEPSA. So as you come up to speak, you may want to tell us, in the course of the last Senate and the engagements between the leadership of the Senate and KEPSA to ensure legislative interventions to support the ease of doing business in counties, what do you consider to be the main successes and achievements that these engagements have yielded, and how do you envision us going forward? What areas of support do you think you need from the Senate to improve investment in counties? Please. In 7 minutes.
Thank you. I think we shared my notes earlier, so I have that as actually what I was going to present. But good morning, everyone. Let me recognize the speaker, Honorable Kingi, who we know each other from COG, and good to see many who I knew either from COG, from Parliament, and others from Senate, and others from business like Tabitha, and other places that we have met. And as the clerk said, I feel part of the Senate because we've been a great partner. But I feel like we are a bit dull this morning, and I don't know if my other speakers were just a bit too silent and quiet. And I just want us to be a little lively because this is an exciting time. 10 years of devolution, we have to celebrate, what we've achieved and what is in store for us. And as I listen to the other partners and what they have done and worked with Senate and ourselves, as I was putting this panel, I said, am I a development partner? Then I thought, no, I'm actually a partner with Senate because we are the ones who really work with yourselves to ensure that we have the right laws, we have the right environment so that the counties can function and business can thrive and we can have the taxes and we don't have to walk around the world with begging bowls for money that we need to serve Kenyans. And so for me, it's a privilege to look at the last 10 years and our first Speakers Roundtable with the Senate. Actually, let me begin. The first Speakers Roundtable was in 2009 when we had one parliament. And that started our establishment with roundtables. And it was actually around the time of Speaker Marende who said, you have the roundtables with the president. I want one with parliament. And we've not looked back because we've achieved so much. And then Senate came into place. And in 2013, we had our first one. And I remember in that Senate roundtable, we were grappling, what does devolution really look like? And what does Senate need to do to make devolution work? And now I look back, and as I go into what we've achieved in the last 10 years, very briefly because of the time, let me first introduce KEPSA to those who are new to us. We're the umbrella body of the private sector in Kenya. Our membership is twofold. The associations. We have about 90 associations, many of the associations that you know, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Federation of Kenya Employers, Kenya Bankers Association, and on. And in every sector, all the different associations come together and form KEPSA. Then we have the corporate membership, and this begins from the startups to the multinationals. So as long as you have an interest in this country, then you're part of us. So we have a reach of over 1 million businesses locally, and over 45 million businesses globally through our membership in the International Chamber of Commerce. And so other Chamber of Commerces are also our members. And what we do is really to speak in one voice, rally the voice of the private sector on cross-cutting issues, because the sectors really engage on their sectoral issues. And you meet them as you engage in the different committees, and sometimes you want only to meet the manufacturers, but when you want to hear the voice of the private sector in the cross-cutting issues that affect business and affect development of this country, because we don't only focus on only the business agenda, we also look at the development of this country. Where is this country going into? And Vision 2030 has been what we have focused on, and I hope that now I'll wear another hat. I'm also the chair of the Vision 2030. So I look forward. We have 8 years, and I'm looking at it as an 800 meters run. And I think our runners really inspires on what 800 meters run looks like. And so as we dash to the end of the Vision 2030, we'll be looking together and say, how has devolution enabled us to achieve Vision 2030? And where are we as a country, as a prosperous country that we have been working on? So a brief history on what we've achieved with Senate in terms of devolution, the role of KEPSA in devolution. We held a total of 6 Senate Speakers Roundtables, and I'll be looking forward to our roundtables so that we can dive deep into what business looks like, what we need to do with the different laws with the Senate. But some of the ones I'll highlight is that we achieved, and which was part of the question from the clerk. One is Sectional Properties Act 2020, which increased access to collateral for security by providing a framework for division of buildings into units to be owned by individual proprietors and common property to be owned by the proprietors of the units as tenants in common. So that was a big achievement for us working together with Senate. The County Outdoor Advertising Control Act 20, the manufacturers hear me here on this one, which was streamlined outdoor advertising for the counties by ensuring a balance between commercial, environment, and public safety and consideration. And I think one of the things that I would hope we can work very closely with yourselves to help the counties do is to plan. And those who've been governors before, I think you've been part of this, and we can see what is happening to our counties. My people, my business people want to do business, and they're looking for spaces. Please, let's give them the markets, the places they can do business. So they're not going on the roadside, looking for every road that has been done, looking for a footpath and putting their wares. We will not grow their businesses. We want those SMEs to grow and be the multinationals. I always say every micro enterprise of today is the Microsoft of tomorrow, but they'll only be that if we give them the environment. Let's give them the spaces, the markets. Let's help the counties establish all the markets, move our people from the roadsides so that we can find them, help them with capacity, help them with credit, help them with social services, and everything else so they can, and value chain so they can grow. The other one was Sustainable Waste Management Act. Again, if we develop in chaos, we will not manage our waste and will mess our environment. And we can see the effect of environment. Right now, Kenya is going, and the Horn of Africa is suffering from the worst drought in 40 years, and it's not going to get to us. So if we don't manage our waste, if we don't take care of our environment, and so this was a big achievement for us in 2021, but we'd like to see us, you help us implement this with the counties. The National Hospital Insurance Fund, Act 2022, going forward, we would like to continue to engage with the Senate on further amendments as the mandatory matching contributions increase the cost of doing business. Health, we cannot do without health. If we don't have health, none of us will be here today. And so it's so important that we get our health sector right, and health is devolved. So the much we can do, the laws we need to do, the initiatives that we need to do and get the counties do, I'll be looking towards you and I'll be looking to your partnership. As the 13th Parliament starts,
Our engagement with the Senate will be anchored on the aspirations defined in both our national and gubernatorial economic manifestos that we presented, but also on the Vision 2030, as I mentioned. And the 5 themes that we'll be looking to work on: spurring jobs and inclusive wealth creation. We want to see that gap narrow between the wealthy and our people, so that we have majority who can put food on the table. And so we'll be looking at the Senate to pass startup and small business laws that simplify trade and trade regimes for small businesses, and in turn will encourage informal business in all the counties to formalize. It's not good for us to be saying 80% of our businesses are in the informal sector. We want them to formalize, because then they can grow. The second one is social transformation for bridging inequalities and enhancing quality of life. Again, I've mentioned about health. This is the health, the education, and along ensuring that there's social welfare, so that the people who fall off as development, because development comes with both benefits and sometimes it doesn't benefit everyone. The ones who fall off, that there's a social welfare net for them to hold them until they can pick up on the next thing. Enhanced governance and economic stability, so that we increase transparency and governance systems through cutting-edge technology, digitization of public services, and streaming corruption. What we will offer you as a private sector is blockchains. And if we can push a law that gets the counties to really use blockchains, then we can minimize waste. We can digitize. We can make it easier for businesses to do. Businesses want to go to the counties. They don't want to be concentrated in Nairobi. They want to go as far, Homa Bay, Tana River, name it. They want to do businesses because the resources are there. Let's give them the services they need. And your senators can help us put the right laws. So our expectations, let me say the Prompt Payment Bill 2021. Thank you so much, Senate, for helping us pass this, but it got a setback from the National Assembly. Help us discuss with the National Assembly to get it back, because this is where our businesses are dying, and our small businesses, when they cannot get paid, both by the government, but also by private sector. They cannot grow if we cannot honor the credit facilities that we give for payment. The county revenue raising process bill to draw and keep investors in the counties. The policy and corporate regulatory frameworks in the counties should be made more predictable by taming the appetite of county governments. When we have policies that keep changing every day, business cannot operate. You need predictability. Businesses think 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, and they come and look at the policies and they plan. So when the policies change every year, every other year, they leave. And they'll go to my friend Tony's country in Rwanda, and we'll lose all of them from here. And then they'll sell the products here, but it's the Kenyans that lose the businesses. It's the Kenyans that lose the jobs. We also look forward to the County Resource Development Bill 2021 or similar bill to be passed into law to strengthen the regional economic blocks. I like how the counties are organizing themselves into regional economic blocks. What laws, what policies, what initiatives can we work with yourselves as senators to strengthen those regional economic blocks? Makes it easier for us as KEPSA to engage with them, but also that we can help them to develop the resources they need to operate. I know my time is up, and so I'll move into just 2 more. On healthcare, the rigor regime on healthcare, there's health and food that should be handled separately. Those two are separate. And I know we were trying to emulate other countries like the US. We're not there yet. Let's handle separately the health and the food. And I know there's a Kenya Food and Drugs Authority Bill 2019 from the National Assembly. We'll be happy to discuss with you. Give us what our thinkings are, and be able to really get us to where we're looking at preventive. Preventive medicine is better than curative, because we cannot meet the needs of curative medicine. We are a young country, and it's good to prevent the diseases than to do that. Enhancing governance and transparency. Again, 90% of the counties are dependent on national government allocations. How do we help businesses come to the counties so the counties can generate their own income without looking at only taxing a few businesses, expanding that tax bracket, growing new tax base? And as I said, if we move our traders from the streets to markets, to better working places, they'll pay the taxes. You can find them, they'll be legalized, and be able to work on that. And lastly, we are working on a program with COG, which we are calling PSDP, Private Sector Devolution Support Program. I'll be happy to share details with you when we meet in our roundtable so that we can achieve the 3 components. The first is the implementation of the county's competitive index. We want to see how the counties are competing so that we can see where the gaps are and address them with my colleagues here who are the different partners. Second is the strengthening of the public-private dialogue. If we don't dialogue, we will not know what to do next. And so we're happy to continue our speakers roundtable and our committees meeting. And third, to be partner with the Senate to foster cluster development in the county economic blocks. Let's look at all those resources and harness them, bring them together, and market them together. So I look forward to our first roundtable with yourselves, the new ones, the old ones, and friends from the different areas that you've come from. And for Senate leadership, thank you. Thank you for always being a great partner in the work we've done together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caro Karaoke, and I liked the analogy about this being an 800 meters race. The 800 meters is one of the most difficult races to run, evoking memories of the first gold medal by Paul Ereng, the first gold medal in the 800 meters, and the subsequent exploits of King David, Rhodesia, and Eldoret Express, and all that. Thank you very much. Next up will be Ms. Caroline Gaita of the Civil Society Parliamentary Engagement Network, CISPEN, which brings together more than 25 civil society organizations with an interest in Parliament, with a view to facilitating engagement, cross-learning, peer sharing, and linkage and technical support between civil society sector and Parliament. You've done a lot of work also on the Senate, looking at the performance of the senators using various parameters. The question I'll have for you as you speak is, what gaps do you continue to identify as you monitor the Senate, and how do you propose that this should be addressed so as to strengthen and deepen devolution while increasing open access to Parliament? Ms. Gaita.
Thank you, session moderator and session chair, my boss, as I call her. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and all protocols observed. I want to first start by thanking the Senate team for inviting us here as a civil society organization. I stand here wearing 2 hats as the co-convener, together with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, of the Civil Society Parliamentary Engagement Network, which, as has been explained, brings together about 25 civil society organizations. But I also serve as the executive director of Mzalendo Trust. So the Constitution recognizes that county governments must be based on democratic principles. And in no area has this been very elaborated, especially, but around public participation. And as civil society organizations, we see ourselves as your allies in facilitating this public participation. The principles and objects of devolution require that, citizens have powers to self-govern, there's public participation, there's equitable sharing of resources, and there's also checks and balances between the different arms of government at the county level. And it is informed by this reason that we brought together the civil society organizations, cognizant also of the fact that a lot of civil society organizations work at county level. And I would want to also take this opportunity to recognize that some of our members are here, Harriet and Derek from Transparency International, Lois from Mzalendo Trust. We also had some members yesterday from the IBP, the International Budget Partnerships, that took you through some sessions. What opportunities do we see for CSPEN? As civil society organizations, we've been critical partners, especially in the areas of legislative review. We work together to facilitate public participation. And as organizations that have reached across the country, across the different people, we have been able to get views and submit this in your public participation processes. We've also provided technical and expert support in critical areas, not just in terms of legislation, but also in terms of auditing, county budgets and facilitating budget-making processes at county level, and also the audit processes. One of the key areas also that these civil society organizations we are focusing on is on inclusion. One of the challenges, and perhaps this will address some of the challenges, the question that I have been asked, one of the challenges that we have identified is that whereas we have talked about public participation, it's been very tokenistic, we hear complaints about public participation that have specific people who attend all public participation in counties. So the effectiveness of it is falling. But most importantly also is that we've not put together mechanisms to enhance the public participation, meaningful public participation of the special interest groups. So the women, the youth, the persons with disability, the marginalized communities. And so many times they will be in the room, but there's no way of tracking or picking feedback to be able to recognize that their views have been undertaken. And so this is one of the areas that we have said as civil society organization we would want to work on to strengthen the meaningful participation of the special interest groups. The other area is around service delivery. Devolution envisages that service delivery for the people through county should be effective. Unfortunately, this has not always been the case. And as senators, you have a critical role to provide that oversight of the county governments. And a lot of our partners are working at the counties. They are checking the transparency and the use of resources at the county level, and would be useful resources to provide you with the information that you need as you undertake your mandate. There's also the success stories and on the achievements, the research, the evidence-based information, what is going to inform the interventions, whether they are legislative or whether they are administrative. This is an area that we are happy to support. And especially with the Senate, as the CSPN institutions, we've also been key advocates of legislative openness under the Open Government Partnership. My colleague Maureen has spoken about it, and we are grateful that the Senate has really taken this up and has supported some of the milestones for open government partnerships, including the public participation bill that, though passed by the Senate, did not go through the National Assembly. And we see this as an area that we would want to advance. Globally, open parliament is the biggest and key thing now to advance not just accessibility to information, but also accessibility to members. And this is one area that we hope that we'll continue working with the Senate. And also in terms of sharing best practice, global best practice from the open parliament community of organizations that can then help us leverage on the international resources to advance open parliament. Then finally, one of the milestones that we envisaged, and perhaps borrowing closely from the private sector, is a civil society roundtable with the speakers. It has been one of our requests under the Open Parliament, Open Government Partnership, and we think that it would be an area that would help bridge the gap. As we've said, CSPN seeks to bridge the gap between the people and Parliament, and so this is one of the areas that we'll be requesting for support to take it forward. What are some of the challenges? I think our challenges I have identified really speaks around public participation, imprudent use of resources, lack of effective participation of the different groups, lack of documentation to support some of the decisions that are made, and also the fact that institutions work in silos then means that you have so many organizations, especially at county level, working on the same thing, same place, but this information, there are no mechanisms to bring it together. And so we hope that through the network that we are offering you, you'll be able to leverage on the technical, the legal, and the institutional experts of these 28, 29 organizations to effectively undertake your mandate. I'd want to stop there and look forward to additional questions during the panel, the plenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaita, for your presentation and your intervention. Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators, that brings us to the end of the presentations by the panelists, and I will be handing over to the session chair for the plenary session. Before I do so, please join me in giving a big hand to all our panelists for the work that they have done. Thank you very much, Madam Session Chair.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Another round of applause to them, please. I think the time management was excellent, and I'm hoping we can go to tea today on time. What is the equitable way of getting who to speak? Can we begin with those who have not said anything from that end? Yes, we are starting from this side. That's why I'm here. One person there. No hand. Here, Hamida. Anybody here? Floor manager, please give her a mic. Here, Martha. Why am I losing the name? Tabitha. Why am I calling you Martha? Apologies. Tabitha. Anybody here? Senator Mungatana. Governor Kingi. Can you bring the mic to Governor Kingi? He will begin. We must learn protocol. Senator Veronica. Senator Kavindu. And Senator Mariam. Anybody else? In that order. Not more than 2 minutes. And don't repeat what somebody has said. Maybe we begin with Senator Hamida, and since we are on that side, you can give the next one. Yeah. We are timing you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. And I really appreciate the panelists. I think my question will go straight to development partners, and maybe I can target the Res Rep Anthony and UNDP. First, I really want to appreciate conditional grants from our development partners. It's quite key, and it really does make a difference on the ground. I think the first, in support of elections, I think there was a gap, with IBC that needed, or IBC needed to be supported. I know it took some time for UNDP to come in, or development partners to support IBC. In my other life, working with UNDP, I saw we made really, in governance and election support project, there was quite a difference in different countries like Sierra Leone, where now you can see, the country has stabilized. We tried Afghanistan, Liberia is quite good, and many other countries that I've been in. Now, I think there's a big gap. I was just looking at what we went through. Sorry, I am from the other side. And I thought, if UNDP controlled result management system, like other countries, then there will be no mistrust, with elections. So seriously, I feel my heart bleeds, with what happened with elections in Kenya. It's done, but I really feel, having had first-hand experience with UN, I know UNDP would have made a difference taking over or supporting, in full support of elections. Number two, capacity building on public finance management, that is PFM. As the Senate, we may definitely need that, so that we are informed as we make the laws. I really, justice and legal is very dear to me, and I'm really hoping, that we can make a difference, of course, with support of development partners. Number two, the system strengthening for public service delivery, including strengthening to enhance and coordinate national and county government. That is also key. That is actually in strengthening government institutions in implementing their mandate. Just the last, supporting also in support of public participation to ensure inclusivity in processes such as making or to enhance accountability in Senate or in Parliament. That will really be appreciated. I know you're already doing it, but then of course more capacity building will be necessary for us, both on national and local, of course, level. Just the one last thing is that there has been instances where development partners have been supporting both local and national county governments. And in fact, it has been more or less like double funding. So how do you ensure that there will be the support will be adequately balanced to avoid such cases? Many thanks.
Sincere apologies, Right Honorable Speaker. I should have begun with you. Please, I'm learning.
Thank you, Senator Muma. Now, on behalf of the honorable senators here, allow me also to appreciate all of you for finding time to come and share with us your experience on the 10-year journey that you've walked with the Senate, and also discussing on what future partnerships that we can forge. Yesterday we had a session on the Senate leadership and legislative agenda. And we were prosecuting the topic on political parties and linkage to the legislative agenda, strengthening political party caucuses in the Senate. Now, while we were discussing this topic, it was observed that for the last 10 years, of the many bills that have been brought to the floor of the House, none emanated from the political party caucuses. Now, the challenge that was observed then was that one was of capacity, and the other was funding, which is supposed to come from the respective political parties of these caucuses. My question is, could this present another opportunity between the Senate and yourselves, where one, you'll build capacity to these political caucuses, and secondly, provide the much needed funding so that these political party caucuses can be able to initiate and bills for purposes of being debated by the Senate? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Chute, Marsabit County. Let me say first thank you to Madam Chair and the panelist. My first question goes to David, UNDP. We have a situation in Marsabit and many other counties, almost 20 counties. Drought situation, very, very bad drought situation. I would want to know, what plans do you have in place to save the situation? My second question goes to Caroline. I would want to know if you have offices in counties, specifically for participation. Participation is very important, and our people don't know even questions to ask. They need training. And my question number 3 is still to Caroline. Do you have training programs for people, like in Marsabit County? People don't know even Kiswahili, they don't speak even Kiswahili. leave alone English. What plans do you have for people who are in Marsabit? Thank you.
Now, 2 questions, no more.
Thank you. The panelists, good presentation, Asante. So I have 2 questions, and directed to KEPSA, the CEO, Caroline. As a manufacturer, during the COVID time, we had so many challenges when it comes to the cost of production, and this is still in place. We have so many licenses that every year we have, it's a cost to our companies. At the same time, the competition. Yes, we appreciate other investors, but we should not also let international investors come and kill the local business people in this country. Because, to be more specific, in my industry, that is the manufacturing of the nonwoven, we have cartels who have invested in this country, pushing away Kenyans who had earlier invested when plastic was banned. I'd like to know if you've tried to address, if you've come across that, and how you'll be able to address. Number 2 is, as the Kenya Kwanza government, our focus is on bottom up. When I look at some of your articles, during the Keroche industry issue, at some point, it indicated that the fact that she's not a member, you could not support her. Then I ask, what about the Kenyan, that when we say bottom up, and we need to support the Mama Mboga down there so that she comes up, what opportunities and openings do you give to them if such a big industry like Keroche cannot be supported? What about the local mwananchi? Thank you.
Senator George?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bogwa, representing the people with disabilities. Mine is directed to the civil society. After the 2017 elections, we had quite a number of counties where we didn't have representation. The same thing has recurred this time round. What would you advise the Senate to do so that we don't have this situation arising again? And also, now that the county government are setting up their executives, what would you advise us to do so that we have representation at the CEC level and the chief officers level? Thank you.
Senator Mungatana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first one is an appeal to the to the civil society there who are development partners. There is a general feeling in Tana River County that you avoid us, totally avoid us. We don't see you there. In fact, somebody, even when you are talking there, you reminded me because you talked about Kilifi County. He's our neighbor, but you never cross over. I don't know what we have done against you. If we have done something, we apologize. But we are asking you, please come. Because you also go to Lamu, you go to Garissa, I don't know. So it's a plea. Please come. We have new leadership now. We want to do business for the people. That's my first one. My second one is to the civil society. You have been very vibrant in filing matters in courts, particularly constitutional matters. But there are some that have, the net effect is negative. From my opinion, and I stand corrected if my other friends don't believe so, but like the CDF case, I don't know whether there were consultations and, you know, at least with parliamentarians, because the net effect is that if the monies are not released, and say they are taken to governors, as it seems the way to go now, there are small projects which will not be done, and small projects that used to be done that won't be done. I don't know whether some of these litigations can avoid court so that the issues can be, debated and agreed upon, or consents be developed so that we are really partners and not, fighting and giving fodder to the press. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you for the opportunity, and also to thank the organizers once again for putting together panels that are very informative and very enriching. I specifically note the participation of many women in this specific panel, and I applaud you for the qualitative presentations. Keep it up. And thank you also for the gentleman, our brother from Rwanda. That was quite a good talk together with the development partners. I want to address myself to Carol Kariuki because of the tenacity with which I have watched KEPSA defending its space. And that has been also good. But you do have an opportunity now, a much bigger opportunity. If you notice, the Kenya Kwanza government has a manifesto we call the plan. If you took time to study this plan, it's about lifting the lowest person to a different level. It's about lifting the person at the marketplace, the person in the salon, the farmer in their farm, the teacher, the doctor. Everybody will belong somewhere. So you do have an opportunity. And I want to ask you, together with your organization, what is this from your perspective, the private sector perspective, that you would need legislative support to ease the doing of business in Kenya, the environment of business? What is that legislative support? Do you have it ready? Is it a clear one? Do you need the support? Because from our end, we would want to assure KEPSA that we are willing to work with it. It is a matter of interest, it's a convergence of our interests, and we want to look at our performance within 1 year from today and say that we have moved Kenya from this GDP and we have grown to this GDP. Something tangible and realistic which we can tell Kenyans, and Kenyans themselves can feel we actually have pesa mfukoni. We have changed something. So, Carol, I don't want us to maybe, because we do so many conferences, and Kenyans are very smart people. We have sessional papers in Kenya. We have many reports. Kenyans are smart. We have what we need in terms of paperwork. If we can get to work, give us a serious round table. Give us your goals in terms of legislative support. Reduce the licenses that traders need to use. Decriminalize what has been criminalized before, and then look at the taxation system, the sophistication, the complexities of that taxation system. Make it easy if there is any support that you need from the business perspective so that we understand what you need to be the support that you propel the growth of economy in Kenya. I have looked at Tanzania and I asked myself, what is it that Tanzania did that caused them to be able, for instance, to push growth into their nation, infrastructural growth, economic growth, without having to borrow? It must be something also about the businesses. So, Carol, we look forward to engaging you.
Thank you, Senator. I really thought you are now presenting the Kenya Kwanza manifesto.
I just got excited because of the presentation.
Senator Kavindo. Now, can you manage 1.5 minutes each?
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Thank you, panelists, all of you, for your very good presentations. My name is Agnes Kavindu Modama from Machakos County. My question goes also to Carol. You talked of health, and especially prevention is better than cure. Right now in our counties, we are facing a lot of drought. People are very hungry, they have no food. So my question goes to you, what are you doing? Because without good food for health, then our people will continue being sick. Then we have no health, even they are not able to do what they are supposed to do. What can your organization do right now to provide, or even the other stakeholders, to provide means of providing food for those who are unable even to provide a meal in a day in our country? Second question goes to Gaita, and this is about public participation. Most of the times when we are in the committees and we are asking if they had held public participation with the people, most of them just provide pictures or names with signatures, and there's no clarity of surely if there was public participation. What can you do to make sure that there is proper public participation and all the stakeholders are involved, and especially PWDs? Because when it comes to traveling to where they are holding the public participation, they have challenges, and so they are not fully presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, and all protocol observed. My question goes to development partner. I'm from Mandera, Senator from Mandera. There are projects which are normally financed by national government. And again, the same project is financed by donors. So based on that, do you normally do your physical audit? If yes, why is that happening? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I also want to join my colleagues to really thank you for your very great presentations. My first question is directed to Mr. David Gosney. Mr. David, you know we have lived with devolution for the last 10 years. I'm not sure, because this is my first year in the Senate, whether there has been an assessment to know how we are progressing with the devolution, or whether it is working. So my question is, if USAID can be able to support social and economic impact assessment for the last 10 years, so that we can be able to know where we are, or whether this is working or not, so that we can close the shop. Maybe I request, if possible, case study to start in Meru County, if that happens. So I'm very, very much interested to know whether there has been any impact for those 10 years that we had 2 governors. I know we have a leading governor, so I want to know whether maybe this is working, so that also in future I don't commit myself to seek for that position if it is not worth it. My second question is, we got a presentation from the Commission for Revenue Allocation. And in their report, for the last 10 years, there are some counties which have received up to 6 billion conditional grants. The others which have received 1 billion, maybe that is where Tana River County features. 1 billion, other 6 billion. What informs these allocations, so that you go to some counties all the time and others have the same problems, and they are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. The final one, and then we will move back to the panelists.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all our panelists for the wonderful presentation. My name is Alan Chesang, Senator Trans Nzoia County. And my question goes to, I only have one question that goes to Carol, Ms. Carol Kariuki. And you really caught my attention when you talked about waste management. So I believe I'm really keen on waste management because before we even talk about health, I think we need to have a good environment. So I'm really keen on waste management because personally, I really want to know what is your plan. Personally, I've brought so many investors who really wanted to work with purposely Nairobi County to improve or put factories to control waste management in Nairobi. But we've really had stumble blocks and cartels in Nairobi County, which I am sure if we cannot do it in Nairobi, it is even difficult to do it in other parts of the county. So what is your plan in partnering with us and also working together to make sure that we control this waste management, because we know how important it is, and we also know the number of products that you can create if we have a proper factory in terms of managing this waste. It can create energy. We can use waste to create construction materials and so many other things. What is your plan as KEPSA in working together with us to improve waste management in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the Deputy Speaker's question reminds me of the fact that we've been, in one of the sessions, we were told as the Senate to go beyond reading the Auditor General's report on financial audits and to start looking at impact, socioeconomic impact assessments. So I would like to put it on the table, Clerk, that's one area where we will require some institutional capacity development so that we are able to do, to assess, to do impact audits. Now, I'll give everyone 1 minute, except for Carol. Carol will have 3, no more. Everybody 1 minute, just give us your final thoughts, answer any question you think was posed to you, and tell us your final bits. Carol will be the last one. I think once we're done with Maureen, let's go to Carol Gaita, and then we can finish with Carol from KEPSA. Thank you.
You'll give me 3 minutes as well. Take a number of public
2 minutes for you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll pick up where you left off, Madam Chair, the question of impact assessment, which obviously is key. Maybe two messages. One is that along with a number of partners, UNDP, alongside, at least in terms of specifics, I know UN Women and a number of others, and we looked at and worked on a joint program on devolution. We are in the final stages of doing the evaluation of this program that touched 14 counties. The results are very interesting, and I think have made it very clear that in the second generation of programming that we're working on now, alongside the Council of Governors, we will be putting an emphasis on this question of impact assessment. Maybe in response to the speaker's comments and suggestions around capacity or the development of institutional capacities, absolutely. As I mentioned in terms of UNDP's offer across the region, this is definitely an area that we'll be seeking to explore and bundle. And maybe the last message on my part relate to the questions of coherence and complementarity of actions. And I know that within the Devolution working group that brings together pretty much all international partners, this is one of the single most important items that is being worked on. Devolution is a journey, whether 800 meters or marathon. I think we agree that it's an iterative process, and I think we'll be guided by the Senate in terms of how to improve our own internal coordination and, of course, our engagement with county government. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'll try to be brief. I counted, up to 11 questions, not all sort of for USAID, but I think there's a couple themes can address really quickly because they're really important. First, on institutional strengthening and also perceptions. In development theory, it's like so many things, lots of opinions, lots of confusion about what really delivers impact and what's important. But when you really look at it and you look across countries, about those countries which have the highest levels of satisfaction, the highest level of happiness, and move forward most expeditiously into development, there's one thing that stands out, and really one thing across the research that is consistent. And that's if you ask the people, what's your level of confidence in your institutions? And I think that just underscores some of the comments today and how important it is to build that capacity and also to build that trust in the institutions, because it is absolutely fundamental for democracy, and it's also a space that's under attack right now, sometimes for understandable reasons and sometimes because it's an area that people can attack intentionally to tear down democracy and institutions. So it's an area we want to focus on. We have support projects focused on IBC and other institutions, capacity development assistance, that we want to work together with our other partners, because it's an area that works best when we partner with others to develop going forward. So thank you for highlighting that. Another thing that was a kind of ask is assistance, particularly the struggles that are going on right now with the drought. That's something that we're keenly aware of. I know everybody is aware of it, but it's also something that there's two things I want to highlight there. One, I mentioned how important it is on communications so people understand what we're doing, and sometimes as the US government, we don't do all the best job as we can. Right now, for drought assistance within the Horn of Africa, 80% of all funding in all the world is coming from the US government. We work and partner with our UN colleagues, the World Food Program. We provide funding to civil society organizations, and sometimes that might not be apparent, that the assistance you're getting in your counties, 80% of that most likely is coming from the US government. We recently passed a supplemental coming out of Ukraine to add additional funding into the region, including Kenya, recognizing the huge impact that crisis has had on the supply chain, on fertilizer prices, on input prices, and that includes funding here in Kenya. So we'll continue to be a leading partner on the drought. We feel that in particular, Kenya has the institutions in place to make that a good investment. But I also want to highlight that we're bringing together our development side of our assistance, because we realize that humanitarian assistance has to go hand in hand with building resilience. Because we're dealing with the drought today, but we're dealing with the climate change that's going to continue to have huge impacts on the livelihoods of people in Kenya, around the world, for their foreseeable future in the years to come, and we have to address that together. So maybe I'll pause there, and happy to maybe have other additional conversations with you all during the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So two points from me. The first one is a reflection that democracy is always a work in progress. And I think when we look back at this election, as Kenya has always looked back on the previous elections, it's always learnt and it's always taken things forward. And I think there'll be two sets of things that will get taken forward. I'm sure people will look at IEBC. We've been supporting it for 2 years, and there'll almost certainly be lessons to learn there. But actually my sense of it, when you look at the complexity and scale of the election, the vast majority of the work that IEBC did was actually really good work. I mean, it was, and it should be recognized while we think about those elections, ways forward. I think the second interesting point around this one, this is something we're thinking about, and I put it as a proposition. You may have much better ideas, but there may be a case for an election finances bill. When you look from the outside at Kenya's elections, that feels like something that should be looked at. So I just put that one as something to think about. The second main set of issues I wanted to talk about was actually similar to David. And I think, when we look at the US, I mean, they have done an amazing job on the Horn of Africa in particular, and supporting really, I think it's the fourth rains have failed, probably the fifth are about to fail. It's the worst drought in 40 years. This is an issue for many Kenyans and for many people in this region. I would totally really praise, frankly, what the U.S. government has done. I think David's last point is one I think that's really worth a lot more consideration, which is, what does the forward look and feel like? Because climate change is here, it's real. Many Kenyans are facing it all the time. But I don't think yet, whether it's in Kenya or other places, we're quite there with what's like a 21st century Ghana. Actually, a lot of that is being piloted, but it's not yet mainstreamed. So I think some of the answers are already here. We just need to build on them. To the colleague from Tana River, I think this is a nuts and bolts issue. We often come to Tana River, we work with Tana River, but you talk to the county commissioner, you talk to the governor, but maybe the senator's not there, maybe the MCAs are not there. So I feel feel we need to try harder to engage the whole collective in Tana River, not necessarily the people we might just naturally talk to. But I think it's a very, very valid point, so thank you very much.
I'll speak to two comments. One from the speaker on opportunities to strengthen political party caucuses. And yes, I believe that there is indeed an opportunity. So moving forward, I think this is one thing that we'll need to integrate in our continued discussions with the British High Commission on how to engage political party caucuses, because we appreciate that within the different political party manifestos, there are very good ideologies which can actually lead to improved service delivery, and therefore there's a role in that. I know in the past, the foundation, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, has worked with parliamentary caucuses, that's APNAC and KEDIPA, KEWOPA, but not the political party caucuses. So there's an opportunity there, and we will look forward to having a conversation on that. And then there's also a comment on areas for capacity strengthening, public finance management, coordination of intergovernmental relations for effective public service delivery, and inclusivity in public participation. Those are areas that we have identified, and at times we are constrained by resources, but they are within our radar. And as we continue engaging different partners to come on board, not necessarily ourselves, but others working within the space, we shall ensure that these still remain as key areas, because they indeed are crucial to the success of devolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak to a couple of questions from on public participation from Honorable Chute Marsabit and Honorable Kavindu from Machakos. Yes, indeed, public participation has challenges. So on the issue of training programs, especially for Marsabit, I recognize that indeed civil society organizations might not always be everywhere, and that's partly why we are trying to bring together civil society organizations under one roof, and therefore be able to map out where we are working and identify areas that have not been addressed, and therefore just make sure that we are leaving no one behind in terms of the counties. Secondly, I think there is need for public participation, capacity building on what exactly public participation is. Part of it is monitoring the public participation processes. We've had challenges, especially on inclusion, where documents are very bulky, there's no sign language interpreters, the venues chosen for public participation are not accessible, amongst others. And part of it, perhaps as KEPSA is doing its competitive index, as civil society organizations, we also need to do a county compliance index on issues of public participation and inclusion. On the representation, I think other than having political parties enforce their lists, and with IBC, litigation still remains a challenge. an opportunity, but cognizant of the comment from Honorable Mugatana about litigation sometimes not serving its, being a double-edged sword, so as we may. And perhaps to respond to that question is to say that's where we are advocating for dialogue between the different entities. Because for us as civil society organizations, our approach is normally from the constitutional perspective and whether there's compliance, but perhaps forums such as this could help us have a common understanding and a common approach to some of the issues and therefore address some of the challenges such as which you have mentioned. Finally, on the political parties and caucuses, indeed, as an institution, we've actually done some work around this area. And allow me to say that we'll be calling on your office, Honorable Speaker, because with some partners, there's a program that we are rolling out. We are calling it SIDPAC, and that a specific focus will be on how political party caucuses in Parliament help in the development of the agenda. Veronica, we will be tracking your manifesto and seeing how you keep the promises to Kenya, and we are developing a tracker on that. But also to just see that whether it's the government, the political party in government, political party in opposition, we want to see that this informs the legislative agenda of the House, and so we'll be calling upon the offices on the rollout of this program. And then finally, just conclude by saying that as senators, as the protectors of devolution, we really must make public participation meaningful, useful, and the democratic tool that citizens can use. As civil society organizations, we remain your key partners, and we look forward to working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I guess I'll try and take my 3 minutes. I'll keep it short, but I think two things that come out. We are ready for the Speakers' Roundtable, so I'll be working very closely with the Senate to make sure that we have it as soon as possible so that we can address these things in detail. Secondly, because of what I mentioned, the private sector devolution support program, I'll be inviting all of you once we present to yourselves in the areas that we can partner so that we make it work with the counties, because that's really where the work is. But let me address very briefly some of the things that came up, and then we'll go into the details when we meet together and have a full day with yourselves. On the manufacturing, you're right. The cost of production is our issue. So we've worked very hard with the last 10 years on the ease of doing business. So you can see our indicators, we've moved from 136 to 56. So we have streamlined processes like registering your company, paying your taxes, and all that. But the cost remains the challenge. And it's what is the cost to doing business. And that's why you're seeing even the things that we produced before, tomatoes, onions, now we're getting them from Uganda, Tanzania, because we can't produce here. And you were very clear, and you talked about the multiple levies and licenses. And we've raised this so many times. I'm really hoping that this is the Senate that will help us address that. We now have, and we worked again with Senate on the county own resource revenue bill. If we could implement that to the letter, then we'll address a lot of this. So just mentioning that so that we can go into the details. In terms of membership, yes, you're right. We really try to reach businesses. But unless you come to us, sometimes we'll not understand what the real issue is. And we can't just come out and say, this is happening. So that's why we keep saying, come to us, and the more you're part of us and our members, we understand you, we learn you, we know how to help you when the challenges are. And so I'll not go to the particular business, and that was a response to, because a question had come to us, and we have to respond, and we have to be honest with Kenyans and say this is happening. But after that, we did reach out and we said what is needed, and we've done that before, even 2015, and before that when the issue first came up. And so we are willing to work with every business. And the reason why I was saying let's provide the working spaces even for the small businesses, because we can find them. When they're on the streets, we don't know who they are. They're here today on this street, tomorrow they're in another street. It's very hard. But when they're in the markets, they're proper working spaces, we can find them. We run a lot of capacity building programs, credit facilities, working with the different partners, some of them who are here, access to markets, value chains with the big businesses. But we need them where we can find them. And that's how we'll help the small businesses. And what we're saying for us, when we think about small businesses, it's just not creating many small businesses, it's scaling up those small businesses. That's our focus. That mama mboga cannot be mama mboga selling in that stall for 10 years. we want to say, how is she growing to even now? And what we've been doing, we've been running a program with Trademark East Africa, supported by the UK government, on what we call the e-commerce booster program, getting them to sell online. They don't have to travel to any other part of the country, but they can sell their goods. And that is a program. We have a relationship now with our counterpart, Corporate Council of Africa in the US, which we signed last year. Again, it's focused on SMEs. How do our SMEs sell their products to the US? How do they access? They're not the big companies who can be able to go to the US and get those markets, but we're trying to help them. So I'll run you down all the SME programs that we're doing when we meet, and we see how we partner with yourselves. And it's true, we defend our space. We're the largest so far business organization in sub-Saharan Africa, something we take pride, and we're really trying to organize other countries to make sure they can have the similar organizations and work with very many counterparts around the world that have the same, because we know if we are not organized, we are private sector-led economy, and so it's important that we develop business. Last two, and I can see the moderator has stood up. I've not finished my 3 minutes. And the last two, on health, yes, as I said, we are facing a crisis. It's the largest, the worst drought in 40 years. We have companies, you remember we ran Kenyans for Kenya in 2011, really to mobilize resources for our sisters and our brothers, because we say our businesses cannot thrive. I always say business operates on 3 areas. The economy, which is the profit, because you need to be sustainable. The social, because we need people healthy and people be able to, we cannot have labor if people cannot feed, people are not healthy, and the environment. So it's a triple bottom line, economic, social, and environment. And so this is a key area for us. We already have companies who've been doing a little bit right now. We are happy to do more. So if you're senators who come from the areas where there's drought, please do come to us and see how we can work together. We do have companies that are willing to support, and we're working with other development partners. On waste management, karibu sana. On waste management, I mentioned that we do have the bill in place now on waste management. We'll be looking forward to implementing that with yourselves. Again, we'll go into the details of that. So in the interest of time, all I'm saying, let's engage, let's get into the details of this. And we do have completely, as the senator said, do we have a plan? We do have a plan, and we want to engage you with that so that we grow businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol, and sorry for hurrying you. I think we look forward for that engagement when it happens. Maureen, final. Well, as you engage, no, I'm just telling you, as you engage with the British High Commission, remember we have KEWOSA, Kenya Women Senate Association, which should be one of the caucuses that you should also look at, has grand ideas that are going to move this nation far. Thank you very much. I'd like us to give a good applause to the panelists. Tafadhalini. And to thank everybody for this wonderful session. And I'm informed we can break for tea. 15 minutes for tea, and then we get back. Who's the chair for the next? Senator Wambua. 15 minutes from now, you can take over. Thank you very much, everybody.
Legislative agenda. No, that's not mine. On media relations and public awareness. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, staff. I see this session is supposed to run up to 2 p.m. But Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, we can make this as brief as we can. One of my biggest challenges when I joined the media industry was to be given a story of 1,000 words, and you're supposed to edit it and publish it in less than 100 words and communicate. Churchill knows how difficult that was, but we did it. So if we did it then, we'll do it now. The Speaker, honorable senators, just as a way of background on what we are dealing with, the media subject is always a very important, at times very sensitive subject when it comes to people in positions of leadership. We are no exception. But of course, the role of the media in this country and elsewhere in keeping governments in check, in disseminating information for growth and development, cannot be gainsaid. Way back, very, very way back, in the 1780s, we all remember the story of Thomas Jefferson, writing about the importance of media in society and in government. And he got to a point, he wrote to his delegate and said, if it was left for him to make a choice between government without newspaper or newspapers without government, he would not hesitate to choose the latter. Around the same time, in Europe, remember the concept of the three estates of the realm: the clergy, the nobility, and the commoners. And Edmund Burke, the greatest statesman of the UK, says that there are three estates in Parliament, but in the reporters' gallery yonder sits a fourth estate, which is more important than all the other estates. Back home, in our own reality, those of us who have practiced journalism, we know the Bible of journalists, the code of conduct and ethics for the practice of journalism in Kenya, that the media, a free press, is a nation talking to itself. Today, we witness an explosion of media houses taking advantage of an expanded media space and freedom. As legislators, we have a duty, a responsibility to engage with media in every twist and turn, to disseminate information. And that relationship between the media and Parliament specifically is anchored in law. Beginning with Article 34 of the Constitution, that gives freedom of media. Article 35, that speaks to the right of access to information. And Article 118, that speaks to public access and participation in decision-making for growth and development. As legislators, we'll be called upon every now and then to engage with media, and that is why we have this session today, to consider how best, at a very personal level, we can engage with media for personal growth, because that's important. How best we can engage with media for purposes of profiling the Senate, how best we can engage with media for purposes of making a contribution to the growth and development of our country. We are all, and I like making this statement every time I get an opportunity, we are all in government, all of us who are here, all senators, we are all in government. It's only that we are assigned different roles in the same government. We have a duty of care to our country to ensure that when we leave this space, whatever time it is we will, we have left it a better country than we found it. Without saying much more than I've said, we have two members of the panel who will be giving us their presentations. And as I said, we will make this as brief as we can. But even as we make it brief, make sure that you raise that issue about media that you want to know and understand and practice. Because I'll challenge you as I invite them on one issue. We've been here for 5 days, right? This is the 5th day. We have media here. You know, all of them, they are represented here. If you have not spoken to the media, any media, on anything, and you've been here with them here for 5 days, then where jiulize tu hiyo ni yako. But again, we've been here for 5 days. If every day you're speaking to media, every day, you know, ukienda break unaongea, ukienda lunch unaongea, ukienda supper unaongea, you should also ask yourself a question. The thing is, too much of media, not very good for you. No media at all, very bad for you. I want to begin to invite our panelists. Begin with my brother, my friend. I will give a brief bio of him and invite him to come to the podium. A brother that I've known for many, many years. He's a journalist of long and good standing. 21 years of experience in digital media. He's the head of news and the managing editor for Nation.Africa at the Nation Media Group. He's the president of the Kenya Editors Guild. He is my president because I'm a member of the Editors Guild. He specializes in newsroom leadership and digital transformation. He is a visiting lecturer at the Aga Khan University's Graduate School of Media and Communications. And he's also a visiting lecturer at Moi University. He holds a diploma in journalism. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in communications and public relations from Moi University. He holds a Master of Science degree in communication studies from Moi University. And he is currently pursuing an MBA at the Strathmore University. Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, kindly join me in inviting to the podium Mr. Churchill Otieno. Karibu sana. The next panelist, Mr. Mark Kaigwa. as the longest bio that I've ever seen. I will try to summarize it using my editorial skills and make sure that I communicate. Now, the man that we're about to invite on the podium describes himself as an African entrepreneur, an author, and a professional speaker. He has given keynote speeches and talks in over 37 countries in the world. He has a rich expertise in social media, digital transformation, and online trends of Africans, including yourselves and me. He is a founder and CEO of an institution called NENDO, which is a research and consultants and marketing consultancy firm. In the list of the clients that he has served and served successfully, we have Safaricom, NCBA Bank, Population Services International, among others. I believe I've done justice to the bio. Speaker and honorable senators, kindly join me to invite to the stage Mr. Mark Kaigwa. Karibu sana panelists, speaker and honorable senators. Now that we have agreed, we'll keep this short, but you communicate. I want to open the floor for the first presenter, Mr. Churchill Otieno. And as you make your presentation, my brother, I will request that in less than 10 minutes, you also touch on what you believe is the state of health in the relationship between the Senate of the Republic of Kenya and the media in this country. There is confusion all over as to what the role of the Senate is in the country's legislative agenda. The only people that can clarify that role and amplify our position is the media. As the Senate in the previous 2 terms exploited fully the media to communicate that message. Karibu sana.
Right Honorable Amason Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, the Honorable Kathuri Murungi, MP and Deputy Speaker of the Senate, members of the Senate, Clerk of the Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. May I first take this opportunity to congratulate all the elected senators, indeed also the nominated ones, and indeed also the Speaker, on your election to the various offices of leadership of our country. I convey this from the fraternity of editors in our country, and indeed from the journalists and the media at large. I'd also like to thank the Speaker's office for inviting me as President of the Editors Guild to come and share a word or two in terms of what editors see as you begin this assignment. I've been given 10 minutes to go through a number of slides that I prepared. I think Senator Wambua, knowing what editors do, he made sure that he draws the rules that first demands that I drop my slides, which I've already done. And I'll proceed to just highlight some salient points that I've prepared to share with you this morning, this afternoon. But I do that with a lot of confidence. Confidence because I know that the Senate and the media, especially the Senate and editors, have since developed a tradition that every year we find 1 or 2 days to go into a lot of detail in terms of how each of our entities, each of our fraternities deliver for the people of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hope that that's a tradition that we can continue with, and that sometime later this year or next year, we might find that time. I can come with all the senior editors and we get a chance to look at some of the issues that we'll touch on today. Mr. Speaker, sir, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Editors Guild is a professional association of editors in Kenyan newsrooms, whose focus ideally is in 4 areas. The first one, which we take very, very seriously and very, very dearly, is to defend and promote media freedom and media independence in Kenya. Indeed, if you read our constitution, the only industry mentioned in the constitution is the media. And I want to believe that you share with me in accepting that the media is critical for the health of our democracy. And we'd like to invite you to help us in defending the independence of the media. And on that score, allow me to pick out one senator for celebration and acknowledgement from the media of Kenya. This senator happened to have been a legislator previously, and when media issues came to the floor, when media came to parliament to fight for his freedom, this senator stood with journalists, stood with the media. Senator Sotsi, the media is grateful. The second key role of the Editors Guild is to uphold quality and ethical journalism. That as we send out reporters as editors, and as they bring back stories to us, and we make judgment on how those stories are handled and published, that we do it with one lens, the lens of the public interest. And we are ever seeking out ways, ever trying to find innovative ways to make sure that that remains true. Amid a lot of challenges, some of which I'll go through shortly. Third, we have a duty as a guild to provide forums for those issues to be debated. So we are very happy to join this afternoon to discuss these issues, because it is yet another forum in which these media issues can be squarely put on the table. And finally, we have to collaborate with other professionals, other entities, and even government to make sure that the Kenyan, or Wanjiku, as we like calling her, is served not just by ourselves, but also by yourselves. But as we move on, allow me to share what I want to believe should be the shared understanding of what journalism is, because journalism is at the core of media. And the one media person that you are going to interact with, if you are going to interact with the media at all, is going to be a journalist. So it is just important that we indeed understand each other in terms of what the mandate of that journalist is. The number one mandate that any news journalist lives to serve is the timely distribution of verifiable information on matters of public interest. Timely distribution of verifiable information on matters of public interest. And as we wake up every morning, as we push our journalists, that's the number one goal we try to get to. The number two goal is to create a platform for the public to debate issues and matters of interest to themselves. And the number three goal is to hold power and privilege accountable. Not to us, but accountable to the public. So in that framing, in each of those three levels, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to suggest that there is a role for the senator. Things stand out for me. The first is what Senator Wambua alluded to. A debate that has been raging for 10 years now. And as people who work in newsrooms, as journalists, like to reduce things to their simplest version so that it can be easily understood. And in the minds of many people, this issue has been framed as, which is the senior house? But today I dare ask, should it matter? Should that question be derived from law, or should it be derived from practice? So is it something that the Constitution donates, or is it something that senators themselves, by practice, is it space that you reach out and own, or is it something that is donated to you by a different entity, a different document? And I also like to suggest that there is acknowledgement nitampatia memo baadaye, lakini for now there is acknowledgement on the role of the Senate. And if anybody doubted, that acknowledgement has been delivered by Kenyans loud and clear in the recent elections. Indeed, that acknowledgement suggests what the core and the soul and the main pillar of our Constitution is. But I'll get there shortly. I'll also share with you fairly quickly, in terms of an overview, what the media ecosystem is, so that you can see the different parts of the media and how they interact and how they play. But we must also speak to the reality in the world today, infodemia. But I'm happy Mark is here. He's a high priest of infodemia, so I'll let him deal with a lot of that. But then there are also questions around media regulation, because as Senator Wambua said, the media is the fourth arm of government. And then finally, there's a whole question how each and every senator shows up in those various levels of media. Mr. Speaker, sir, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here today, there are more than 200 radio stations in our country, most of them broadcasting away from Nairobi, and also broadcasting in vernacular, which means they're speaking emotionally to our people. There are 135 TV stations, most of them on the digital platforms, many of which I'm sure we don't know. There are 4 daily newspapers. I want to believe many of us know them. We have 1 weekly. There are more than 100 print publications. There are thousands of blogs and vlogs, and millions of Kenyans are on social media. So put simply, that is the media we are talking about. 5 minutes. So in that media, there's always the question of how does the Senate appear? How does the Senate look? And if you read the Constitution, I think 4 things come out how the Senate should appear. Assuming that we've accepted that the Senate is a protector of devolution. The first one, the Constitution makes a big deal of access to information for the public. So I want to propose that at an individual level and as a collegial, there has to be some deliberate methods and systems put in place to make sure that public access to Senate information is easy and in understandable formats. The second notion that we draw from the Constitution is the rights of communities to participate at all levels of governance. We must ask ourselves, how does Senate translate that right to something practical, to something real for each and every of your voters? There's a notion of citizen platforms. How do the people themselves get to engage, prioritize, and get then to share with you what their hopes and fears are, so that as you take and execute your roles, you indeed speak for those who did vote for you. And then finally, the whole question of public information and public communication, which begins to suggest that the Senate also is a watchdog of other entities. So as you watch over them, you need to also watch in the dimension of public access to information. While preparing for this presentation, we did a simple analysis of the results from the August elections. And we found of those in office today, having recently been elected, 57% of governors are new. 55% of senators are 70% of MPs are new. 70% of MCAs are new. Compare that to just 39% of members of the National Assembly who are new. Kenyans have spoken loud and clear. Indeed, one might choose to even analyze how Kenyan participated in the presidential elections in 2007, 2013, 2017, and 2022. All of them contested presidential elections. But the attitude and participation of the ordinary voter is very, very different this year compared to previous years. Ladies and gentlemen, my hypothesis is that devolution is no longer a child. It's grown up, and Kenyans have paid attention and are taking very, very keen interest. And more, they are unforgiving in terms of performance for them, if the story of MCS is anything to go by. A few key issues that we pick from the performance of the last Senate. One is oversight. A synthesis of the reports from the Senate showed that a lot of the oversight is informed by the auditor reports. A question that we may ask is there a way to find other complementary sources of data to help you do that, that duty? Okay? And there's a question of leadership. The picture, a lot of the media reports show that senators are in competition with the governors. Is that good or is that bad? But as I finish, the media that brings this to you, the suggestion from the Constitution is that it's an independent media. But is it truly independent? Or is it a media captured by yourselves, or captured by commercial interest, or captured by foreign interest? Our democracy cannot be unless we have a strong media, but the media in and of itself cannot deliver that strong media. As you oversight on various issues, you also have a duty to oversight on media. And I have some specific proposals that we have that will be shared in my slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can give a better round of applause to our colleague. Thank you. Thank you, Churchill. Another guy who needs a memo, that sounds fine. Thank you very much. That's much better. So we'll be going to Mark. But Mark, before we come to you, and because you are an author, so I will challenge you in your presentation with the words of a fellow author, Roger Bannister, the man who wrote the 4-minute mile. And he said, in the African savannah, the gazelle, every morning that it wakes up, it must run faster than the fastest lion. Otherwise, it will die. In the same savannah, when the lion wakes up, it knows that it must run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise it will starve. And he concludes by saying, if you're in Africa, whether you're a gazelle or a lion, if you wake up, you must run. In our context, we have a race of 5 years starting this month for these senators. Whether they are gazelles or they are lions, there's a race for them to cover. In their relationship with media, with state, and with non-state actors, what would your advice be for their visibility and their survival? Karibu sana Mr. Mark.
Speaker of the Senate, Senator Right Honorable Amason Kingi, Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Senator Kadhuri Murungi, Clerk of the Senate, Deputy Clerk of the Senate, Host Senator, Senator Tabitha Karanja, Session Chair, Senator Enoch Wambua, Honorable Senators, Development Partners, Resource Persons, Staff of the Senate, and all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I believe I might be at least the presentation that stands between us and lunch, even though tea was not too long ago. But I'm happy to be here and happy to honor the invitation to share with you. And the original title of my presentation was Profiling the Senate in the media, effectively engaging the media in selling your legislative agenda with a focus on new media. But I have changed my title with your, and I'll plead to change it to the 3 habits of highly effective social media senators. The 3 habits of highly effective social media senators. And that's really what I'm here to share and to present a counterpoint that builds on my senior chair of the Editors Guild, Mr. Churchill. So if we start, and I take the cue from our session chair, Senator Wambua, then you have started a race with 2027 in mind. And if I present to you the social media or the digital battleground, if you would, I would suggest to you that at this very moment, every single one of you senators have what I would call a Google CV. If I search for your first name and your last name, I will find this Google CV, and I'll not be the only one. For many of the electorate, some 15, 17 million now, as I'll share some statistics, and potentially in 2027, some 20+ million strong, they will increasingly receive their news through their phones. In fact, many of you throughout this morning, even now, you might be on a device as you listen to me, because that's the power of technology in shaping the information we get. So I would say search what people find about you, your Google CV, this digital reputation is somewhat of a battleground. It's a place that you can cultivate and shape how people, the media, the voters who elected you, or the party that has nominated you, and whatever constituency that you advocate for, you can shape their perception. And the media will be core in the coverage of you, because that will be part of what's there. And so will the bloggers too, or people who write in an unsolicited way without necessarily inviting your comment or your point of view. Social media is another battleground, if we could say. And here there is a lot that I'll say and I'll share with you shortly. And in addition to this, there is also messaging apps. These are WhatsApp, Telegram, Messenger. These are key spaces where people are engaging one-to-one or in groups. Also a key constituency that you must consider. And lastly, YouTube, and to a greater extent, online audio or online, you might call them podcasts, or those who stream the radio through the internet and not necessarily through the FM. That is another aspect to consider. So, honorable senators, I'm here to persuade you just 3 points which I will unpack. The first is, I want to say that the 3 habits of the highly effective social media senator. The first is they build a virtual constituency. They build a virtual constituency. Secondly, they build a voice on causes. Causes they care about, causes their constituents care about, causes citizens care about. That's the second thing, the second habit they do. And thirdly, they build a vehicle for their agenda, their legislative agenda, their development agenda, and obviously there's the constitutional mandate of senators. And I would plead with you that this is my take on what the future, not just the present, says on the role of the Senate and each one of you as senators. And not just in your individual capacity, but in your office with whomever is handling communications for you and working alongside you. So if we look to just the platforms I spoke of earlier, you see places like TikTok there, right? You see places like Facebook and places like that. And I'll spend some time just briefly discussing platforms, just to share with you a bit of this virtual constituency we've just described. So if you take the country today, Facebook in Kenya is larger than the population of the following counties put together: Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kakamega, Bungoma, Meru, Kilifi, and Machakos. All put together, that is the size of Facebook. Some 16 million strong in Kenya. These are the monthly active users, according to Facebook in April of this year, 2022. And to me, if I'm asking you to consider how best to engage there, you may have a page by this point. My question to you would be groups. So people are already self-organizing in your respective counties in Facebook groups. Young people are organizing. Some civil society organizations may organize too. And people with a general interest, even the diaspora, will self-organize and try to keep in touch with what's happening at home. Are you present there? Are you listening there? And are you finding a way to participate? Because you have your space as an honorable senator, but there are also these other spaces elsewhere that give you the chance to build this virtual constituency of Kenyans, not only here and the ones online, but also in the diaspora. And I believe we have had the diaspora in particular focus the last few weeks. Now, if I can tell you about WhatsApp for a brief moment. If we take WhatsApp, that is also a key platform. For many of us, it was critical in the campaign. You mobilized, organized, strategized, and informed your teams and many people on the ground through WhatsApp. Don't neglect it, continue to use it, whether it's the status or whatever aspect you want to use to reach and engage people there. And it's great that now there's about 512 people that you can add to a group, maybe for better and for worse, because maybe many of us might have many groups on mute at this point, now that you have arrived in the Senate. Kenyans on Twitter, I don't know what to say about them, but they are one of the most tricky, right? They can be quite cynical, they can be very sarcastic, they can be very antagonistic, if I could say that. Some would say that this is the most negative of the social networks. It's hard to get a compliment or a comment generally. You may get complaints, that's quite likely. But Kenyans on Twitter have quite a lot of sway, and a lot of journalists are on Twitter as a platform. And they spend time there. And that's why for some of you senators, you might attest that even a tweet you send, not directed at anyone in particular, ends up being a news story elsewhere or being covered in the mainstream media. And you might not have intended it to be so. You didn't write it as a press statement or press release, and yet it is carried on a national broadcast as a statement of fact coming from yourself. Some of you might struggle also with impersonators, and I think now as elected officials, I can't speak for any of the platforms, but I know they are working to try to ensure that verification takes place, to make sure that your profile is you and represents you, and you're not misrepresented there online. You have an electorate who has chosen you, and ultimately they are voters in that constituency where you represent, or if you're nominated, you may pick and choose or take the national stage. But ultimately, there's people who want to follow you. So when I speak about building a virtual constituency, this is the idea. I want to speak just briefly with the slides about what Kenyans do with their mobile data. And the idea here is, this is irrespective of whether they engage in anything political. My team and I did some research a few years ago and published this in 2019. If you give an everyday person 100 megabytes or 100 gigabytes, meaning if you take the quote that's here, mobile data or megabytes are as important a currency as cash or airtime or mobile money, because people spend their megabytes in different places online. The first thing they do is they search. They search using Google. They search using Android phones. That's the preeminent way they interact. Secondly, sports. Not just watching and viewing and interacting with football and other sports, but sports betting in particular, because in the last 10 years, 3 out of the 5 most Googled words are either sports betting companies for 2 of them, or one is an actual I guess, way of keeping up with your sports bet in a way. So while this is understated, it is a massive national pastime that a lot of people spend their data and their time and attention on. The third is social media. I'll speak briefly about that as I seek to bring my remarks to a close shortly. The other one, no one likes to talk about this, but adult websites are also there and ranked quite high. It's like that in almost every country we've seen across Africa. And the last one is stories. So YouTube and generally with content, people following you, and as I'll come to say just now, seeking out your voice and your views on current affairs or county affairs or whatever it is you have decided to speak on. So if we just take a quick way of speaking to the virtual constituency here, for me, as I've said, for Facebook, the emphasis here is on exploring groups. On WhatsApp, it's similar. It's what ways will you use groups to shape your message or reach constituents and engage them. And then ultimately for somewhere like Twitter, even though there might be a couple arrows sent your way, it's to get on there and just slowly start to build up this virtual constituency, as some of your other colleagues in the Senate have done over the last few years and continue to do. If we look now towards your voice, lending your voice for causes, the second habit of highly effective social media senators, here what I would say is that you have this opportunity to now speak and drive key points and your individual perspective. So do you want to keep it to strictly the law, or do you want to speak and advocate on behalf of a particular segment of people, either in your constituency or one who you don't feel is being spoken for? That voice of yours matters, and people are waiting to hear from you and want you to get more familiar with speaking. Now, I know that in this room there'll be perhaps 3 types of senators I'm speaking to. One might engage little to none at all with social media. Right? The second might interact a little to moderately, and possibly through someone employed on your communications team or in your office. And then there are those who basically will frequently engage and directly engage by themselves. And this is all a learning opportunity for you to look and learn from the senators around you and figure out your voice for the causes that you care about, for the constituents that you want to build online. And I think for me, in summing this up, I would say that you want to show what you care about. And this is where you just decide what you want to share as concerns and areas that you'll focus on. You want to speak to matters of your county, ultimately, especially if you've been elected by voters there. And then lastly, regardless of whether nominated or elected, you want to engage with citizens online and build up your virtual constituency and learn to find your voice over time, whether you're having things ghost-written for you or you are doing this by yourself and engaging directly. Try it out and see how far you get. Last but not least is a vehicle for your agenda. The third habit of highly effective senators is building social media as a vehicle for your legislative agenda. So for here, ultimately, there's a question on your role. How do you see your role? What are your priorities? Right? Because you get the chance to advocate for people, and you can choose a legislative focus or an area of interest. Is it small or medium-sized businesses? Is it food security, agriculture, water and sanitation, peace and security, right? Education, healthcare, the youth? You get the chance to choose that. And you take your role now to then say and tell people either what you'll do or even sum up what you're learning here. As session chair had said, we have 5 days that we've spent here. How are you synthesizing what you're learning and perhaps sending a message back of the parts that are standing out to you the most and what you're most keen to learn and to bring back to the voters that elected you and to the party and the constituency that has brought you here? Secondly, your party. We have to recognize that you may want to affirm what your party leader is saying. You may want to echo the party's position, or you meant to bring your own individual perspective. And thirdly, the people. How can you build online public participation on social media? Yes, you will receive negative comments. Prepare for that. And you don't have to respond to them all, but being present there matters to people, that you're accessible. So to sum this up, for me, it's, as I said at the top, the 3 habits of highly effective senators. One is build your virtual constituency now and all the way to 2027. And you might not be somebody who uses TikTok much, but there will be a lot more voters by 2027 who will. And it's your choice what level of engagement you choose to have there. Facebook is the preeminent one now. Twitter is a very influential one, but TikTok is the fastest growing, just as an example, and you can get help and support to build this. Secondly, your voice on causes. What do you care about, and what do the people who elected you or nominated you care about? What will you speak on? And lastly, what's the vehicle for your legislative or development agenda? Chronicle your journey. And for me, I'm quite keen to see, in a year's time, who amongst you will have done the opportunity to build this and be known online or simplify the work of the Senate. Those are opportunities available to you. So I have a quote to end. It's not too different from Senator Ambua here, and it's from John Maynard Keynes, where the difficulty lies not in new ideas, but escaping the old ones. So I'll leave you with that and appreciate you for the opportunity. Thank you.
This stick is yours. Can we kindly applaud him better? Thank you. 3 habits of a highly effective digital senator. Create a virtual constituency, provide a voice for a cause, build a vehicle for your legislative agenda. More or less, borrowing from the 7 habits of a highly effective leader or manager. And I like the first one where you started, beginning with the end in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Churchill has also challenged us, engage, engage, engage. Make use of the existing relationship between the Kenya Editors Guild and the Senate to profile yourself and profile the Senate. And lastly, your story and the story of the Senate must be told by you, not other people. In life, I've come to believe if you don't define yourself, you'll be profiled by other people. And it is the profiling that will stick. We have done well on this side. You told us to keep it short, but communicate and sweet. I think on this side, we've kept it short and sweet. Now we want to see how you're going to do with what you want. Remember what the minister said yesterday. You want quality service, but you don't want to pay taxes, and you don't want government to borrow. You people, you want us to save time, so the ball is on this side. We'll take 2 quick and sweet comments or questions from here, another 2 from here, and 2 from there. And we will stop there. Can we begin here? Senator here. After this one, anyone else on this side? Senator Karanja. That's it for that side. And guys, in this side, you have kept it very well. Gender parity.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Let me compliment the panelists for job well done. Makaigwa, I think I've learned a lot. I will create and see how best I can do as I look forward to 2027.
The panelists are requesting that you introduce yourself.
Sorry, thank you.
To know you, sure.
Thank you very much. My name is Hilary Sigay, Senator for Bomet County. My question is directly to Churchill. In your comments, the last session, you said that there is, from the media, a competition between the senators and the governors. That is largely what I got. From the previous presentations we have had, and this being a legislative house, the governors are executive. The previous presenters whom we had in our first and second day were of the view that there's largely competition between the National Assembly and the Senate for obvious reasons. But then you've added a commentary to the effect that there is competition between senators and governors as far as the media is concerned. I believe that is so. Now, in terms of the roles of the two bodies, how would it be then that the media is picking that to be that there exists a competition? And two, the oversight, where you picked that from the media perspective, largely it is obtained from the Auditor General's report. Is there another way in which we can also enhance, from the media perspective, the oversight role of the Senate? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Keep it short and sweet. Senator Karanja, Tabitha.
Yeah. Tabitha Kiroche, Senator Nakuru County. Mine is just maybe a question. Another one is maybe I start with what I have seen in the media industry and what I remember about the 10 year of the Jubilee government is that cartoon of having the media people go to State House and given the flower. And true to the fact, it ended that way. For the 10 years, I think that flower, 2 years, 10 years, it was the same. And knowing what media is, their space they need to take, how does it feel when you know that the 10 years has ended and you've not done your part? Mine, I got into the Facebook just the other day when I came to the politics. But what surprises me is the people who have been there before. So you could say something, you just say something somewhere. Then you are in the TikTok, but the first people to call you, they try, don't comment. So you get confused. So I need you to advise me. Because I feel the fire to get out there and explain myself. Right. But now I'm like controlled by everyone all over. Don't comment. Have you seen your trading? Don't comment. So I think I would want to know that so that I know when to comment and know not to. Thank you.
Thank you. You become a victim of your own success. Okay. A speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Session Chair. Let me also appreciate the presence of the panelists. Now, the media is a very powerful tool when it comes to dissemination of information to our people. And as a Senate, we would really wish to partner with the media so that, one, the people of Kenya can begin to appreciate the role and mandate of the Senate. And whatever, if you go to the villages today and ask Kenyans what the mandate and role of the Senate is, they will respond in terms of what they picked from the media. And that's why I feel the media is such a powerful tool in terms of shaping the understanding of the ordinary Kenyans about the role and mandate of the Senate. My biggest concern is when then the media that is so powerful takes distorted information to the Kenyans, because that will inform the understanding of our role. I'll give you a case in point. The first day we came here, the first session after the opening session was on the mandate and functions of the Senate. The mandate and function of the Senate is drawn from the supreme law of the land, that is the Constitution. And one of those functions is actually oversight. And the question that was being discussed is how then do you offer effective oversight as a senator? How do you get facilitated in your office? Or how do the office of the senator get facilitated so that you discharge that constitutional responsibility? Now, I was watching news yesterday, and what I saw, the headline was House of Greed. that was the headline that was in the news. And then, you know, with that information, you tend to distort the understanding of Kenyans as far as the role and function of the Senate. And therefore, going forward, I think the media needs to be a partner in helping Kenyans appreciate our role. Otherwise, then, there's a lot of negativity that is going to be built, and we will see Kenyans trying to gang up. Instead of supporting the Senate or the National Assembly, they will gang up basically to fight an organ that was created for to fight for them. And therefore, my plea to the media, I know that good news doesn't sell. And the media, you are in business and you want to make money. But let the desire to make money destroy the very positive achievement that we can have if you unpackage the truth and unpackage what can be used by Kenyans to build trust in the Senate and also build trust in the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mutinda and Ososi. Then we go there, yeah? And then lastly, Manzo, you'll be the last person. Wow, I see Seki also and Kavindu. Okay, so we will give them, but please, straight to the point.
Thank you.
You know, you kept it short and sweet here.
Thank you.
Do the same.
Thank
Please.
you very much. Thank you, the session chair. My name is Godfrey Osotsi. I'm the senator of Vihiga County. If you can allow me to spend a minute on his compliment to me, which I think is very important for members, even as we start our Senate. I served in the ICT committee of the 13th National Assembly, and a lot of issues to do with media, independence and freedom came there, which he knows that I played a big role in it. But one most important issue was a storm generated by the unlawful and unilateral removal of one member of the Media Council by the then Cabinet Secretary Musheru. And the petition came to Parliament, and the entire ICT committee, because of the influence of the government, decided to support the minister. And I stood firm and I said, this is wrong. And when we wrote a report, I wrote a dissenting report. I felt like the whole world was falling on me. The entire government was putting pressure on me. Even the House leadership was putting pressure on me. But this lady had raised very fundamental governance issues at Media Council. So I went to the floor. After the chair then presented his report, I stood up to present my dissenting report. And I managed to move the whole House to reject that report. So I think that's what he was alluding to as one of my contributions. And I think that's a lesson that sometimes when we are serving on these committees, there is a tendency to have state capture. So as a member, you need to be firm and do what is right for the country and for the public interest. But that aside, I wanted to raise an issue, but unfortunately, Parliamentary Service Commission is not one of the panelists. And the issue I wanted to raise, which partly touches on what Honorable Speakers talked about, is a strategic media communication and management in Parliament. I have seen that we have a gap there. Because so far, what we have now is a media center where we have reporters and all that, and they move around waiting for press conferences, and sometimes listening to hearsay on the corridors, and that is what they published. We want a system where we have strategic interface between Parliament and the media. And probably we need to start thinking about having a parliamentary spokesperson, just the same way we have a parliamentary spokesperson for government, so that those strategic communication, because a lot of good things happen in Parliament, but most of the time those things are never reported upon. It's only the things that look juicy and bad which are reported on. But we can manage that. So I wanted to ask Churchill, how can Parliament engage the media tactfully and strategically so that we have the right information coming from Parliament to the public?
Thank you. Senator Mutinda, please. Let's keep it brief, if we can.
Sure. My question goes to Mr. Churchill, and it's good you have an analysis of the new senators at 55%. And I would like to put my question like this. One, when we were on the ground campaigning, when it came to the media platforms, there is, for lack of a better word, let me just say the brown envelope. And I wanted to understand, is it ethical? And why am I putting it like that? Because with your 55%, having noted that we have quite a number of new senators, platform is normally given, especially to the female, when there's normally a scandal. That is when you want to take it up. But at this particular new moment, new start, what openings and how are you opening up that? Are we still going to follow the brown thing that I've mentioned, or it's going just to be balanced and open? Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sige, take the microphone to her. That brown envelope thing is as old as journalism, so.
Thank you so much. Senator Crystal Asige, I'm representing people with disabilities and special interest groups. My first question is to Churchill. Many people don't know this about me, but I actually studied in the UK, in Bristol. I'm also a media professional. And after my studies, after my degree, I worked at BBC in Bristol from 2011. So I feel like we're colleagues in that way as well. One thing that I learned at BBC News is, apart from what you said, Mr. Churchill, about quality journalism and ethical journalism, we also learned integrity and impartiality. And I feel as though people with disabilities are not represented at all well in media in Kenya. Our narrative is either inspirational or warrior. And there's nothing in the middle that actually represents us well. And my question to you at the Guild is, how can journalists stop being lackadaisical about their writing stories, but actually find stories that are away from these two extremes? Because there is much more that is interesting about me than my visual impairment. And also to you, Churchill, representation. You said media has been fighting for independence and freedom, just like us actually in the disabled community. We are fighting for freedom from these stories that are on screen and on radio. So how can you encourage the Guild to have more anchors who are people with disabilities, to have more radio presenters who are people with disabilities, so that we can start seeing ourselves in the media in a different kind of light, apart from the warrior stories or the extremely inspirational stories?
Thank you.
And my second question, please, Mr. Chair, is to Mark. Not really a question, but a comment. Thank you for your last quote about escaping old narratives. And the Google CV, which, by the way, is written by journalists, it's not really written by us, isn't it? So please write this in my new Google CV. Senator Crystal Asige, visually impaired person turned visually impaired parliamentarian, VIP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, VIP. Let's listen to Senator Manzo. Can I kindly ask that we keep it brief?
Yes, Chair, I will keep it brief. One is on negative media on Parliament. A lot of time the media contributes to the failure of members of Parliament coming back owing to the negative stories published about National Assembly or Senate, like what the Speaker has said. You find that it is consistent throughout the 5 years, and the country condemns the whole House as if nothing good has come out of it. Secondly, what is the percentage expected of a member or a normal citizen to engage in social media? Is too much of social media dangerous? And if so, what would be your advice as to what percentages should you take or reject of social media?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
The last two. Oh, the numbers are growing. Okay, Governor, I'll give you the last chance for a minute so we get these two here that we had already given a chance. My goodness, my sister also wants to say something. What do you do?
My name is Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama from Machakos County. To both of you media people, thank you for your presentation. But it is said that media can build you or can destroy you. How true is this? And if it is true, can I ask, or may I ask, that you go on the way of building the people more than destroying? My second comment, it's just a comment that it is true, social media can really help, because with my politics, it's really helped me. I posted everything that I was doing in the Senate House, and wherever I engaged with my governor, I posted, and it really, really helped me in coming back with my campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Kajiado. And then lastly,
thank you,
yeah,
Chair.
just keep it short.
Thank you, Chair. This is to Churchill. Want to understand much more about independence and freedom of media, particularly not really on your area, but again on the issues concerning particularly what happened even in the previous elections, where we found that media almost went to one side. It was almost one-sided media across board. We really want to understand why and how can we really help as Senate to make sure that you try to be neutral all the time. Because what we really realized, Kenya Kwanza, I'm sorry to say this, was almost in a very trouble to shoot and even be seen on their engagement. We really need to understand as the Senate, how can we really help you so that at least that independence and freedom can be realized in Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker, protect me from Senator Maina. She is saying that I need to confirm. She is confirming something. For the avoidance of doubt, and this from a journalist, all private media houses have a right to choose a political direction. The only media house that can never be allowed to take sides is a state-sponsored media house. For the avoidance of doubt, let's hear Senator. Now there are interests. No. We'll finish with Senator Madago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, picking up from where you have said, I was going to ask Churchill that to the run-up of the election, we saw how the media was behaving across the coalitions, but that's not my problem. There are journalists who would want to be fair in their reporting, but they are caught in between the interests of the media owner and ethical journalist practice and expectation. How do you help such journalists to be able to execute their work without losing their jobs? Because we know some of them have run into trouble for going in a direction probably the media owner doesn't like. Number two, is follow up on what my honorable speaker has said. I've been a governor, and what worries us is the headlines that are normally popped up by the media. But when you scrutinize, it's just about one paragraph, but doesn't have the details of what the headline is saying. So sometimes these kind of headlines really cannot support or bring us as partners. From where I sit, I used to think that the Senate is enjoying all the media publicity to bash governors. I'm surprised we are in the same circle of, we also need publicity. So probably this time around, we need to engage and see how we can partner and make sure we bring out the fair view of the representation and the works of the Senate and the National Assembly. I just looked at the headline today and I said, surely, what is the purpose of a commission if it cannot engage with the people they are serving?
Thank you.
So how do you call engagement greed? You know, and by that definition. So I think we also have to really be fair. And my friend Senator Osotsi, when we take a position on the media on some of the things they do, I hope you'll support us.
Thank you. Speaker, honorable senators, what is eating you, Senator Ojienda? Can you make it very small?
Very, very small.
Yes.
Chair, I just want to, and I'm sure Churchill probably will not tell us this, I do not know whether the media has the ability to track bills right from the time they originate from either committees or caucuses to the time they become bills in the House and then eventually law, so that we have some positive report, because that is the only way that you can talk about engagement that is fruitful and that will build Senate, and that will also build the National Assembly if at all the bill originates from the National Assembly to the House. So I think that is my contribution, that let us move in that direction as opposed to these stories that we read of House of Greed, which are perspectives that have nothing to do with the substance of what we discuss.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just comment on what you have said. I believe, Clerk, we have a tracking mechanism in the Senate for bills. So media will just need to go and plug that and report. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to stop there. I want to invite our panelists, each one of you, 5 minutes, condense your thoughts, respond. Let's do this thing. We'll start with Churchill. You want to go first? Sure.
Enoch is being the editor. I'll try do this in 5 minutes, but first appreciate the very robust feedback, and just encourage all of us that this feedback should not wait for Sawela once in 5 years. Let's find ways to bring it and bring it constantly. Every single newsroom in Kenya, the first thing they do every morning is a postmortem of their reporting of the previous 24 hours. So be encouraged to please bring through that feedback, because it just helps us to enrich the work that we do. Where we don't learn, please approach the Complaints Commission at the Media Council of Kenya, so that where you feel that the media has been completely unfair to you and that we are not even listening as you raise it, there is a court, a media court known as the Complaints Commission. Approach it, and they try to adjudicate these matters fairly quickly. I'll try to run through on some specific issues raised. Senator Bomet, mine was kind of just to raise the question as to how much is too much, and are there other ways? You know, if the auditor was not there, where else would you get that data? Is it the county plan, for example? And can we therefore encourage our counties to develop those plans? Senator Nakuru, that visit to State House is highly debated. But I think the bigger question is, should our State House be such that anybody who visits it gets profiled in a particular way? So it's a bigger question for all of us, I guess. We can pick up the details after this. Speaker, thank you very much for acknowledging and putting on record that you want to partner. We too want to partner, and not just in words, also in deed. The questions you raised in terms of oversight, distortion, the media quest for money, so that it seems like many of the decisions we take are purely profit-led, are fairly huge questions that are in play in the media today. We didn't have enough time, but maybe when we do the editor's retreat with the Senate, we'll share a lot more granular detail and data on what's happening in the media today. But the catchword is that unless we are careful as leaders of this country, we will lose independent media in Kenya. Yeah? A lot of the media entities are tottering on the cliff. They're hardly able to sustain the work that they must do. So sometimes some of the mistakes and errors and sins you see, a good portion of it is not deliberate. It's purely an entity that is running out of strength. And we need to address that question. The whole question of what digital disruption has done to our media, how international platforms are taking out resources from our space, and how then do we find sustainable ways to make sure that there is a strong media delivering for us. But I'm sure we can get into the detail around that, Speaker. Brown envelope is illegal by law, Senator Mutinda. And where you have that evidence, I want to offer here that the Guild is willing to work with you so that you help us. I'm told it's no longer just envelopes, that envelopes might be for the people, journalists in Mashinani. Those in Nairobi are taking briefcases. We have to work together to deal with that. Something Senator Soti said about strategic media communications, I think answers a lot of the questions that we raised, including the question my senator raised, Senator Ojienda. The legislative agenda of the Senate is something that is deliberated by these leaders in a variety of ways and also in your committees, so that no matter ever shows up on the floor as a surprise. The question then becomes, what measures are put in place to make sure that the reporters and the editors would be ready with some background briefing, for example, prior to that debate? A lot of people are doing that today. And I'm sure we can work together to find ways to make sure that we empower our people. I just conclude. I hope I've covered all of them, and where I haven't, I'm happy to engage. Thank you.
Simpigie Churchill makofi kidogo tafadhali. Mark, you said you can do this in 2 minutes?
Thank you for the questions. I think the bulk of them are to Churchill, but I'll speak to at least a few that were shared with my reference. So I think Senator Karanja, you had mentioned about Facebook and the dilemma of when do you speak and when do you defend yourself or provide your point of view as a matter for the public record. So I would say that in the business world, I understand you had probably PR and corporate communications professionals surrounding you, and it can be an emotive issue, especially when people are trying to goad you into saying something back or to defending yourself, when people cast aspersions on your character or make claims about you. Obviously, if it's a matter in court, that one you're sort of gagged or it's the best advice to be quiet. There are other times where what public relations professionals are counting on is Kenyans to be somewhat, I don't say fully, but somewhat forgetful, if not forgiving, in the long run. That there are so many stories, there are so many Twitter trending topics that eventually it will subside. There's only so many inches in the newspaper, only so many minutes of programming, that eventually it will subside. And sometimes to speak is to give it life for now another response. Here in the Senate, however, I think this is a place where, and there are several senators, I think, that the last 5 years have been able to establish this virtual constituency. So it's a place where perhaps, and they've made mistakes too, you could argue, some things that a corporate communications professional would say, no, we don't want you to say that. But they have sometimes stood on that ground and expressed their opinions and used their freedom of expression. So in this mandate over the 5 years, my encouragement to you would be, it's good that you've joined, and it's for you to find your voice. So it's for you to find what suits you best and to listen to the council around you, because ultimately they know you and they know the voters who have entrusted you with this mandate. So that would be my encouragement to you, and I appreciate you for the comment. I think for Senator Mutinda, you said something, even though it was, I believe, to Churchill. There's a study that we did from January to June using some technology to look at hundreds of thousands of online comments from social media. And we're just looking at how, particularly women, so gender disinformation, women tend to be held to what I'd call an unequal standard on a few measures compared to their male political and public figure counterparts. And that's something I'm willing to share or just to provide for anybody who's interested. Senator Sigi, thank you for the comment. I think the Google CV, my point of view would be, and this is for all of you, I think we have Caroline Gaita here, who was earlier on the panel. So mzalendo.com will likely come up if it has not already, and will keep its own record of you. I would recommend you engage them, see how you can keep it updated and up to the information you want to be out there, and it will track, I think, your participation in the Senate over time. But the Google CV represents, ultimately you have influence. You have just as much influence as the media and the news do, because it can end up with your website, your Wikipedia page, your social media, and then the news. So you have a degree of influence there. You might not be able to control everything there, I'll tell you now, but you can influence it by deciding to do something about that. And then I think Senator Manzo, you had mentioned one point, and I think for me, if I could mention maybe some, because the question was on how much social media is too much. Now I think in Kenya, as I pointed out, the limit for how people spend their time online tends to be their megabytes and their mobile data bundles. The moment those run out, they have time, they have the attention, but they do not have the bundles to participate online. And so I think that's something which you could keep tabs on. And then last, I think, but not least, Senator, I think from Kajiado, I think the final point, Session Chair, was in the 2002 election, if you wanted to voice your opinion, you would call KBC, call KTN, call the media, call a press conference, issue a statement, maybe send a fax or a letter. And nowadays, you have 24 hours of unlimited space on your social media profiles to set your agenda. So what you do with that is up to you. Thank you.
What you do with that, it's up to you. I think that's a good place to end this session. I want to take this opportunity to thank the panelists. Thank you very much for creating time to share those insights with us. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for being engaged through the session, honorable members and staff. I'm very grateful. I will just conclude by saying two things. One, don't ever forget that today's mainstream media houses, and Churchill has said it, are fighting a serious battle with commercial interests. What is left of editorial interest in the newspapers and in the TVs and in the radios is so small that it will take the input of all of us to save our media. Secondly, in an ideal situation, the media is supposed to be the mirror of society. When you stand before it, you don't like the dirt on your face or the speck in your eye, remove them. Don't break the mirror. I thank you, and God bless you. So I think, Clerk, we can move on to the next session so that we finish. Yeah? Clerk, you'll guide us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wambua, for that session. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators, we would like to request that we transition to the next session and be done with this before we go for lunch, with your indulgence. The clerk rarely puts the question, but may I put the question? As many as of that opinion, say aye. Thank you very much. Senator Okongo Mogeni, you are presiding on this next session. Please, Senior Counsel.
Senator Wambua, at least I'm not the one who put the question. Mr. Speaker, sir, and Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Senators, have been deserted by the chair of this session, Senator Cheptumo, who sent me a text indicating that he is away attending burial of his deputy governor. So as a lawyer, he requested me to stand in and hold his brief. So I'll be acting as the chair and the discussant this afternoon. Because of time, I want to proceed straight to call in front my panelists. My name is Senator Okongo Omogeni, and I'm going to chair and guide the deliberations on session 12, which will take us through legislative and committee business in the Senate. And guiding us through that discussion will be none other than our clerk, Mr. Nyegenye, whom I'll request to move now to the front. Mr. Nyegenye has been introduced here and unpackaged so many times that I don't think I need to unpackage him, other than just telling you all that he's our clerk, and by virtue of the provisions of Article 127, he is our secretary in Parliamentary Service Commission. So he wears those two hats. He will also be joined by Mohammed Ali, our deputy clerk. I don't know where you are, Mohammed. Yes, you can join us, Mohammed. Yeah, so Mr. Nyegenye will take us through an overview of our standing orders. And if you are a preacher, wherever you go, even if it's a burial, you must carry your Bible. And I'm told for any good parliamentarian, anytime you are on the floor of the House, you must be armed with your standing orders. Senator Sigei. So to take us through an overview of our standing orders will be our clerk, Jeremiah Nyegenye, and I'm sure you'll also dwell into how the standing orders guide us to carry business in a bicameral parliament. After that, we'll invite Mohammed Ali, our deputy clerk, and thereafter, if you permit me, Senator Mwaruma, we seek leave and your permission to condense these two programs so that we also have Eunice Gishangi joining us. So I'm requesting Senator Mwaruma, if you can also come to the front and take your seat somewhere here. Gishangi, you can hold your foot. I'll call you later. So Senator Maruma, you can join us. Therefore, I want to invite our clerk to take us through an overview of our standing orders. Bwana Clerk.
Thank you very much, Senator Okongo Mogeni, Senior Counsel. I had prepared an elaborate presentation that was going to last about 2 hours, but realizing the paucity of time that is available to us, I propose to speak for a lot less, possibly 10 to 15 minutes. So I will not be going through standing order by standing order. I propose just to interest you, particularly the new standing orders, into the mysteries of the standing orders and what lies in there. So I'll just speak to the various chapters and what you expect to find in there and the importance of the various chapters of the standing orders. In the last session, one of the presenters spoke about the 3 habits of highly effective, I believe, people or people who engage with the media or senators. In this one, I just want to give you one habit of highly effective senators. That one habit is familiarity with standing orders. There is probably no other way. What do the following legislators, the following legends in legislative work have in common? Just to name a few: Martin Shikuku, George Haniri, James Orengo, Boni Halwale, Moses Wetangula, Kipchumba Murkomen. The list is long, but these are people who have distinguished themselves, and I think their secret is their familiarity with standing orders. Let me begin with one anecdote. I used to style myself as a desk officer for former parliamentarians, a purely honorary position. So they would come to my office, and I found it very interesting engaging with some of them. And before his demise, I asked Martin Shikuku this story about the day he challenged the Honorable George Saitoti and what that was all about. And he said, yes, I did. I asked him, so what happened exactly? He said he was very cross with the front bench. And on this one occasion, he said, you know, some of these people from the front bench, they don't know anything about the standing orders. They just come here, they don't do their work, they don't do their homework, they are let down to the legislature. And Honorable Saitoti here, leader of government business, doesn't know the first thing about the standing orders. In fact, I want to challenge him. If he knows what standing order number 1 says, I will resign. And he didn't resign. I think the long and short is he never resigned. So I want to challenge him. Can he tell us, Mr. Speaker, what the standing order number 1 says? So I asked him how he could take such a risk and whether he was going to have resigned. And he said, you know, I had made sure that there was no standing order around where, before daring him, I had made sure there was none around. So standing order number 1, you need to know standing order number 1. It is a standing order, a default standing order, which allows continuity and which allows the House never to stall. Because in any matter that is not specifically provided for, we find recourse in standing order number 1, allowing the Speaker to decide any procedural question where we don't have other provision. And the Speaker is supposed to be guided by the Constitution, statute law, usages, forms, precedents, customs, procedures and traditions of the Parliament of Kenya, and other jurisdictions to the extent that these are applicable. So if you remember, no other standing order number 1 is very important because it has been invoked a lot of times when we run into difficulties when it doesn't appear that there is provision. But let's first find anchor of the standing orders. The authority for the standing orders is in Article 124 of the Constitution, which provides that each House of Parliament may establish committees and shall make standing orders for the orderly conduct of its proceedings and the proceedings of its committees. So the standing orders are firmly located and anchored in the Constitution. And the Constitution also provides at Article 117 that Parliament may, for the purpose of the orderly and effective discharge of its business, provide for the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament, its committees, the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, the chairpersons of committees, and members. So that's just important to locate the standing orders. They have constitutional basis. One of the questions that sometimes asked is where they rank, say, vis-a-vis legislation. If you were to find that the standing orders are in contravention or they are not in sync with statutory provision, what the correct hierarchy would be. The standing orders are the rules the House has set for itself for the discharge of its business. Part 1 of the standing orders is important. Please take time to look at the various definitions. There are a lot of things you can find in Part 1. What is a parliamentary party? What does it mean when something can only be done by leave of the Senate? What are the presence of Parliament? What is a sitting day? Please find time to look through the definitions, because only then can you locate the various terms that are used in the standing orders. Part 2, the swearing in of senators, we just went through that. Part 3, the procedure for the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, we just went through that. We probably won't go through it again until another 5 years, but it's useful to look through the requirement that every senator must be sworn before they commence the business and all that. Part 4, who presides in the Senate, presiding in the Senate, and also the resignation and procedure for removal of a Speaker and Deputy Speaker. This is the first time we have put this in the standing orders. The previous time we had not had provision for that. The Presidium, Part 5, presiding in the Senate, who presides, and members of the Speaker's panel. Of course, the Speaker presides in committees. Usually it will be the chairperson of committees, that would be the Deputy Speaker or the members of the panel. Part 6, the political leadership of the Senate majority and minority leaders and their deputies, how they are determined based on party strength, who initiates the correspondence. In fact, right now we are running through that. We are expecting correspondence for the majority and minority sides, telling us who their leadership are, who's the minority leader, who's the majority leader, who are their whips. And the way that is done is under Part 6. Part 7, which we will shortly next week experience, addressed by the President or a visiting dignitary. How do we get to the place where the President comes to address, and a joint sitting that will be addressed by the President when we open? What happens? We stand to order, we don't clap, we don't applaud, we listen to the President in silence. Thereafter, we retire to the two houses to discuss the President's speech for up to 3 days, and then after we continue with our business. Also provision for visiting dignitaries. The Senate has had visiting dignitaries. Both the Senate and the Assembly has had visiting dignitaries address the houses. Part 8, the calendar sittings and adjournments of the Senate. Very important. Legislators from the times of yore will remember that the Parliament never always had control of its calendar. Some of the things you can't take for granted. Now the Senate has full control of the calendar, and that's going to be determined by the Senate Business Committee. When it meets, we will give a draft, and so the Senate decides for itself when it will be in session, when it will be in recess, and ordinarily, we will run every year. A session is a year. Every year, we will ordinarily run from the second Tuesday of February to the first Thursday of December. Just to note, our sitting times are not the same as the National Assembly. we only sit afternoons. The assembly sits morning and afternoon. On Wednesday, we sit only afternoons. We never sit mornings. We used to, but the Senate is in charge of its calendar. In times when we had older senators, they thought we shouldn't sit in So, Speaker, I don't know whether this is going to change. The quorum of the Senate, part 8, 15 senators required before we can begin business. It looks like a small number, but it poses a challenge sometimes. And we will not be beginning business until and unless we have 15 senators. So if the bell is rung and it's time to start, but we don't have 15 senators in the chamber, we will not be beginning business. We have reverted to this because it's a constitutional requirement. We had abandoned it, and it was up to a senator to raise it, but questions of the constitutionality of proceedings held without quorum arose, and now we require it. And we also require quorum before we can go to a vote or a division. Part 10, the order of business. There is no ambush in the legislature. We usually tell you what the business will be in the order paper. We'll put it out in the website. You will know in advance what the weekly program is. This is a requirement. This order paper, this business is determined by the Senate Business Committee. We sometimes are confronted by senators who are unhappy. Where is my bill? It's not on the order paper. Where is my motion? That determination is made by the Senate Business Committee. The Secretariat does not schedule business. The next part, which I have mistakenly set out as 10, which I believe is 11. 1 minute. Yes, 11, messages. The principal means by which the two houses communicate is through messages. If we want to, the Senate wants to communicate with a county assembly or a governor or the president, that would be also by message. So look at messages. But there's also provision for the speaker to give an advisory opinion to counties, part of the custodial role of the Senate, to bring some standardization to the business of county assemblies. There is provision for the Speaker of the Senate to give an advisory to the county assemblies. Part 12, statements, is a very important part. And please avail yourself of the opportunity provided by Part 7. Because you have an opportunity which the other house does not have. There is more airtime in the Senate, and this device of statements gives you as a senator on any day the opportunity to speak on any matter. There's our statements hour every sitting day, and you can speak on any matter of county concern, of regional concern, of international concern, of topical concern. So it will become very sad if we have to adjourn for lack of quorum, because it means that no senator wants to speak on any matter of county concern, which is the principal business, of regional concern, of international concern, of topical concern. So please avail yourself of the opportunity to do statements. You can express, it's a house of reflection. Your reflections on, I don't know, on DNA and advances in science and space exploration and regional integration and whatever it is, that is, if it is topical. But it's also the opportunity to speak to matters relating to your county, issues arising from the county. But we ask that these are of county-wide concern, not, and this is a problem we have faced, because sometimes towards particularly the end of a session, senators sometimes are eyeing a constituency for election. So we begin to have requests for statements about something that happened in a ward, or that's happening in some village, or in some location. Or because of the nature of the Senate as a national chamber, we ask that statements are of county-wide concern, or national concern, or regional concern, or international concern. It's also the place where Committee chairs can speak on any day about their portfolio. It's also the day when you can ask any of the chairs anything about matters in their portfolio. It's a tremendous opportunity, and sometimes there's regret in the Secretariat that not enough opportunity is utilized of this very important device. Part 13, motions. The motion is a principal means of getting a decision by the Senate. Statements don't lead to a decision. They can lead to a decision, they can lead to an answer. You can ask and get an answer. You can convey your opinion or your position on a matter. But motions are the principal means of getting a decision. So if you want a decision, then the way to get a decision of the Senate is through a motion, and there are rules about what a motion, what can be in a motion, what cannot be in a motion. So please take time to study that. Special motions, some motions are designated as special motions because of their important constitutional nature. There are timelines when they must be disposed of. Look at what special motions are, and they must be disposed of within 14 days, otherwise they will be deemed to be withdrawn. Part 15, approval of public appointments. What's the procedure for that? We don't do many public appointments, but this could grow by statute. Inspector General of Police, commissioners of SRC, when we have some vetting by the Senate, that's part 15. Part 16, procedure for removal from state office. As you know, the Senate is the final trial court for impeachment of the president or deputy president, governor or deputy governor. This is probably the highest calling of the Senate, to preside over the removal of a president, deputy president, governor or deputy governor. So look at the procedure for that. Part 17, voting and divisions. The two different types of matters and the vote. Matters which concern counties, voting by delegation. Matters which do not concern counties, voting by the whole body of the Senate. And the Speaker is the one who decides when a matter concerns counties or does not concern counties. You have been taken through delegations, and the head of the delegation, and we will get designations for the delegation. The important part, of course, is that all bills, whenever it is a bill, all bills, the only bills in the Senate are bills concerning counties. So voting on any and all legislation is by delegations. Rules of debate, part 18, you can mix languages. For example, you address the Speaker, not the other senator. Please look through all the rules of debate. Otherwise, every time you stand to speak, you will be thrown off your feet by somebody pointing out something. You know, you are not relevant, or you are speaking on twice on a question, or you are anticipating debate, or you are speaking about a matter that's sub judice and so on, or you haven't declared an interest to a matter you are speaking to. So look at the rules of debate. That will be very useful for you. Limitation of debate, part 19. This is this rule was introduced. You can't believe it, but this rule was never there, and you could filibuster. Filibuster is endless speaking so as to wear out the other people, or just to make sure that you don't go to the next business, or you don't go to a vote because you don't have the numbers, so you filibuster. You speak and speak and speak. It's very interesting, where in legislatures, when they didn't have this rule, somebody would come and start to speak, come with a book and start to read it from page 1. Just go on, because there's no rule. You are in the course of your contribution. So someone comes with a big novel and they start to read it and read on and on, and we will not go to a vote. So that forces the side which had the numbers to negotiate, because otherwise it will never end. But now we have a rule which limits the time for debate. Then we have to go to a vote. Order in the Senate, very important, about maintaining order, not carrying firearms, standing and being silent when the speaker is on their feet, not remaining seated during chamber, avoiding irrelevance and repetition, gross disorderly conduct. The Senate has not had a lot of trouble with disorderly conduct and senators being asked to leave. The consequences of being suspended or being asked to leave are severe, so it will be very good that you never get into the situation. So, but please look at the rules of order, maintenance of order. Part 21, public bills and the entire procedure for legislation on how that runs. That will be very important. The important thing is if you want any bill done for you, we have a legal office, write to the office of the clerk. We designate a legal counsel to help you with your idea, to make it into a proposal, and to run all the way to publication and becoming a bill. So you only need to have the idea, you ask for help, we will provide it, you have a bill to your name. Private bills, the same procedure as public bills, but we have never had a private bill in the Senate for the time we have been here. I don't know if we will have. You will have to pay for a private bill yourself. A private bill essentially is a bill which does not concern the public at large. It relates to a private matter and doesn't concern the rest of the country. And it saves you have to save the rights of the rest of the public. We haven't had any such, we probably are unlikely. Committee of the Whole, 23, the principal place where legislation is thoroughly discussed and amendments made is in Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole is the principal place where amendments, where discussions on a bill are done before ultimately returning to the plenary to pass the bill. So look at the Committee of the Whole. 24, procedure on division of revenue and county allocation of revenue. Please familiarize yourself with that important part, because this is one of the most solemn duties again of the Senate, passing the division of revenue bill and the county allocation of revenue bill. Part 25, select committees, all about committees. Which are the committees? What do they deal with? How do you become, who determines members of the committees? How are they passed? What are the rules of the committees? When do they meet? Who calls meetings? Please look at the rules on select committees. Next part I want to speak about 27 public petitions, a very important role of Parliament. Public petition is supposed to be an avenue for the citizen who is aggrieved and who cannot find other suitable remedy, or they have exhausted other suitable remedy. So they come to the legislature as the apex body expressing the sovereignty of the people and comes by prayer to the legislature to find relief. Unfortunately, it has been the experience that sometimes committees have found petitions to be a nuisance, which is a pity, because it's a constitutional right of every citizen to petition the legislature and to seek relief. So when the petitions come, petitions in our view are an important part of committee work. They enable the legislature to know what is disturbing the citizens, to investigate it, to present a report. Unfortunately, that's as far as it goes. But many times, petitions have led to action. They may embarrass the aggressor, they may embarrass government into action, they bring visibility to a matter. So petitions are really, really quite important. The one that comes most to my mind is Ouru, Ms. Gishang, what was it called? Ouru Owino. The residents of a place, I think, which was called Ouru Owino, who are suffering the effects of some toxic waste. And people are really getting really sick, and kids being born who are deformed. And that petition came to the Senate, and as a result of that, there was action and there was satisfactory relief. So petitions very important. Part 28, journals and records and broadcast of proceedings. Everything we do in the legislature is recorded. That's why it's a house of record. Nothing is done idly. Everything that happens in committee, everything that happens on the floor is recorded, is captured in voice, is captured in audio, and the clerk is made a custodian of these records, and they are available. You can obtain access to these records. Part 29, procedure on reports from the East African Legislative Assembly and the Pan-African Parliament. That just gives the procedure for how these reports come to the House. Part 30, public access to the Senate and its committees. Generally, the general rule is that the public have access. And Senator Halwale raised that point the other day, although this is not the chamber. But generally, they have access to the Senate and its committees. But there are situations when there could be a limitation to that access, and the Speaker determines in the chamber, and in committee, the committee chairperson determines when to exclude the public. It is a remedy, it's something that must be used very sparingly, because citizens have a right to know, and this is public business, not private business. Citizens have a right to know. The Constitution requires that we allow citizens access and participation in the business of Parliament and its committees. There are also general provisions in Part 31. There are provisions about when you can attend before the National Assembly, how and when you can go to a county assembly. You can go to your own county assembly according to its rules, but you cannot go to another county assembly of a county other than your own and speak there unless you are allowed by the Speaker. Provision about failure to attend sittings, 8 sittings. In the past, it used to be consecutive. By the Constitution now, it is not consecutive. It is a total of 8. Before, you needed to miss this one and the next until there were 8. Now, you miss 8 in total without Speaker's permission, and you lose. Well, there's a procedure for how to lose your seat on that account. It was actually nearly invoked in the National Assembly, and it went all the way, but somehow the member concerned did not lose their seat. So it's not an idle provision. A seat can actually be lost. Where to sit in the chamber, this already came up, I think, on the first day of sitting. You can sit anywhere in the chamber except some designated seats. Traveling outside, please note that when you travel out of the country on business or on private travel, you need to let the Speaker know, and that helps you with the loss of the seat. Because if the Speaker is aware that, and you inform them that you are away, therefore you are away with the knowledge and possibly with the approval of the Speaker. There is a new part 32 on virtual sittings. This was a consequence of the advent of the pandemic. And at some point it became the default. Virtual sitting almost became the default. But it's important to understand that virtual sittings under the standing orders are only virtual or hybrid, are only to be held where it is not possible to hold an in-person sitting. And that determination must be made by the Speaker and the Senate Business Committee. So in the foreseeable future, it is difficult to see when, if remaining as it is difficult to see when we will have a virtual or hybrid sitting. But there's provision. Then at 33, amendment of the standing orders. The standing orders can be amended on the initiative of a senator, or otherwise there is a periodic review of the standing orders by the procedure and Rules Committee, which then brings a report to the Senate. So if you feel aggrieved by the standing orders, or you think there's provision for something that needs to be changed, there is recourse, because the standing orders are amenable to amendment. So I will want to end it there and just end by again commending to you a regular reading of the standing orders, because they will really make you an effective legislator. Thank you very much for your time.
Let us have better claps for the clerk. Thank you so much. Senators, staff, and all participants, good afternoon. My name is Jones Maruma. I'm the senator for Taita Taveta. And so that you're not confused, I will chair the next session so that Senator Okongo Mogeni can be a discussant. Our next presenter, who will be presenting on marshalling of legislative business before the Senate, is none other than SDC, Mr. Mohammed Ali, MBS, our deputy clerk, and would give him like 15 minutes to present, and then you would be followed by Senator Kongo Mogeni, who would then be the discussant. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Marum. Honorable Speaker and honorable senators, I wish to take you through this topic on marshalling of legislative business. No, it's okay. I got it. Now, marshalling of legislative business, honorable senators, is what kind of business you will transact on the floor of the House, when and how. So I'll summarize, because some of the explanations were given by the speaker, by the clerk. And taking you through this, I'll take you through the structure of sittings of the Senate, the legislative tools that you will use, and a bit on political parties, caucuses, and groups as related to how they help in the legislative process. So in terms of marshalling of business, the systems that you can use as a legislator, whether in the Senate or in the National Assembly or any legislative unit, is either through the plenary sittings, committee sittings, or if you are a leader through the political leadership within Parliament, there's a way you can impact on that marshalling, as well as the political caucuses and groups. The tools to be used, as indicated by the clerk, are bills, statements, motions, petitions, papers, delegated legislation, which is a subsidiary legislation, the budget approval process, the audit and the other reports, as well as public appointments. These three, which are the budget process, the audit reports, and public appointments, will take the form of a motion in the end, but the processes in terms of the requirements are a bit different. So I thought to share with you these 8 tools so that you can understand what are the options you have. Now, analyzing the structure of the Senate sittings, I'll be sharing with you statistics on how it was, just to show you the peak time and off-peak time. This will really affect how you plan yourself for the next 5 years, when it is the peak moment and the off-peak time for the legislative calendar. As you very well know, the first sitting of the new Senate was held, and this is usually not more than 30 days after the date of the election. That is behind us. Regular sittings, I think that has been explained by the clerk. I don't need to repeat myself. There's another sitting, framework of sitting, which is the special sittings. This one is usually requested by the majority or the minority leader with the support of 15 other members. And then we have a joint sittings. This joint sitting is something that is already coming up on 29th, when the president will be addressing Parliament pursuant to the Article 132 of the Constitution. And then we have other joint sittings when we have visiting head of states. This is on a need basis. It doesn't have every other time, as well as the committee sittings which are provided for in the standing orders. Now, in terms of the statistical data, just to put you in perspective, and I think you can see this on the screen, I have divided this into the three sitting frameworks, which are the regular sittings, joint sittings, and special sittings. And it shows you the 11th Parliament versus the 12th Parliament. The key highlight of this are the following. One, the total sittings. You can see the number of sittings in 12th Parliament was 416. And you will ask the question, why? Because we had a COVID situation. I think that's the matter explained by the clerk. Because of the virtual sittings, we held many other meetings. But the most other important highlight, honorable senators, you look at the percentage of each of the sessions from session 1 to 6, where was the largest part of the sittings. And this, you can see on the screen, is between session 2, session 3, and session 4. Of course, nothing happens in session 1, and very few sittings happen in session 5 and 6. The reason this is the peak time of any parliament across the world and even across the region is usually second, third, and the fourth sessions. This will help you to plan your legislative agenda. And I'll share in this as we proceed to the rest of the tools, that if you want to introduce a bill, and I'll be sharing some of the worst case scenario statistics, is you must plan your legislative agenda now. Because if it reaches the 5th session, the political parties, the self-preservation mode will kick in. And no member usually has time for these sittings and the legislative business. Now, the challenges we have so far had, of course, the issue of quorum, and I think that has been alluded to by the clerk, and the issue of virtual sitting. The recommendation to request you is the sponsors of business to avail themselves, because sometimes a business appears in the order paper every other day, and the sponsors are never available. The issue, of course, of hybrid sittings. Members sometimes log into the hybrid system, but they could be virtually present but not participating in the debate. That itself has posed a bit of challenge for the sittings. Now, in terms of legislative tools, I will start with the bills. Now, a bill is a proposal for a new law or a proposal to amend, which includes repealing an act of parliament or a provision in an existing statute. The sources that you can use as a member of parliament is, for instance, the executive. And I think this will request the leadership to very much engage the executive so that the executive's legislative proposals can be sent to the Senate. And this gives you a bit of a source. But at your own level as a legislator, you can make contact with the relevant departments and MDS in the executive. The other is the public, matter of public interest that you as a member, you may know. Committee inquiries, for instance, a committee may have done an inquiry in Naivasha or Nakuru for that matter, and you have seen a need that is bedeviling the public, and you can pick it up as a member. You can as well pick up on a resolution, say, by the House in form of a motion and change it into a legislative proposal. Petitions, for instance, that has came from the public. The academia, for instance, they have a lot of concerns and they have done researches, and we have a lot of good memorandum with the various institutions, which we will share as we proceed. The other source is non-state actors. The civil society organizations have various proposals. And I think as a member of parliament, that is a very good source for legislative input, as well as reports of constitutional commissions, devolution stakeholders, COG, county assembly forums, and lastly, the professional associations. I'm sure many of you belong to professional associations that have some input or proposals for legislative proposal. And this can either be sponsored by yourself, or you can sponsor it as a majority leader, or you can sponsor it as a member of a committee or on behalf of the committee itself. Now, the lawmaking process is a bit long. I don't want to go into much of the details, but starts with a legislative proposal, because you come up with a proposal to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to come up with this proposal. It could be anything. You give the wider concepts of the proposal. That is given to the Honorable Speaker for approval, who then marks to the clerk to look at the constitutionality, the legality of it, to conform to the existing statutes, if so. And then the Speaker approves it for pre-publication scrutiny. Now, this pre-publication scrutiny, the legislative proposal is given to the relevant committee, which then, that committee then will invite you, the relevant cabinet ministry or the department for that matter, and they look at it to understand the effect, the impact of that legislative proposal onto the Republic and the citizenry. And then it goes for publication, and there's a publication period of 14 days. Now, during that publication period, the Speaker, under Article 110(3), is expected to seek concurrence with other Speaker, or in this case, the National Assembly, as to whether it affects counties, whether it's ordinary or a special bill. And of course, we had the challenges, which I will explain maybe in the next slides. And then it comes for first reading. Now, this first reading, it's only read by the clerk, the title of the bill, as well as the citation, and it ends there. Then after that, it goes for second reading. Now, this second reading, before it goes for the second reading, it is taken to the relevant committee for public participation. This is where now the public is invited to send memorandums and say their views about the bill. This helps you as a member to understand what is the level of understanding of the public, what is their input and their view on your legislative proposal, and then it goes for second reading. This second reading, you only discuss the general principles of the bill, and then it goes to number 8, which is the committee of the whole. Under the committee of the whole, this is where now the members now in form of a committee of the whole go through the bill clause by clause. And then the members will amend, if necessary, each of those clauses, and then as a sponsor, you'll be there to defend your position in the committee of the whole. And then, of course, it goes for third reading, referral to the National Assembly. But many a times, and this happens in bicameral parliament, is there's always a mediation process. This mediation is when the National Assembly says we do not agree that this bill is relevant and it has no any impact or effect to that regard. And then it goes for mediation process, which has a timeline of 30 days, and then presidential assent and publication. Now, the Senate bills considered, just to put you into perspective, I thought to share this with you in terms of statistical data. And you could look at the first Senate is the one of the 1964. It may not be relevant now, but second Senate and the third Senate. Now, in terms of sessions, that graphical representation gives you an idea of when it was the most productive time. If you look at the third Senate, for instance, the fifth session, I think we had the highest number of throughput in terms of the number of bills at the rate of 50 bills per that session. But it gives you comparison to the second and the third Senate, just to give you the general perspective on the peak and off-peak time for the legislative business. Now, the number of bills assented to generally between the 11th Parliament and the 12th Parliament is as indicated, but the general and the most critical highlight here is during the 11th Parliament, the total was 90. But that total of 90 represented only 16.7% in terms of how many were assented to. And the 12th Parliament, out of the 148, only 20. The asterisk there on the 21. This other one is the one on the what is this one on the referendum, the one that was black. The BBI, yes, sorry, I forgot the name, BBI, is why I'm adding that 21, because it was never assented to. because of the decision of the court. So that gives you a 20 at the throughput rate of 14.2% only. So that shows you that you may introduce 1,000 number of bills, but the percentage looking at the history here ranges from 16 to 14%. Now, this analysis is very critical, honorable senators. How long does it take a bill to be passed into a law? And I've given you 3 scenarios. But on average, it does not take less than a year. And that shows you if you introduce a bill, once we start the ordinary sittings, which is now from 4th of October, it can take you 12 other more months to complete that cycle. And I've taken 3 examples, for instance. The County Government Amendment Bill has taken the least 273 days. But it's a worst case scenario. County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Bill, as well as the Mental Health Amendment Bill, they took 965 days and 474 days. The reason for this is there are a lot of bottlenecks in the legislative process. The Senate may pass a bill, but it takes long in the National Assembly. It may just be put on the shelf on the basis of it being construed as a money bill, or the National Assembly will just introduce a similar bill and forget the Senate bill. So this statistics shows that you may propose a legislative proposal, but it can take 500 days, and that is almost 2 years. So the challenges arising out of this is for the leadership to assist in creating harmonious working relationship between the 2 houses so that the legislative business is not hampered in that way. Now, the opportunities available to come up with bills, there are so many bills that lapsed in the last parliament. Those bills are there. They may have been owned by other members who may have not made it back to the Senate. You can adopt them and improve on the content. That is available. The Directorate of Legal Services is available to assist in that regard. You could also review existing legislations to align it to the Constitution. You could also co-sponsor bills in the National Assembly, though this framework has not been much utilized in the last parliament. The other is the legislative impact assessment, so that if you see the impact of a certain statute has been analyzed in a certain way, then you can use that impact to come up with a legislation. There's also sectoral proposals from Council of Governors, as well as proposals from County Assembly forums. There are also resolutions from conferences that propose legislative interventions, including the one we have here today. You can use that as a source to come up with a bill, as well as, of course, interactions with the KEPSA, media, and other future engagement with other professional groups. And also, your professional background also matters, because you may have an legislative agenda yourself as a person, in this case, as a senator. Now, the challenges we faced, of course, as I had indicated at the beginning, are unavailability of sponsors, lack of tabling of reports by committees, the delay to process bills by the National Assembly, similar bills by the National Assembly, as well as the lack of requisite numbers of senators at the time of a division. That itself has taken a lot of time to undertake. And of course, the off-peak seasons, generally, of parliaments and the Senate in that regard. Now, honorable senators, the other tool is statements. There are different types of statements. The general statements, which the timeline is 3 hours to the sitting. Your request to committees, for instance, if something has happened in your counties, and that is 24 hours to the sitting, you have to give that request to the Speaker for approval. Standing Order also 56 provides for the chairpersons of committees to give quarterly reports to the House on what the committee has done, as well as personal nature statements in form of personal nature, which is usually by leave of the House. Now, I want to go into the details of the guiding principles, the principles and the parameters that are used to approve or not to approve statements is provided for understanding Order 55, but because of the interest of time, I want to go into those details. But now, the statement sought, just to give you general statistical data, is that there was for around 48% increase in the number of statements sought in the 12th Parliament. Compare it to the 11th Parliament, and that shows a rise in terms of number of statements. And I think this is because the honorable senators have understood their place in the Senate and the expectations from them. That is why the general throughput in terms of statements continues to increase. This data we will share soft copy so that you're able to read it through. Now, the opportunities for you to come up with the statements lies mainly with emerging issues. The emerging issues, even as we sit here, matters relating to international, regional, national, and county levels, because things arise and they emerge from day to day. And that is a good source for you to come up with a statement, as well as matters of general topical concern. Honorable Senators, the other tool is petitions. I've just shared with you the trend as well as a chart on what happens with the petitions. Usually, if we receive a petition from a member of public, we have 7 days to review. And strictly that is in the standing orders. And then the next sitting day, the speaker or a senator on behalf of the petitioners is expected to present that petition. Now, where we have a problem is the third cycle, because the moment the speaker or a senator presents that petition, it is referred to the relevant committee. Now, this has been the weakest link, because the standing orders gives a timeline of 60 days. But the committees have taken, I think, even 9 months, 6 months, or even sometimes more than a year to bring back a report. And then the tabling is within 15 days, and then the institutions that are involved have 30 days in terms of implementation of that petition as tabled by the various committees. Now, in terms of trends, that is the trends in terms of 11th Parliament and the 12th Parliament. Now, in terms of the petitions that are admitted and reported, in the 11th Parliament were 88, and the 12th Parliament was around 145. This shows 39% increase of the number of petitions. And that shows you, one, the way the public has an interest in terms of giving petitions and has trust in the Senate in terms of handling the petitions, but also the improvement by the Senate itself to undertake and to consider petitions. But around 21% have lapsed, unfortunately, by the time last Parliament came to an end. And if you look at, correspond that to 11th Parliament, was around 28%. I think, yeah, Honorable Speaker, that requires a lot of improvement as we undertake the legislative agenda going forward. Mainly the challenge, Honorable Senators, has been the lack of prioritization by committees. The other is the threshold. But this threshold, we are faced by the right of the member of the public to petition Parliament. That has been the challenge. Now, the next is the issue of petitions. There are all kinds of petitions. I won't go into the details. The normal petitions, procedural, and urgent matters of national importance. Now, this last one, urgent matters of national importance, are the motions where there's an urgent matter facing the public. For instance, the drought, or so many people have died in an accident, or there's a serious issue facing the Republic. And then 1 hour before the sitting, you request the Speaker to allow you so that the House can consider that bill, and the rest of the business is usually suspended for that regard. Now, the sources for coming up with the motions, Honorable Senators, this is where But one, exist policy gaps. I know my time is up. Procedural matters, for instance. Functional assignments, for instance, where there is a gap between the functional assignments between the national and county governments, where there is an existing gap in terms of the national government obligation to the counties. There will be emergent issues, as well as the committee activities that may arise from time to time. In terms of the trend, that's where we are. There has been around 2% decline in the number of motions. If you look at the graphical representation there, between the 12th and the 11th Parliament, but that is a bit more of me. But honorable senators, the key highlight here is during the both parliamentary terms, the highest number of motions were filed during the second, third, and the fourth sessions. Now that answers what I had discussed in terms of the peak and the off-peak time of the sittings of the Senate, and that gives you projections on when you need to file motions. The rest, the papers laid, I want to go into the details. Messages, I think this is more of a straightforward. The number of total messages increased with the last Parliament compared to the 11th Parliament as indicated. This we will share the soft copy. And then the other tool is delegated or subsidiary legislation. We had 84 statutory instruments compared to 16 in 11th Parliament. So that shows a bit of an improvement in that regard. The other tool is the budget process. I want to go into the details. This is where the House discusses budget policy statement, DORB, CARA, cash disbursement schedule. And just to show you the indication on the revenue allocation to counties. And this has come from 210 million in 2013 to 370 in 2022, 2023. And you can see the linear growth in terms of the allocation. And lastly, all what we said in terms of motions, bills, and petitions, as much as the, I think this is going down. The chair and the moderator are not happy, so I'll have to rush. It's done. Now, honorable senators, honorable speaker, the legislative tools we have discussed here, as much as they depend on the senators, the action, the agility, and the interest of the senators, it also depends on the support of the political parties or coalitions in that regard, on how they also help the legislative process. Because the political parties are the vehicles for representative democracy, and that's where the members belong. And that is where also the members in their various political groupings articulate their interests of the group. The legislative agenda of the majority and the minority party or the minority coalition will affect the level, the number, the speed in terms of the legislative process. Because if the minority leadership or the majority for that matter does not have a legislative agenda, then the statistics that we have given here will show a different finding in the end. So we will request and urge both sides of the coalitions to have a legislative agenda at the beginning so that the numbers can be different at the end of the term of Parliament. And in conclusion, it is very important, honorable senators, as the clerk has also said, that you understand the standing orders in terms of how to facilitate you in terms of coming up with the legislative agenda. The robust legislative agenda stops with the member as an individual and with the leadership as well. However, this will be determined by the relationship between the two houses. Because we may pass 200 or 300 bills, but they don't go anywhere if they proceed to the National Assembly. So it also depends with the relationships between the two houses. These are areas of common convergence in terms of legislative partnerships that sometimes goes beyond the political parties' affiliations. And I think that point has been spoken to many times here during this week. And then we would urge you to use the existing sources of legislative ideas so that you have a quick win and immediately so that you can have a legislative proposal that can push you to the next level. Thank you very much.
Let's have a better round of applause for SDC Mohammed Ali. Thank you so much. Let me just make an announcement before I continue. Message from Sergeant at Arms. There's a pair of glasses, Grand Evo 2, black in color, picked from the conference grounds. If the pair of glasses belong to you, please go to the registration desk. Pair of glasses that are lost but recovered. Now, for us to be neat in explaining the rest of the time, I would invite Senator Kongo Mogeni to discuss what has been presented by the clerk and SDC Mohammed Ali. And then when you finish, please invite SDC Ms. Gishangi to present, and then I will do a brief discussion, and then we go for plenary. This should not take more than 30 minutes. Thank you for indulgence. So I would like to invite Senator Kongo Mogeni, Senior Counsel. He is the senator for Nyamira. He has been chair, JLAC. He has also been very instrumental as a lawyer in offering pro bono services when the constitution and the standing orders have been infracted. So we find him very valuable, and I would urge other lawyers who have come to the house to emulate him. Please, Senior Counsel, when you come, discuss about the standing orders and the general business of the house, because this is where the rubber meets the road. What the two gentlemen have gone through is what constitutes the major business or the main business that we'll be doing in the rest of the 5 years. It's very interesting. Please tell us what the challenges have been. We've been given the instruments for legislation, the motions, the statements, the petitions, and so on. Tell us what have been the challenges that you've faced in the 5 years. Give us your own reflections, and do it in about 10 minutes. Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Maruma. I think first it was worth missing lunch, having listened to the way our clerk and deputy clerk have unpackaged the standing orders for us, and I think they deserve a clap from you. Can we appreciate them, please? Thank you. I think listening to what the clerk and deputy clerk have unpackaged for us, the work of senator should look like something very easy. You bring a bill to the floor, you process it, and it will be enacted, assented, and it will become law. But as we learn, my experience in the last 5 years has been that in a bicameral parliament, like what we have in Kenya, and like it happens in many other jurisdictions, there will always be tough wars between the two houses. That is the Senate and the National Assembly. I'm happy to see our deputy speaker, Kaduri Murungi, who is fresh from the National Assembly. Maybe will tell us why there has been this sibling rivalry between the Senate and the National Assembly. I'm happy to see Senator Ososi, who's also in the last parliament. He should really unpackage for us what causes this friction between the Senate and the National Assembly. But my experience has been that there is total lack of goodwill from the National Assembly when it comes to legislations that emanate from the Senate. That has been my experience. And number two, the National Assembly does not seem to appreciate the position that the Speaker of the Senate occupies in the legislative process as anchored by the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution. If you read Article 110, you really don't see that, you don't see the ambiguity in the Constitution. Because Article 110(3) says, before either house considers a bill, the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate shall jointly, that is the word, resolve a question as to whether a bill is one that concerns counties and whether it's a special or ordinary bill. But senators who served in the last Senate will tell you that oftentimes the National Assembly would proceed as if Article 110(3) does not exist in our Constitution. In fact, speaking of standing orders, to circumvent the provisions of Article 110(3), the National Assembly introduced a new standing orders. Kaduri Murungi will tell you. At standing order number 121. And they introduced a new criteria saying Article 110(3) will only come into play if a question is raised on the floor of the National Assembly. Meaning, if that issue does not arise, then they will proceed as if the Senate and our Speaker does not really exist. That has been the biggest challenge from the National Assembly. And I think if you Google what happens in other jurisdictions, this is not just unusual in Kenya. Even in the US, there have been many fights between the House of Representatives and the Senate. It is even worse in Australia, where Section 57 of the Australian Constitution has a very drastic penalty for disagreements between the two houses. In fact, in Australia, the two houses have been dissolved a record 7 times for failure to agree on legislations. Because their constitution states if the two houses don't agree, then the only consequence is for the two houses to be dissolved at the same time, and they go back to the people for fresh mandate. So this matter has been subject of several litigations. We have gone all the way to the Supreme Court. In advisory number 2 of 2013, the Supreme Court was firm that before any bill proceeds for consideration by either houses, there must be concurrence. But the National Assembly disregards all these court orders, advisories from the Supreme Court, as if they have never been rendered. So that's the first challenge you will face as senators. Number 2 is that even on instances where there is a concurrence between the two speakers, again, the National Assembly is never in a hurry to process bills that originate from the Senate. In that you will find many of the bills that originated from the Senate are gathering dust in the National Assembly because there is a deliberate effort in ensuring that those bills are never processed. The second challenge, which I hope I never supported who the candidate, President William Ruto, but now we have to accept the reality that he's our president. The second challenge, which I hope our president can surmount and give differently, has been really the contempt, for lack of a better word, contempt from the executive. In the last parliament, the president would have sent to bills that clearly concern counties, and where he is aware that the Senate was not involved without any recourse to the Senate. In some very embarrassing instances, the Speaker of the Senate would be summoned to State House, and we will see pictures, you know, him in attendance when bills are being assented to, bills that concern counties, but where there was no input from the Senate. If you read the case that we filed in court, the one Senator is mentioning, 284 of 2019, we were challenging a record 28 pieces of legislation that were processed by the National Assembly and forwarded to the President for assent without the involvement of the Senate. And to give you an example, some of the acts were touching on the work of the Parliamentary Service Commission. And as you know, Parliamentary Service Commission serves both houses, National Assembly and the Senate. And it was even watering down the mandate of the Secretary of the Commission, who is our clerk here, who occupies that office by dint of the provisions of Article 127 of the Constitution. Some of the legislations involved, acts touching on health, which we all know is a devolved function. Some of the legislations concerned KEMSA, several finance and appropriation bills, the NGCDF amendment bill of 2015, and the High Court nullified a number of those legislations and directed that they be republished and that concurrence be sought. But again, in a very unfortunate outcome, the Court of Appeal overturned the High Court decision and set aside orders that had been issued by the High Court. We proceeded to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave us a stay that lasted a record, I think, was it 2 days? After 2 days, that stay, how many days was it? 1 day. 1 day. Because again, threats were issued that if you don't remove the stay, the government will close down. So our stay order again was removed by the Supreme Court, and the status quo that were there before we went to court reverted. So as we speak today, that matter is pending before the Supreme Court. So I'm making an appeal to the lawyers in the room to join me and others in really trying to see whether we can get good jurisprudence. But on a positive note, if you read petition number 1 of 2018, a judgment that was, I think, rendered by the Supreme Court in August, it restates the fact that if you don't process any bill with the involvement of the Senate or the concurrence of the Speaker of the Senate in line with the provisions of Article 110, that particular legislation will be declared unconstitutional. And I think that's one of the grounds that was cited by the court for nullifying the NGCDF Act of 2013. So there are those problems and challenges, some successes and some failures from our courts of law. The third one, as I gear towards finishing, is this issue of party positions and party caucus. I heard yesterday, I think one of our nominated senators saying that you must always agree with a party position. But you know, you must really understand the unique position that the Senate occupies. The clerk made reference to impeachments that are conducted by the Senate in line with Article 181. When I read Article 181, we sit as judges, because when you are passing a verdict on a governor, you are sitting as a judge of the High Court. So there is that challenge. Do you go by party position, or Veronica Maina, you want to sit as a lawyer, evaluate the evidence that has been brought before you, and then you pass your verdict? Where do you draw the line between a party position and sitting as a judge? Because when you are a senator, passing a verdict on the impeachment of a governor, you are sitting as a judge. You are not sitting as a member of ODM or a member of UDA, because the Constitution gives a mandate to the county assemblies to do the investigation, gather the evidence, and then come before the Senate to preside as judges, just the way the senators in the US sit to impeach a president. And if you go down history, you will see that when President Bill Clinton was being impeached, there are 5 Democrats who voted to impeach, and a record 38 Republicans who voted against the impeachment. And when they were interviewed, they said, we are here to act in the best interest of the country, guided by our conscience and the Constitution of the United States of America. So that is maybe something we'll hear from the clerk. How do you navigate between a party position and sitting as a judicial officer when you are impeaching a governor? My take would be that moving away from issues of impeachment, when it comes to legislations, it will be good if we can have institutionalized caucuses for our various political parties. We went through some very contentious legislations towards the tail end of the last parliament. One of them was BBI. My side of coalition, never held any party caucus to take a position. I don't know whether the other side did. But when the issue comes to the floor, you will find the whip telling you, you must vote yes. But the question arises, when did we sit, caucus, and agree on a party position? The same thing with the political parties amendment bill. There was no single caucus of maybe elected senators of one side sitting, deliberating, and agreeing that we'll push this bill with the following amendments or without any amendments. Oftentimes there is never caucus. I hope this Senate can find mechanisms of having caucuses like what we saw when we went to the US, where the Democrats and the Republicans even hold lunch sessions and they caucus. They look at the legislative agenda for that particular month, and then they take positions. Are we supporting? What amendments are we going to push on the floor? And they allow the leaders on both sides to negotiate. Say, this is the proposal we are bringing forth. The other side, do you agree? Do we push this in a bipartisan way? I think that's something we really need to think about. As I finish, there is this animal we call PSC. Because all this, you have been told how you process your bills and everything. You need an office that is well-resourced, with staff that can assist you in seeing what petitions you are forwarding to the floor. They assist you on bills, etc. But I always disagree with the position taken by Parliamentary Service Commission that you treat a member of a National Assembly representing one constituency and then a senator like Boni Galwale, who I think comes from a county with, is it 11 constituencies? 12. Now you assign the same amount of money to Senator Galwale to run his office in the constituency, the same way you are giving a member of parliament for maybe Ikolomani, for example. From Meru, I don't know whether there are, how many Kaduri? How many? 9 constituencies. If you go to Nairobi, it's 17, Kiambu 12. But PSC takes the position that the same money you give a member of National Assembly is the same money you give to a senator. That is designed to ensure that we are not effective, that we are not able to defend devolution effectively. In the US, when they allocate offices, because they know that senators will receive delegations and visitors with issues from a larger area, they give them bigger offices, 5,000 square feet. Then the House of Representatives will get 1,500 to 2,500 office space, so that you're able to have enough staff that can attend. If we have 11 people coming from Kakamega, Ikolomani, Navagolo, and the likes, you can assign your staff to attend to each of these separately. So this idea of PSC really assigning us the same office space, same members of staff, same mileage. When you move to Kakamega, you will not just go and finish at Igolomani. You will move around Kakamega constituency. I think it's one of the challenges that makes the work of a senator not to be effective, even when it comes to court matters. You can imagine a situation where you go to court in some of the litigations I've mentioned. The Parliamentary Service Commission appoints external lawyers for the National Assembly, but declines to appoint lawyers for Senate, so that we are forced to act pro bono. That is a scheme that is meant to ensure that the Senate is not very effective, and I hope we can have unity of purpose on this issue of PSC. We push our coalition, the minority side, because Article 127 says minority side, the side not forming government will pick 3 MPs, one of whom must come from either of the houses. Since in the first bicameral parliament, the 2 came from National Assembly. The second bicameral parliament, again, they came from the National Assembly. This time we should insist that the 2 representatives should come from Senate, and the National Assembly gives us 1 representative, so that we can have 4 senators from the Senate in PSC and 2 members of National Assembly, so that we have 4. Maybe this time around, the clerk, the vice chair of the commission, should come from the Senate, so that we can push forward the agenda that should really strengthen Senate. So because of time, I think I will stop there. If there was time, I could have discussed more. But in brief, those are some of the challenges that you will encounter as a senator. And I hope when the right time comes, you will find Senior Counsel Mogeni a worthy representative of the Senate in the Parliamentary Service Commission. Thank you.
Let's have a better round of applause for Senior Counsel. Now, convert yourself to Chair, Senior Counsel, and invite our...
Okay. We must combine now. We need to take the next session that we look at the committee system in the Senate, linking your legislative agenda to your committee assignments. Our presenter is Eunice Gishangi. Towards the elections last time, there was a huge debate on qualifications, degree qualifications of a number of candidates. But this one I can vouch for her, that I saw at the University of Nairobi. So I know that she holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from University of Nairobi, and she has been serving as our clerk, deputy clerk in the Senate. Very useful, very resourceful. So may you please come and take us through the next session. How many minutes do you need? Okay, she says she'll be very brief, not more than 10. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Session Chair, and Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'm very cognizant of the fact that this presentation now lies between us and lunch, so I will endeavor to be very brief. This is a presentation on the committee system in the Senate and how senators can link their legislative agenda to their committee assignment. And very briefly, by way of outline, we will basically just have a few slides on the introduction, committees in the Senate, how to link your legislative agenda to your committee assignment, some experiences from the 12th Parliament, what next for committees starting now, and then a small conclusion. On the next slide, the introduction. Committees, as you know, Honorable Senators, are smaller units or groups of members of Parliament, basically set up to perform several functions at the same time, because we cannot do, senators cannot process all the business that requires to be processed within plenary sittings. So committees enable senators to undertake detailed consideration of their matters, and the outcome from committee sittings then feeds back into plenary by way of committee reports that are then debated and resolved on by the plenary as a whole. There is a statement that I'm sure you're aware of, ascribed to Woodrow Wilson, that Congress in session is Congress on public exhibition, but Congress in its committee rooms is Congress at work. And I think the same can be said of committees in the Senate. A bit on the rationale on the next slide for parliamentary committees. They are laboratories. Committees feed into the Senate. They produce business for the Senate. So they are basically the laboratories for legislative work. They allow for in-depth work by Parliament. Not everything can be considered in depth at plenary. They allow for proper oversight. Parliamentary oversight has come up quite a bit in recent days. But they also allow for senators to build and utilize their respective expertise and skills, because each senator comes with, unique expertise, unique skills, and they are certainly a forum through which we are able to engage with the public. In terms of the constitutional and legal framework, Articles 93, 94, 96, those have been spoken to on the general mandate of the Senate, but that also influences your work and affects your work within committees. Article 124.1 provides for the establishment of committees and mandates and empowers each of the houses through its standing orders to establish committees. And 124.2, Article 124.2 also provides or enables the houses to form joint committees. And I'll say something brief about that. So our committees are established in the standing orders. There are some in statute and some are also established by resolution. On the next slide, the classification of Senate committees. Just briefly, we have the first broad category of the committees that we have, housekeeping committees, and I'll say a little about that. Then we have standing committees, the second category. The third are oversight or scrutiny committees. The fourth are special or ad hoc committees. The fifth are joint committees, and then we have the sixth, which is joint sittings of committees. On housekeeping committees, on the next slide, these are committees that basically deal with matters of internal organization and flow of work in the Senate, basically ensuring that the work of the Senate through plenary and through committees is flowing as it should. And on the next slide, this just sets out the 4 housekeeping committees we have, starting with the Senate Business Committee, which is chaired by the Honorable Speaker and has the leadership as part of the membership and 7 other senators. And basically, this is the committee that oversees the implementation of Senate business, the sort of overarching committee, so to speak. Then we have the Procedure and Rules Committee that again is chaired by the Honorable Speaker and basically considers all matters concerning the standing orders. Any amendments or reviews to the standing orders are considered by this committee. The third committee, that's a housekeeping committee, is the Liaison Committee. This is chaired by the Honorable Deputy Speaker and consists of all the chairs of the other committees. So it's a committee of chairs. Membership is on account of being a chair of a committee. Basically, this committee seeks to coordinate the operations of all the committees in the Senate. And then the last housekeeping committee is the Powers and Privileges Committee. This one is established by statute. It's an interesting one that that exists to inquire into the conduct of a member where the member's conduct is alleged to constitute a breach of privilege. Ideally, it shouldn't sit very often, but when necessary, it holds its sittings. The second major category of committees are standing committees. These ones are thematic in nature. Broadly, they correspond to the ministries in the executive, but not entirely. And we have 14 of them. The 14 committees on the next slide are actually set out in the standing orders in the 4th schedule, so members are able to have a look at those. Just to note that a senator cannot serve in more than 2 standing committees at a go. The third category of committees are oversight committees or scrutiny committees. For these ones, in the case of standing committees, a member once appointed, unless discharged by the political party or the parliamentary party, serves for the duration of the term of parliament, for the 5 years. For oversight or scrutiny of committees, senators serve for the first 3 sessions, and after that, the committees are reconstituted for the remainder of the term, which is 2 years. Which are the oversight committees? We have the County Public Accounts Committee, Standing Order 193, looking at the accounts of county governments. We have the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee that looks at the funds from county public investments. And we also have a committee on delegated legislation that scrutinizes statutory instruments coming from the executive. Of course, honorable senators who served in the previous term will recall that the County Public Accounts and Investments Committee, CPIC, was now split into the 2 committees. On the next slide, we have special or ad hoc committees. These committees are established by resolution of the Senate or by law when need arises. And they serve for a specific mandate and only for a specific period of time. What are the examples? Mediation committees are one example of special or ad hoc committees, and that has been explained. In the last Senate, we had 13 bills that were referred to mediation committees. Mediation committees are normally quite tough. 7 of those bills, between the membership of both houses, they reached consensus, and 7 of those were approved by both houses. The others lapsed. Another category of special or ad hoc committees, we have committees on impeachment that has been spoken to. Impeachment may proceed either in plenary or in committee. And in the last Senate, we had 5 proposed impeachments that were processed through committees. We also have other ad hoc committees that can be established by resolution of the House, usually advisedly not too many because they'll obviously clash with the mandate of the standing committees. In the last Senate, the Senate found it fit to establish some ad hoc committees. We had a committee on the Solai Dam tragedy, on maize, on tea, on managed equipment, MES, and the COVID-19 pandemic. On the next slide, joint committees. We also are empowered, as I mentioned, in the Constitution to establish joint committees between the 2 houses. In the 11th Parliament, the standing orders of both houses actually had provision for 2 joint committees, one on parliamentary broadcasting and library, and one on national cohesion and equal opportunity. But at the end of that term of Parliament, we amended our standing orders and we no longer had joint committees, bicameral relations. In this last Parliament, we did not establish any, not by standing orders and not by resolution. But that provision exists. Where necessary, we can have joint committees. On the next slide, joint sittings of committees. 2 or more committees of the Senate can sit together to consider a matter where there is cross-cutting mandate, but we can also have 2 equivalent committees, one of the Senate and one of the National Assembly, also sitting to consider a matter of joint interest or cross-cutting nature between them. In the last Senate, we had a number of joint sittings of our committees within the Senate. Comes with its pros and cons. We also had some joint sittings of committees of the National Assembly and the Senate. An example is the BBI, the Constitution Amendment Bill. The committees sat jointly, Senator Omogeni's committee and the counterpart committee in the National Assembly, to consider that bill. And we also had joint sittings when we were vetting the Inspector General of the National Police. On the next slide, the mandate and functions of committees, those of the housekeeping committees and the scrutiny committees, those are very specific in the standing orders. For the other committees, especially the standing committees, the cross-cutting functions, basically processing all the business that my colleague, Deputy Clerk Mohammed, mentioned. Once it is introduced in the Senate, whether it is a bill, a petition, whether it is, a statement, all these issues find their way into committees for closer scrutiny. We've mentioned oversight earlier, undertaking inquiries, especially on topical issues, involvement in the budget process, as well as follow-up on implementation of resolutions, so that we don't have resolutions that are yet to be implemented. On the next slide, just to state briefly that committees have various powers and privileges that are provided for in law, in the Constitution, in the Powers and Privileges Act, and in the standing orders. Mainly, just to mention some of the key ones, committees can summon witnesses. We traditionally will do an invitation letter, as a courtesy of sorts, but committees have the power to summon witnesses and to enforce attendance or to enforce the production of documentation where need be. Freedom of speech, as well as immunity from legal proceedings for what you say during committee sittings, and of course in plenary, and for reports that you write. On the next slide, this is the issue of placement of senators to serve in committees. How does this occur? How do you end up serving in one committee or the other? It all starts, of course, with parliamentary parties, and I would imagine that they would consider a number of factors within parties: your expertise, your interest to serve in various committees, of course, party loyalty and such like considerations, regional balance, gender, special interest groups. So it all starts at the parliamentary party level. Then in the Senate, under Standing Order 197, the parliamentary parties then submit their requests to the Senate Business Committee, which means, of course, then that the Senate Business Committee needs to be established ASAP, and long before we get to establishment of committees. Then the Senate Business Committee collects all these names, ensures that they accord with the standing orders, and then tables the list in the Senate. On the next slide, just to note that once the list is tabled, no objection can be made against individual senators and where they have been placed. Any objections must be to the list as a whole. On the next slide, we can go to the issue of linking your legislative agenda to your committee assignment. Just to note that beyond your work as senators in the counties and in plenary, your legacy will also be greatly shaped by what you do and your achievements in committee. And we suggest 4 key factors just to ensure that you're able to prosecute your agenda as a senator. And this will be dependent, for example, on how effective you are as a committee member, how prepared are you for meetings, your attendance to the meetings, your contribution to the discussion, relationship building, etc., how intentional you are in agenda setting and in prioritization of business in committee, how strategic you are in navigating business once it goes to plenary. My colleague mentioned that there are sometimes bottlenecks here and there. How strategic are we in navigating that business, and how persistent we are in pursuing implementation of the resolutions. Very briefly, just to touch on the experiences in the last Senate, in the 12th Parliament, the statistics there just indicate the amount of legislative business that's processed through committees. Huge amounts of work, because committees are able to work, almost simultaneously. We had 418 or so plenary sittings, but 3,800 or thereabouts in committee sittings. So that just shows the numbers in terms of the amount of work required, and yet within very short periods of time. On the next slide, one of the other experiences, committees also provide an opportunity for senators to connect with the counties and with the public. Through county visits, you're able to do county visits, you're able to handle petitions that are coming from the public, to handle statements once they are referred to the committees, and either from your own volition or through suggestion, through various means, to conduct inquiries. So they are an excellent means by which we connect with the counties and with the public at large. Public participation, as I mentioned, great opportunity for public participation in committees, but in terms of the experiences in the last Senate, sometimes very low turnout from the public, very, very low turnout or submissions coming back from the public. Number 4, which was mentioned earlier, so I won't belabor the point, delays in processing legislative business. Sadly, we had petitions that were referred to committees in the last Senate, but they were not concluded at the end of the term, meaning they lapse, and meaning that those members of the public are left without a response from the Senate. So just ensuring that all business is moving through. Contestation, number 5, was mentioned by Senator Omogeni. The usual contestation with the National Assembly. We are looking to better days ahead on matters of legislation and matters of the deliberative mandate. Attendance of witnesses. The fact that, we will sometimes summon CSs, invite them by letter, invite them again, finally do summons, and just having non-attendance of the witnesses that we invite. Some operational challenges, quorum, budget constraints, which we pray will be handled through the Parliamentary Service Commission. What next for committees? The next slide. We are at the place where next would be ideally, first and foremost, the constitution of the Senate Business Committee, because as I mentioned, this paves way for the others, and then the constitution of all the other committees. The election next would be election of chairpersons and vice chairs of all the committees. Then, of course, that naturally will constitute the liaison committee. And after that, we are looking to conduct inductions for the liaison committee and then for all the other committees. At the inductions, we will share with you exit reports from each of the committees. Each of the predecessor committees prepared an exit reports detailing what they did, their challenges were, and the gaps and the way forward for the new committees. And of course, after that, each of the committees, under the guidance of the chairs, will work on their respective work plans. In conclusion, the last slide, just to mention that, again, the legislative mandate of the Senate is limited, but it's important to note in committee that the deliberative and inquisitorial mandate is not limited for committees. So just to encourage that we continue to keep up with topical issues that we need to consider. Also just to note on behalf and working under the clerk that we will provide a well-trained and multidisciplinary staff to work with each of the committees. And the last point is just to emphasize what my colleague stated. 5 years is a short time. So for each of the committees, and even as an individual senator, the best time to start is now, so that we are able to ensure that the legislative agenda is realized. Thank you very much.
Can we appreciate Eunice in a better way, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I was just trying to look at how I know members, their interests, and if I had a leeway where I would place them in committees. So I tried to look at Halwale and bull fighting, and I said, this one I'll throw him to labor and social welfare. Then I looked around, I said, Thabita, trade industrialization. And then I said, what will I do with Kaduri Murungi, who has come from that house that has been a stumbling block? I said I'll throw him to devolution and intergovernmental relations. So we really appreciate you, Eunice, for really packaging that. I now want to invite Senator Jones Mwaruma, one of the few senators who qualified with that thing in school used to call manpower. He's a teacher of maths and physics. The only one in the Senate, maths and physics. His background is a teacher. He also has a master's. He's been a school teacher and also taught in our universities. And as you come, I hope you'll tell us what are some of the challenges we face. I've never understood why, when you ask members to apply, maybe you can share. You find somebody is a lawyer, but when you look at the interest, there's a committee called County Public, it's called what? Public Accounts Committee, CPAC, which was at one time chaired by Galwale. When you ask members, you find an interest of about 40. You can tell us why is there always an interest. So one time I told Mwaruma to go and become a member so that he can give me some of the insights, why people are always interested. So I said I will not challenge his candidature, let him go and become a member, then he will share stories with me. Believe you me, Mwaruma, once he joined that committee, has never spoken to me. So, so tell us about those challenges. Tell us this, I've been told this issue of summoning, witnesses. There were instances last Senate where we could summon cabinet secretaries, but they could never appear. What are the powers the House has? What are the consequences? Are they enforceable? This mediation committee between a committee of Senate sitting jointly with the representatives of the National Assembly, what we call mediation committees, under Article 113. Do you think they have been effective? What's your experience? issues of impeachment. Do you think we should proceed through committees or plenary? Please, the floor is yours, Senator Morum.
Thank you so much, my friend, Senior Counsel Okongo Mogeni. I had requested to go to Public Accounts Committee because of my background of mathematics and really nothing more. I love numbers and I would still want to serve there. Thank you so much, SDC Gishangi, for this very insightful presentation on and the working of committees. Really, the work of the Senate and Parliament is processed in committees. At the plenary, we come to report. And committees are extremely important because when we go there, we look at issues in an in-depth manner. After that, then reporting is done. What do we do at committees? We process bills, statements, and petitions. And the mandate of Parliament or representatives really is 3 issues. That is legislation, oversight, and representation. All these are done in committees. And what I would urge members from the onset, if you've come to the Senate, try and do at least a bill, even if it is an amendment bill. If you are from the County Assembly, here there is no CDF. But you will be known for the work that you do in legislation. I remember I had my bill that went through, fortunately, through the Senate, but unfortunately, ikakwama National Assembly. But every day when I was campaigning, I was on top of trees asking people, we've had MPs. Have you ever had one who has done a bill from committee of first reading, committee second reading, committee of the whole third reading? And they would say none. And I would say, I have done it. So that's one thing that really sold me. And I would like to urge members, try to see if you can do a bill. And SDC Mohammed has really told us how to develop legislative agenda. Some of these legislative proposals, like amendment bills, come from our interaction with stakeholders. For example, when there is a petition in the House, and we invite stakeholders like the CS, or governors, or a PS, or any semi-autonomous government agency, when they come and we ask them what are the challenges, how do you think Senate can assist you? They can give you gaps and lacuna in law, which then you can leverage on to produce legislative proposals. And I can attest to in my own experience, we have secretariat that is up to the task. They are well-trained, very professional. Give them your legislative agenda. Give them your ideas. They will dance with your ideas and fillet them into a draft legislative proposal. Now, so many challenges that we've witnessed. These are my lived experiences, my own reflections. Some have been talked about by SDC Gishangi. That our work in committees sometimes has been bedeviled by lack of quorum. It could be because there are too many committees. You could be in 1 or 2 committees, and there is one that is your preference. So you tend to go to that committee other than going to one. And so the quorum is 3 out of 9, but 3 are very many members, very many. You might miss to do a meeting because of 3 members. The other one is what was alluded to by SDC Eunice as a challenge, and also Senator Okongo has talked about it. CSAs and governors not honoring invites to the Senate and summonses. But the standing orders are very clear that if an invitee does not attend, then you can summon. After you summon, you can fine, and there are several sanctions that are there outlined in the standing orders, and some of them will be applicable in one way or the other, depending on the circumstances. The other challenge that we've witnessed in our committees is that sometimes some committees have too much work, and bills, petitions, or statements overstay there. Sometimes they are never processed. And one person that we find very useful is a person called Zax. He's really instrumental in tracking those bills. You know, these are very senior, but there's one that's Memzoya Sana, Zax. If you have a problem with your bill, with your petition, with your statement, go to him, ask him what is happening. He'll track your bill, he'll track your statement, and he'll tell you where it is. So I would like to say that when you have your bill that has overstayed, don't sleep. When you have your statement that has overstayed, don't sleep. Follow up. Be persistent and incessant in following through your legislative work. Don't sleep, because then committees can easily forget. Another challenge that I've witnessed in the last 5 years is working in joint committees. We could have an issue, a petition, a statement that requires attention of 2 committees. For example, it's a lands issue, so the Committee for Lands, Environment and Natural Resources would be engaged, but also it has an aspect of, say, security, and so those committees are supposed to meet at the same time. Raising quorum, that is 5 members, can really be an issue. In fact, most of the time, if I were asked, I discourage formation of joint committees because they are really, really ineffective. Ukongo Mogeni has also asked me to comment about the issue of concurrence, because then if a bill comes from or originates from the Senate, it has to go to the National Assembly for concurrence. If the National Assembly, for example, does not agree, then you go through a process called mediation. My own bill, the Wildlife Management Act Amendment Bill of 2020, went through the same. And one of the things that changed in 2018 is that the members of National Assembly changed through an omnibus bill and removed the snake from the animals that you're supposed to be compensated when they harm you. And so I sought to bring back the snake and the crops from the list of items that were supposed to be compensated. When I did the bill through the Senate and it went for concurrence in the National Assembly, they said it's a money bill. And I kept telling them, okay, it's a money bill, but where you come from? And there are snake bites. And there people are dying from snake bites. And they said, no, it's just a money bill. And then they don't come for those meetings. All the time, only 1 or 2 comes. Huyo anakuja leo, the next day, huyu mwingine haji. And it can really be a problem. And I found them to be a bit, I'm sorry to use this word, petty. Because our people are suffering down there, and you are just insisting it's money bill, money bill, money bill. Because of that aspect of compensation. At our place, these are very serious challenges, because if you go into a house, unaenda kulala kitandani, if you don't shake your blanket, at times you sleep, then you feel something sleeping. Kumbe ni nyoka, and it can even kill you at that point. So nikaambia watu angalieni hizi vitu. SDC Eunice has talked about visit of constituencies. When you bring a petition or a statement, we might want to go and see what is happening in the constituencies. Meet stakeholders, meet the population, so that we have first-hand experience from the people. Apart from just getting the first-hand experience, we also create awareness on the existence of the Senate. because very few people know the work of Senate. Kwanza wengi wanasema singeondolewa. But you've really tried through these visits. I think the most visited county is Taita Taveta, because I've taken 5 committees to Taita Taveta. And maybe that's why I've come back here. Yeah, Mombasa, we've really gone to Mombasa, yeah, that's true, and Kwale. So the problem that has bedeviled these visit constituencies, of course, is lack of adequate finances. And of course, we study economics because of scarcity of funds. We can't blame anybody. But as a member of Lands, Environment and Natural Resources, we tried to prevail upon the speaker and the clerk to try and see if we can have more resources channeled towards an active committee like lands, and other less active committees like energy, maybe labor, get less resources. But you know, at the liaison level, nobody listens to that. So maybe would continue pushing so that the committees that are very busy like lands can get more resources. There is no county in Kenya which has not brought an issue of land. So the desk for the lands committee is always full. So maybe that can be looked at. Finally, before we go maybe to plenary, I would like to say that in the 5 days, I've also transformed. I've got new experiences in doing my oversight work. And one of the things that I've had and learned, that really we don't need to wait for the, at the public accounts level, the audit reports, for us to scrutinize expenditure. We need to go down and see maybe the budget formulation, what type of CIDPs are made, are they aligned to the contemporary issues like, so that the projects are in line with like sustainable development goals. Because like if you build very many halls, one of the sustainable development goals is reduction of poverty. Building social halls, is it in line with the sustainable development goals? We need to go down. And how can we do it? How can we scrutinize our budgets for the county assemblies? Maybe we need to think through. Is it the Committee of Finance and Budget that takes up that agenda? Do we need to form, maybe change the standing order so we have another committee to look into this? I think that is something we can discuss. But the most important thing is let's participate. Kuanzia kule mashinani during the drawing of the CIDPs, like now CIDP season 3 is being written. Then look at the ADPs and the budget so that we can defend devolution. Devolution is here to stay, and so is Senate. I would like to end it there, because what is standing between myself, my presentation lunch, is who? Senator Kalwale, where is he? So I think I'd end it there and invite the chair to move it ahead from here. Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's appreciate Senator Mwaruma in a better way. Yeah, asante sana. Now, I'm in a very unfamiliar position because between me and Honorable Speaker making his closing remarks is this plenary session that I'm meant to chair. And I know this has been a very insightful presentation from our clerk, deputy clerk, and you may have questions. So I'll open the floor, but appeal to us to try and be brief in our comment or in our question so that we make it short and brief. We invite Senator Alwale to invite Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker to lead us towards the close. So the tradition has always been that we begin from here, but me, I want to begin from this side and move this way. So from that side, I can see 2 hands. So you can have from there Senator Ososi and the other senator in that order. Then we come here to Dr. Muma, Senator Kavindu, Senator Izid Karungo, and then Senator Mungatana. We take those 6 first, then I'll move to this side. Let's be brief, please.
Thank you, Session Chair. you had alluded to the fact that us who've been in the National Assembly can share some experiences. I think one of the very important experience I want to share, because I was a member of the House Business Committee, is that most of the time the bills we got from Senate, majority of them were private members' bills. And in the standing order of the National Assembly, the private members' bills are given low priority. So it was easy for us to put the Senate bills aside because of that. So maybe having learned from that experience, we can consider members who have bills can pass them through their respective committees, which are given a higher priority in terms of processing the bills. Or we can negotiate with the National Assembly to change their standing order so that Senate bills come number 2 on the priority list after the government bills, or even number 1. The other experience is, though Senator Marua has talked about the joint sittings not being the best approach, I think if we develop a tradition of having joint sittings of committees with the National Assembly, we'll be able to fast-track a lot of issues, and we'll be able to deal with a lot of unnecessary disputes that arise. I want to give an example. When we were handling the Condenger's data protection bill, we had to process that bill in record time because both committees of the 2 houses sat together in the second reading of the bill, and we went through public participation, and the bill was, we were able to process the bill in the shortest time possible. There was no mediation, and I think that's the best approach to deal with these issues, so that we fast-track the processing of the bills and at the same time avoid having to go through mediation. I may be wrong or right, but I think from the experience, that approach would be better, because there are very few joint sittings of committees between the 2 houses. Okay. But that is an area that we can maximize on.
Thank you, Senator Sosi. I think that's more of an observation, but maybe Clark, you can comment. I think, sorry, Senator Catherine Muma, I think you give the mic to the senator on the far right.
Thank you,
Clark,
Session Chair.
Comment on that first one by Ososi. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Session Chair. This other senator's name is Joe Nyuto of Murang'a County.
Okay.
Now you know.
Now I know.
Actually, mine is going to be very short, and it will be directed to the clerk, Mr. Nyegenye. I actually am seeking guidance on the loss of your seat because of missing, several sittings. And you told us that if you miss 8 sittings, not in a row, but 8 sittings in what? 8 sittings in total 5 years. Oh, okay. Then my question is answered. I wanted to know 8 sessions in what period of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Joe Nyotu. Senator Catherine.
I'll be quick. First, a plea to SG UDA. From what we've been told, the problem, the ping pong between National Assembly and the Senate is because of lack of political will, as was supported by the executive then. I hope the senators from Kenya Kwanza can prevail upon the President of the Republic in his opening remarks to actually pronounce himself on this issue and encourage the National Assembly to put the people first and allow a cordial operation between houses so that we can actually pass the laws. The second question to the senators and perhaps the clerk as well. In the 4th schedule, I see water is a key devolved function. Looking at the committees of Senate, I have not seen where water is. Was it deliberate to exclude it, or is it subsumed, possibly in land and natural resources, but is that wise to not actually have it overtly appearing, even if you want it in that committee, in order for matters water to be dealt with? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Kavindu. And I really hope that President William Ruto will be a more champion of devolution than the previous president.
Thank you, moderator. I first of all want to thank the clerk and Mr. Speaker, sir, and the deputy for sitting here with us all this time. And I also want to thank the clerk so much for the work he's doing together with his office in assisting the senators in what they are supposed to be doing. Mine was to ask the clerk about the statements and the petitions and the bills that has elapsed at the committee level. Do we make other statements afresh, or do we follow up with that? And another thing is to Ms. Eunice Githanga. Yeah, that is the question actually of the statements. And Mr. Clerk, you said that as we do the statements or the petitions or the bills, we look at the big picture of the counties, the whole counties. And some of these problems are not the same in different counties. What happens with the counties where one wants to give a statement and there is no any other count that is suffering from the same problems? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator for Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've been lifting my hand in the previous sessions until Senator here said, I think they are not seeing the new senators. Anyway, and I want to assure you, Senator Omogen, that our president is so hustler friendly, and that means he is devolution friendly, and it's going to work. My question is to the clerk. How often do you amend the standing orders? And you can just answer me for the sake of time, but just direct me to a certain standing order that I need to read to understand the process. And finally, we have a proposal, or our president has a proposal that CSs should be coming to the floor of the House rather than the committees to answer questions from the senators or from the MPs. So my question is, what do we need to amend? Is it the standing orders, or there's a certain law that stops them from doing that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Kiambu. You can see the chair is a very fair person, you know. Senator Mungatana.
Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to tell the Honorable Senator Jonas Maruma that that bill on wildlife made you very famous in Tana River County. And we were really following. It's sad to hear that it collapsed somewhere. And I know many of us who come from areas that have the wildlife, human-wildlife conflict would want to join you, to support you, so that you lead this effort to make sure that we get compensation for our people. We were very happy, and I was following personally, and we register our thanks with you and offer to be with you to make sure this happens. I want to make a follow-up. Senator Kathangu has just mentioned it. And beyond the issues of constitution and the politics, I wanted to hear from Eunice. You were there when we used to say the Minister for Internal Security comes to the floor of the House to answer a question from the members of Kajiado Central. And then for us, even me who say I'm from Garsen, I would make follow-up questions. So it's an issue maybe to do with security, and then I make a follow-up, and then generally he is interrogated to the extent that when he's leaving the house, he has several issues to look after. Now, as compared to the committee system, because you are there, now you are also here, just tell me, beyond the politics, beyond the constitution and the other issues that may be an answer, what do you think we get more? What do you think we'll get more? Is it the old system or the committee system as we do the interrogation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can take more. So, Senator Abbas. Yes. And then the youngest Senator Wakili Sigei, next.
Thank you, Chairman. The moderator plus the other team. Mr. Chairman, I was asking myself one question. I have been in the 11th Parliament, and I have to understand what has been going on between the two houses. But of course, from yesterday's presentation, and I'm hearing every time, the National Assembly have rejected this, the National Assembly has rejected this, and the most fortunate thing is, this Senate used to have, and it has up to now, one of the best brains of this country, especially lawyers. So I'm getting a bit amazed, and I'm wondering what's happening. Is this House inferior to the National Assembly? Are we scared about our own responsibilities? Are we handicapped constitutionally? Because honestly, if there's a marriage and the marriage does not work, then everybody works on his own. So what is the bond of contention here? If there is arbitration problem, then we think the best thing is if the committee of arbitration is not working, is it possible to get an external arbitrators instead of going to court? So I think the Senate is like a crime baby. It has been reviewed. It has been reviewed. It's mine, Mike. The best clerk, the most senior clerk, is with the Senate. I'm going is here. Kalonzo Junior, Khalwale, patient, everybody who is so. Gentlemen, I think there's something amiss here. We look too inferior. So I think we need to think twice again. And if it is possible, then let's have a constitution change to make this Senate stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you
I
very
understand
much.
your frustrations. Senator Wakili Sigei.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel, and thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Eunice and Mohammed, for the very elaborate presentations. I had previously read the booklet that you were given, but when I compared the presentations you made and what I read, I think I internalized more that which you have presented today. I must register my appreciation to the clerk and your office, the whole team, for a job well done. Number two, Senior Counsel, I wanted to rise to offer myself to be part of that team that will fight for this Senate in the corridors of justice. I remember you mentioned that you need to have the lawyers who would be working for the sake of building and protecting this house. However, we must do that which Senator Abbas has just said. We must fight for our place at the Parliamentary Service Commission so that we are not segregated in whichever way, where we can fight and stand firm and ensure that that is protected. Lastly, my question to the clerk, and I believe the entire team. In the 11th Parliament, I was summoned before a committee in the National Assembly. I think it was parliamentary, PSC. And when I appeared, the chairman of the committee, this is what I got, was not interested in Sigei then appearing to answer to the questions that the committee wanted, but they were interested in a member of this house who was my colleague in the office. And though I didn't understand the standing orders, I managed to have my way out, and they took me through the session that they wanted. The question is it in the standing orders that if a member of this house is to be summoned, or if a question touching on private business of a member, can he or she be summoned, or he or she can fall within the protection of the Committee on Privileges and, I think, Powers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wakili Sigei, and welcome on board. I think we now take the last two because of time. The last two, that is Senator Mandago. Is there any other person? Or that should be the very last. So, okay, then we close with Senator Veronica Maina.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Mine is on the issue of delay by committees in considering petitions. And petitions form a very integral part of members of the public communicating with the Senate. The standing order says if it goes beyond 60 days, the timeline is 60 days. But we have had petitions that have lasted actually 2 years. I was a victim of that myself when I was a governor. I was just wondering whether we should not amend the standing orders to say when 60 days lapse, then it is deemed that the committee agrees with the petition. So that, you know, people have taken the trouble to petition the Senate and they would really want to get a solution to their problem. Two, this matter of a little explanation, you know I'm a mono. I need to understand how to originate concurrently in a concurrent bill. If their bill is to be originated between us and the National Assembly, how can we do it? And can that then be used as a means of solving this thing of the National Assembly delaying with the bills that come from the Senate? I understand the frustration of Senator Abbas. I was worried he's about to throw in a resignation from being the senator of his county.
Thank you. Personally, I'm happy with the spirit. I can see new senator is really fired, but let's see how far we can go. Can we close with Senator Veronica Maina? Then we allow the clerk, deputy clerk, and Eunice to respond.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Just to assure my sister, Senator Catherine Muma, that we work together with the House leadership to make sure that the President pronounces himself on this issue, and he has already undertaken during the inauguration. He undertook that he was going to make sure that Senate is respected and takes its position as per the Constitution. My take on the image of the Senate is that it's constitutionally mandated. It does not need the validation of anybody. It just needs to position itself, brand itself, help Kenyans understand the role, and Kenyans will quickly discover they cannot do without a Senate when it comes to oversighting the fund that is being sent to the county. And then the party caucuses, I believe will resolve some of these issues, because if you have a strong party caucus both at Senate and at the National Assembly, it means the legislators will be speaking from the same page. And it is true that we can originate those bills as per the proposal by Senator Governor Mandago, that we can work together with the National Assembly in a strategic style to make sure that the bills that we generate from here are not defeated, because we have members in the National Assembly. Why should those bills be collapsing at the National Assembly where the party is still very strong? So I believe the parties that are in both houses can help us resolve this impasse. So thank you for what you have done.
Thank you, thank you. I think we allow clerk, maybe you can see how much you can handle, and then if there's anything you can invite Eunice. But the SG of UDA, Senator Veronica, I assure you, if we get goodwill, just political goodwill from His Excellency the President, just by rejecting 1 or 2 bills processed by the National Assembly without the input of the Senate, that will be a game changer, and the Senate will occupy its place in the legislative process. So if you can get that goodwill from the President, then you'll have solved 50% of the problems that the Senate has faced before. Bana Clerk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senior Council Chair. Let me answer some of the questions and concerns. Am I audible? Thank you. Let me answer some of the questions and concerns that have been raised, and thank you very much for the questions and the comments made. You know you have said something, if there's some reaction to it. So, Senator Osotsi on experience sharing, I think it's very interesting what you raised. It's very odd that the National Assembly would designate a bill coming from the other house as a private member's bill. We, on the other hand, our Senate Business Committee prioritized the bills coming from the other house, regardless of who authored them. So we had now, it means we were having two houses working at cross purposes. In the Senate Business Committee, priority was given to any bill coming from the Assembly. Now it turns out in the Assembly, bills coming from the Senate, which were not sponsored by government, and the other day you had the question put to the Attorney General, why do you never send any bills of government to the Senate? So the only bills we could have from the Senate were bills done by members because no bills were brought by government. Then those bills went to the Assembly and were designated as private members' bills and put in the back burner. So you see how we ended up where we ended up. So the good offices of the party forming government from the Senate can be utilized to have the Assembly give reciprocal treatment to bills from the Senate. Encouraging joint sittings, I think, is a matter that could be pursued. But of course, challenges from joint sittings have also been narrated by Senator Mwaruma, where you don't get quorum from the other side or something like that. But it is worth trying. If it works, it would help a lot. The only problem is that sometimes there are conceptual difficulties of joint sittings. One house is a majoritarian house. One house has not shown the same passion and enthusiasm for devolution. So if you have two health committees, one having a joint sitting, one from a house or that believes that health should not be a devolved function in the first place, and the other coming from the view that this should be fully devolved. So such a joint sitting suffers from a very serious conceptual and ideological departure from the onset. So there is a reason, the bicameralism has a reason. It's because there are different approaches. Two houses have different ways and they have been established for different purposes, and they approach issues from different perspectives. Otherwise, we would have one house. So bicameralism is not a mistake, and sometimes people view it as duplicating. Why would that committee consider this and the other committee? Because the committees are looking at this from different perspectives, different orientation altogether. Senator John Nyoto, I think we spoke to the issue of 8 sittings. How many do you plan to miss? Keep a good count. Senator Muma, the goodwill of the executive is absolutely imperative. Absent goodwill of the executive, we would run into serious difficulties because bills were assented to which had not had the input of the Senate. The Senate Majority Leader would write and say, these bills have not been considered by the Senate. They concern counties. If they are assented to, then what happens? It's an incentive to the offending house to do that again and again. Senator Muma, about water. Water is under land and natural resources and environment. That's where matters water are. But if you feel they ought to be in a separate committee, I mean, this can be considered in standing orders amendment or review. Senator Kavindu, what happens to statements and petitions which lapsed? Business which lapsed in the other house, in the Senate, has lapsed. It is not there. It needs to be brought again. So you are able to bring again if the matter is still live. On the matter of statements being of county-wide concern, it doesn't mean county-wide in terms of all counties, but county-wide in county. So it's not an isolated matter. It's either a matter of national concern, all counties or most counties or many counties, or within the county, it is a matter of county-wide concern, not a pothole in a path in a village, but a matter of county-wide concern, like wildlife, human-wildlife conflict in the county would be an example of a matter of county-wide concern. Senator Karungo Wadhangwa, how often do we amend the standing orders? As often as necessary. You can look at standing orders 277, 267, 268, 269. If it becomes necessary to amend the standing orders, even as a first business or there very soon after we have started our sittings, so be it. So as often as is necessary, and the various mechanisms are set out. CS to be coming to the floor, and what prevents that, the neatest way would be, it's possible by administrative maneuver to find ways to have a CSS. The neatest would be elaborate provision amendment of the standing orders. Senator Abbas and inter-house relations and conflict, and why is the senator whining baby or this matter is not as simple as it would appear. The design of the Constitution has made one house have unlimited legislative mandate. The other house has limited legislative mandate. The scope of limitation is to be determined by the two houses. Where is the incentive for the house with an unlimited jurisdiction to negotiate reasonably? Because if I am limited and if you are limited and I'm not limited, and for us to decide your limitation, we have to agree what is the incentive for me to be reasonable. Because if I don't agree with you, then you can't move. So the Constitution never contemplated malice. The Constitution cannot, the Constitution presupposed goodwill. The Constitution foresaw that everybody would swear an oath of fidelity to the Constitution, of protection, of defense. That oath everyone swore. So the Constitution could never contemplate that one house or any official would go out of their way to hinder the other house or the other committee or the other official. That's where the judiciary comes in. Then the judiciary pronounces itself and says the scope of mandate of this limited one is the following. Then the one that's unlimited defies even that. So what do you do? So it's not simple. Senator Sigay offering pro bono services, thank you very much. This matter of the summons, and I know the matter you are referring to get the National Assembly had no way of getting the senator to go before it. There is provision in Article 252 for the Assembly to get a senator to go before a committee. But it is onerous. It's very difficult. They have to seek the leave of the Senate, and after the leave of the senator has also to accept. Even after the leave has been given, the senator has to decide whether he will go anyway. So it is so onerous, it's difficult even to attempt, because he will not go. Senator Mandago, delay in considering petitions. We are appealing to committees to really consider petitions seriously, because Kenyans have, a Kenyan who comes by petition has probably lost hope in other avenues of relief. But to say that if you don't consider in 60 days, whatever the prayer was is deemed to have been granted, is an interesting way to look at it. Co-sponsorship of bills is not constitutionally possible. It has to be an informal mechanism, because the only people who can bring a bill in the Senate or in the National Assembly for that matter is a senator or a committee. But either way, it has to come under the name of a senator. No person who is not a senator can have their name as bringing a bill, and vice versa. So any arrangement of co-sponsorship must be an informal arrangement by which you identify another a member of parliament, a member of the National Assembly, who will pick it up when it goes there. But otherwise, there is no way that a bill can have two people, one of whom is a senator and the other of whom is another person supporting a bill. Then Senator Veronica Minor. It's true, Senate does not need validation by anyone. It's here by right, it's here to stay. But the challenges are real, and we have to find ways to surmount them. And party caucuses and the good offices of the parties would help us. Thank you very much. I think those are the ones I'll speak to. Senator Kavindus, I responded about county-wide being affecting the entire county or more than one county. The bill, the statements and petitions which had lapsed have to be reinitiated, to be brought afresh. I think I have answered Senator Mandago. I've replied to that, yes. Sorry, where do we get? Committees, you can speak to that. Please.
All right. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Clerk. It's true. Before the advent of the new of the 2010 Constitution, not new, we had question time. CSs then, or ministers then, were members of the National Assembly. So as peers, questions were addressed to them, and there would be question time where they would then address those questions. Post the 2010 Constitution and the system of governance that we selected, cabinet secretaries are not members of Parliament. So they are not peers in that regard. They are not present in plenary. Both houses have really, especially at the start of the 11th Parliament, really struggled on how to structure that interaction with cabinet secretaries. In fact, I think at some point the National Assembly even tried to consider the issue of cabinet secretaries coming within plenary to address such questions. What we have done in the Senate is contained, I think, from Standing Order 51 statements. In the 11th Parliament, as my colleague said, that wasn't quite taken up as much, but in the 12th Parliament, that area of practice has really grown, so that a senator will ask a question addressed to the chair. Once the senator asks the question, other senators are allowed to make comments or to ask supplementary questions. In the Senate, it's popularly referred to as riding on the statement requested by the other senator. When it goes to committee, on the scheduled date, we make deliberate effort with the concurrence of the chairs to invite the senator who requested for the statement, so that that senator is present when the CS or whichever other stakeholder is present addressing that statement. When an issue rises to something that is so huge or cross-cutting, we sometimes have held a committee. If it's, I think we had one, for instance, for security, where all members are invited in chamber to interact with the CS, and we found that a good model. So an area which I would say is growing. In the 11th Parliament, lots of challenges. I wouldn't say we've completely surmounted all, but as statistics revealed from the presentation by DC Mohammed, we're not doing too badly.
Okay, a big round of applause to all the panelists. I think that should bring this session to a close. But my friends from UDA senators, I'm happy. It seems you seem to have a very good goodwill from His Excellency the President. If you don't move quickly, because there's always mischief from National Assembly, they will amend standing orders to allow CSs to appear before National Assembly to the exclusion of the Senate. So what you need to do is to move in tandem with the National Assembly. If they move to amend their standing orders, we also move to amend our own standing orders and make sure you have the president on the same page. Otherwise, we'll have, in terms of optics, the national look like it's more powerful, it acts in public interest, it can summon CSS to appear. The Senate will not have the same powers. So there you will have to be our ambassadors as you nurture that goodwill that is there for the Senate from the President. Now, Senators, I appeal, we just have one more brief session remaining. If you allow, we'll invite Senator for Kakamega, Senator Alwale, to take us through the final session that deals with the way forward. I'm told lunch will be combined with dinner and everything, so there'll be enough food. So Senator Alwale, can you now take over the next session, deal with way forward, and also under the closing remarks from our Deputy Speaker and Honorable Speaker.
Speaker.
Speaker, yes.
Thank you. I think, where are you? Thank you very much. My name is Alwale. My task is fairly uninspiring. Since I'm saying nothing new, I'm just speaking to way forward, which has been developed by the Office of the Clerk, arising from what has transpired here from Monday to date. There are a number of slides. I will not go through every slide. I hope, yes, it will be put on the screen. And as I scan through, if you miss stuff, don't be worried. On your way out after lunch, at the registration desk, you'll be able to collect a copy of the slides for personal library. At the end of that, then, I'll hand over to the Deputy Speaker, who will introduce the Speaker, and the Speaker will tell us the way forward. So the first issue that arose was the matter of the mandate and functions of the Senate. And we have agreed to establish a structured dispute resolution mechanism through a joint leadership forum and leverage on the soft power to build cordial working relationship between the two houses of Parliament. Secondly, we have agreed to introduce the determination of the nature of bills to give effect to Article 109.2, 109.5, 110.3, and 114. The second thing that we've agreed is on the issue of oversight role of the Senate. We have agreed that the Senate, in consultation with the Office of the Auditor General and the County Assembly Forum, develops a framework on the consideration of audit reports by the Senate and the county assemblies in an effective and expeditious manner. And that the Senate to engage the Office of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget to identify recurring themes in budget implementation and audit that require legislative intervention. The Senate should also develop and operationalize a monitoring and evaluating framework that would facilitate effective oversight and engage Parliament in Parliamentary Service Commission and the National Treasury to realize it. And finally, on that issue, that the Senate should leverage on the national integrated monitoring and evaluation systems and the county integrated monitoring and evaluation systems. The third issue is accountability for additional conditional allocations to the county governments. We have agreed that the Senate engages the National Treasury and development partners to establish a framework for accountability and oversight additional allocations to county governments. On the larger topic of Parliamentary Service Commission, Parliament and Parliamentary Service, the issue that arose was the unequal representation in the Parliamentary Service Commission, for which we have agreed that the Senate leadership and parliamentary parties represented in the Senate to address the matter. The issue of county liaison officers has also arisen as a gap, and we have agreed that the Senate to engage the National Treasury and Parliamentary Service Commission on this matter, and that further the Senate develops a legal framework to actualize Article 187(2) on transfer of functions and powers between the Senate and the National Assembly. The next gap is enhancing engagement by the Senate with the counties and the public. We've agreed that the Senate should resume sittings outside Nairobi, popularly known as Senate Mashinani, and that it holds the same in different countries at least each year. Next gap is poor alignment of the national and county government priorities. The Senate should provide avenues for regular engagement between the line MDS and the national level and the respective departments at the county level. The 12th gap has been identified as enhancing independence and financial autonomy of the county assemblies. We've all agreed unanimously that the Senate should initiate amendments to the relevant statutes to separate the budgets of the county assemblies from those of the county executives. The other global issue is the issue of constitutional commissions and independent officers, for which we have identified the gap of delays in transition following expiry of the term of the outgoing chairperson and members. The other gap is collaboration with the Office of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget in undertaking oversight, for which we have agreed that the Senate, in consultation with the Office of the Auditor General and the Office of the Controller of Budget, to put in place a framework for meaningful and coordinated oversight, including through information sharing and dissemination. The next gap is collaboration with the KNCHR, for which we have agreed that we shall establish a human rights caucus within this House. We've also agreed that the Senate will consider periodic and annual reports from the Commission so that the relevant recommendations therein can be tabled and adopted by the Senate, thus paving way for implementation. The 16th gap is adequate funding for Commission and independent officers, for which we have agreed that the Senate will engage the National Treasury and the National Assembly. The global issue of budget process has identified delayed enactment of county government additional allocations as a gap, and we have agreed that we shall, as Senate, be the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to urgently reintroduce the County Government Additional Allocations Bill 2022 for consideration and passage by the Parliament. Gap number 18 is establishment of a legal instrument through which equalization fund allocations are to be transferred to the counties. We have agreed that the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to urgently engage with the National Treasury and the counterpart committee of the National Assembly. The 19th gap is the over-reliance on the equitable share by county governments, which leads to low performance of on-source revenue. The Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to introduce as a solution the county government's revenue-raising process bill for consideration and passage by Parliament. You'll remember this was not very well resolved because below was saying that any form of taxation by county government is unlawful. But when the bill comes, we shall thrash it out, I believe. The 20th gap is the multiple varying fees and levies imposed by county governments, for which we have agreed that this House must reintroduce the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill. Further, there is the gap of a resourcing framework for which the Senate, in consultation with the stakeholders, we have agreed to develop and introduce legislation addressing gaps identified in implementation of Article 187 and 189 of the Constitution of 2010. The next one is delays in release of funds to county governments. We have agreed that the Senate will continuously engage the National Treasury and the Office of the Controller of Budget to ensure expeditious exchequer releases to county governments in accordance with county government's cash disbursement schedule. As an older member of the House, I'm a bit lost because I think we had taken a resolution that this should be settled on or before the 15th of each month. So I don't know what we're trying to explore, but I think going forward when we discuss, we'll settle it out. Then there's the gap of the Senate recommendation on the budget policy statement. We've agreed that the National Treasury should take on board recommendations of the Senate on the budget policy statement when developing the framework for vertical allocation of revenues. Then we had the global issue of the Senate leadership and legislative agenda. The gap here was the issue of the need to institutionalize political party caucuses in the Senate, for which we agreed that we shall establish a structure to operationalize political party caucuses and provide necessary support for the same. We've also agreed that we shall establish working groups on thematic areas that align the committee to mandates to help in identification of legislative interventions and align their respective political party manifestos to the legislative business. We have identified a gap of interlinkages and networks with development partners and state actors. We have agreed to create and strengthen partnerships and linkages to facilitate the Senate and its committees to undertake monitoring and evaluation, public participation, and citizen engagement, and also support and build the institutional capacity to generate, collect, synthesize, package research evidence to promote evidence-informed decision-making. I'm about to come to the end. We have the business environment as a gap, and we have agreed to prioritize the following parliamentary bills for introduction. One, the prompt payment bill, the county licensing bill, the county resources development bill, and the startup bill. The gap of environment and climate change exists, and we have agreed that Parliament should reintroduce the Sustainable Waste Management Bill to address the role of counties in waste management. On the global issue of media relations and public awareness, there's a gap of the linkage with the media, and we have agreed that we should establish and strengthen strategic interface between the Senate and the media. There's also the gap of the legislative agenda, for which we have agreed that we shall schedule regular engagement sessions to deliberate on the legislative agenda. The gap of social media engagement, we have agreed the Senate to make more use of social media to interact and build a virtual constituency, either for individuals or for the Senate, and that the further gap of role of various actors in sponsoring and processing of legislative business in the Senate. We have agreed that political parties and coalitions, caucuses, and individual senators to prepare their respective legislative agenda and make proposals to the office of the clerk for further processing. The gap of bills that lapsed is the last one, and we have unanimously agreed to do an audit and reintroduce those for consideration for processing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what I have. Don't be dismayed with the tone of my voice. I'm extremely hungry, but the speaker, the deputy speaker, I do not have your resume, so I can't introduce you. Just come. When the speaker is not around, the deputy speaker becomes the speaker. I'll show you how to go about it. You just come and make your remarks as the deputy speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished senators, let us welcome our deputy speaker. Welcome, Deputy Speaker. And it looks like the Speaker is not in the House, so in his absence, the Deputy Speaker's remarks will become the remarks of the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senators, the Clerk of the Senate, and the Secretariat who are in this room. Permit me to thank all of you for really persevering 5 days of strenuous and intensive interactions and deliberations at this induction retreat. Honorable Senators, from the induction, various issues have been canvassed which relate to our mandate as an institution and as individual members in discharging our constitutional responsibilities. Variable lessons and experiences have been shared. And as the 13th Parliament and 4th Senate, this will go a long way in informing democratic governance and our understanding, consideration, and application of, among others, number one, the mandate and functions of the Senate and its integral role in the successful implementation of devolution. Number two, the workings of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Number three, intergovernmental relations and the interplay between the Senate and its relations with the constitutional commissions and independent offices. Number four, the political party structures and culture in parliaments, ideologies, party discipline, and the role of political party caucuses in the legislative agenda. And number five, the budget making process. Honorable Senators, I will be out of order to belabor the various details of the above. Suffice to say, that is now evident that there is need to strengthen the oversight role of the Senate over the counties by working closely with the county assemblies. We have observed from this induction retreat that a lot of oversight is informed by reports from the Office of the Auditor General. There is therefore need to explore other sources of complementary data to support the Senate's oversight role. Further from the deliberations, it is clear that a strong political party culture anchored on ideologies and manifestos rather than personality is key to the pursuit of party discipline. Dissenting opinion does not mean compromising party loyalty, yet voting with your conscience is encouraged. Among the issues that emerged is that there is urgent need to strengthen political parties' caucuses in parliament and accord them necessary support, including facilities that can host their meetings. This will propel the appreciation of party position among party caucus members, encourage positive consultations with and whipping. Overall, it has emerged that despite the divergent party affiliation, it is imperative that we have to make decisions that will leave a legacy and with the interest of the people who have elected us. To drive this point home, the catchphrase which clearly stood out and was reiterated at this induction retreat is, I quote, make a law that you can trust your enemy with, so that if your enemy becomes the hand of to implement that law, then still you are safe. Honorable Senators, the current amendments to the Senate Standing Orders have bestowed the chairmanship of the Liaison Committee on the Deputy Speaker. As the steward of this important committee, I undertake to consult with the chairpersons of committees and prioritize legislative business necessary to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. Honorable members, you will subsequently be taken through other training workshops to understand, among other issues, legislative processes and procedures, the committee system, and other matters of concern to the members. This will ensure that the members are adequately equipped with the requisite know-how and technical skills to effectively discharge their mandate. Honorable Senators, I wish to thank all the distinguished panel of resource persons, panelists, session chairs, the Senate leadership, and honorable members for not only diligently sitting through the presentations, but also for the very useful interventions articulated at the plenary. Allow me to also thank the clerk of the Senate and his team for exceptional organizational skills that have characterized the entire induction retreat. The event required meticulous planning and coordination to achieve the success we have witnessed. So, Mr. Clerk, we are very happy indeed, because as I said, this upper house has really personalized its service. So we are happy. Whatever you need, it is available to you with the utmost precise. Further, I wish to thank the media for exceptional coverage, the Kenya Police Service, our host here, the Sawela Lounge Hotel, and all the other service providers for exceptional services thus far. Honorable Senators, now that our Honorable Speaker is back, it is my present duty to welcome the Speaker of the Senate to deliver his remarks and officially close the retreat. Thank you, Honorable Senators.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Senators, resource persons who are still with us, the clerk and his team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. You know, I've been sitting here as from 9, and I had decided not to go for lunch, only to be told that members have been sneaking all through. I'm told very few are yet to have their lunch, but a number of us are already comfortable. Members, as we draw to the end of the 5-day inaugural induction retreat, you will all concur with me that it has been profoundly successful and have been able to meet the intended objectives. We have had enriching conversations steered by able moderators and sessional chairs. My special appreciation goes to our distinguished facilitators who accepted our invitation to grace this retreat and address the respective topics. We have also gained immensely from the knowledgeable presenters and panelists drawn from development partners, consultants, constitutional commissions, executive, council of governors, and parliament. I also want to single out enriching insights, ideas from former senators and Speaker of the Second Senate, Honorable Ekwe Ethuro. Additionally, for the first time, we had a unique category of colleagues, the governor senators, who brought in a wealth of experience gained from having served as governors for the 2 terms. Honorable senators, admittedly, I'm immensely impressed by the passion, keen interest, and the focus that you have demonstrated during the entire period of this induction. I'm glad to note that we achieved a remarkable attendance of honorable members of over 75% since the beginning of this retreat. Indeed, this confirms your commitment to learning and understanding your mandate from the onset, of course, which is an integral for actualizing the effectiveness and efficient Senate. On behalf of the honorable senators, I wish to convey our sincere appreciation to commend the clerk of the Senate and the Secretariat for the great efforts and diligence that have made this retreat a remarkable success. I also wish to convey our sincere appreciation to the Fourth Estate. Honorable senators, you will all agree with me that we received wide media coverage throughout this retreat. As I noted earlier, I hope that going forward, we shall strengthen this partnership beyond this retreat, noting the role of the media in conveying factual and objective information of public interest as well as platform for public discourse. Honorable members, the theme and agenda for this retreat was carefully selected: understanding the mandate of the Senate, strengthening devolution for legislative effectiveness. It's a topic that has come at an opportune time. The citizenry has very high expectations from us, and therefore we should endeavor to initiate and enact legislation that will help meet their expectations. Under my stewardship of this Fourth Senate, we shall, together with the new leadership team, undertake to do everything within our mandate to realize the objects and principles of devolutions as contained in Article 174 of the Constitution. We will also ensure, among other things, that we do the following. 1, pursue a framework to give effect to Article 110(3) of the Constitution and to provide for the procedure for speakers of the Houses of Parliament to determine the nature of a bill before its introduction into Parliament. 2, fast-track the process of transfer of functions and concomitant resources to counties. Further, to optimum revenue allocation to counties, we will ensure that the exercise of costing of functions is finalized. 3, revitalize and improve Senate machinery and collaborate with the Council of Governors and County Assemblies Forum to ensure proper planning. Indeed, Senate machinery has proven to be an effective way for the Senate to promote its outreach activities in the counties. 4th, consider and pass the legislation necessary to buttress devolution as well as undertake effective oversight of our county governments. This also will entail exploring how to ensure the financial autonomy of county assemblies from the executive. 5, follow up on the pending legislation that lapsed at the end of the third Senate. Some of these legislations include the County Government's Additional Locations Bill 2022 to allow counties to access conditional grants for the year 2022-2023, among others. There's also a need to deliberate on and agree on the right framework for disbursements of the Equalization Fund. 6, provide an innovative platform for constitutional commissions and independent offices to present their reports to the Senate committees. These key organs churn out volumes of reports with recommendations that, if implemented, will greatly enrich devolution outcomes. Honorable Senators, this retreat has brought to the fore the outstanding matter of unequal representation of the Senate in the Parliamentary Service Commission. This is a sensitive matter that would require the goodwill and commitment of political parties to support the Senate leadership. I therefore implore you to canvass this matter within your respective political caucuses. Distinguished Senators, our work is clearly cut out, and very soon we shall embark on the actual performance of our constitutional mandate. Indeed, our first sitting has been gazetted and confirmed to be on the Thursday, 29th of September 2022. It is my sincere hope that we shall sustain the agility we have exhibited here throughout the tenure of the Fourth Senate. In conclusion, let me emphasize that our success as we go forth will be determined by how well we articulate issues affecting counties, execution of Senate business, and responsive legislative outputs. We have adopted a number of resolutions following our deliberations here. We should all take a keen interest in the implementation of these resolutions, as they will inform the evaluation and scorecard for the Fourth Senate. It is now my pleasant duty and honor to declare this retreat officially closed. I wish you all safe journey masses to your various destinations. I also want to thank our support staff, the team from the 3 hotels that we were accommodated, the team in Ashipai, Simba Lodge, and Sawela, for making sure that the welfare of the senators is taken care of. We also want to extend our appreciation to the management of these 3 institutions for making sure that there has been we have not received any complaint whatsoever. Maybe Mr. Clark, you may help me, but at my level, I've not received any complaint from any senator as far as welfare is concerned. So with those few remarks, Honorable Senators, Clark, and your team, I declare this workshop officially closed. Thank you so much.